Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship proudly presented by Electrical Group Training.
And look, I don't think you need to have the fastest car out there to enjoy your motorsport anyway. It's about the competition more than it is about the speed as far as I'm concerned. Obviously, you like to go as quickly as you can, but when you're in a category like this, which is a fairly controlled category, even if you're only doing 72s and 73s and things like that, it's still fast enough and you're still enjoying yourself and yeah, getting the most out of the car is the challenge and also getting the most out of yourself.
Well, a very good morning to all of our live stream customers through Turn 7 Media. Good morning. We got a partly cloudy day here in Wanneroo, Western Australia. We're located just to the north of the capital city of Perth. A big weekend of motor racing coming your way. Hopefully you can join us all day today and then back it up again tomorrow. There's a lot of prestigious races on offer and, of course, the conclusion of round number 6 for 2025 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships. We have our Hyundai XLs, our last of our qualifying periods out on the circuit at the moment, and already it's Carlos Ambrosio from Zane Rhodes just goes up into second place as my fellow commentator Rob Haggerty predicted. Good morning, Rob, for all of our live stream viewers. You want to say hello?
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the live stream for what's going to be a magnificent race meeting here. And I was just watching Zane Rhodes before he set that second fastest lap time, and he was right on the bumper of Carlos Ambrosio, all the way down the back hill and into the pit straight. And he was using all of that toe that he could get out of him to get into that lap time. And the lap time at the moment is only around 3/10 slower than what our pole sitter is. So that augurs well for a great race for XLs later in the day.
4.5 minutes into this qualifying session and the bad sportsmanship flag already being flown to cars number 13 and 9. So 13 was Clamp and 9 is Panizza. So those guys will have to be on the best of behaviour for the next 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this one. And we were just saying off air that this category started very small. It used to be a combined category with the Holden HQs, and then it just exploded, and it has stayed at this quantity and quality over probably the last 5 or 6 years now, Rob. It just keeps going from strength to strength.
It does indeed, and there's always new names and lots of turnover in this category, and you see quite a few of them then making their way into saloon cars or into sports cars and making their way further up towards the other end of town with some of the faster cars. And it really is a great learning ground, as you mentioned earlier. It teaches you your racecraft and it teaches you car preparation and all sorts of things. So it really is great to see so many new names and so many people getting involved in motorsport in this wonderful category.
And the guys have really got their heads around these cars now, because if you think back to when we first started with the Hyundai XLs, they used to roll over all the time, and they were quite serious rolls as well. But now they've got a new suspension package, a new tyre. They're running a Dunlop tyre now, where they were running something else previously. And certainly turn the behaviour of these cars around.
Little short wheelbase front wheel drive cars always tip over fairly easily, and you look back to the many years ago when there used to be lots of minis racing, and they used to frequently tip over because the thing is that they get them really quick into the corners, and if they don't hold them there with the power, and they very quickly swap ends. And around here at carco.com, as we've already mentioned once this morning, is very soft sand all the way around the circuit. You go into that sideways, you're going to tip on your lid every time.
For sure. And it's Zane Rhodes that now goes to the top by 1/100th of a second over Carlos Ambrosio. Noah Byrne in 3. Dean Hill, he's been around for a while now in car number 53. He finds himself on the second row at the moment. Then we have Fisher, Burns, Stephen McGregor in 7, Burns in 8, Clark in 9, and rounding out the 10, Wagner de Souza
Yeah, good to see Wagner doing well in that car as well. He's a name that's been around for about the last 5 or 6 seasons, so he's making his way slowly towards the front of the field.
Just trying to have a look. There we go. Our Hyundai XL trophy class. Zane Rhodes, 314 over Carlos Ambrosio on 273. And then we go back to Noah Byrne on 235. Now, bearing in mind there are 75 points on offer in all of our categories this weekend, this is going to go right down to the last race this afternoon for sure.
Absolutely. As I watch the Coves go past as well, past the stripe there, Charlotte Cove in car number 17. And Ashley Cove in car 111, and gee, the Cove family have really gotten behind this as well, haven't they? They've done a magnificent job at getting those cars presented very nicely and getting out on the field, and they're also starting to move up into some different categories as well. So good to see the Cove family out there, and there's actually 3 of them. There's Lachlan Cove out there in car 36 as well. So 3 Cove cars out there, and that's a family that know how to have fun together.
So Steve McGregor is leading as far as the Masters category. So you've got the older boys, so I'd say the over 40s. And then you've got all of these young guys out there as well, and girls.
Bit ageist, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's all right. That's good for the sport to be able to separate them into 2 categories. As you said, you've got the young guys out there, the hard chargers, and then you've got the older guys out there as well that have been around. And, you know, some of them have come up from karting. Steve McGregor, I used to race with go-karts many years ago, and he was a good peddler in a go-kart, and looks like he might take out the Masters Championship for Hyundai XL, brought to you by Retrovision this year.
I wouldn't mind getting out there and having a go too, but they don't have a class called dotage, so...
They are a great category. I've been lucky enough to do a couple of the enduros in these cars, and they are sensational to drive. And as you said, as long as you keep the power in, those back wheels will follow the fronts.
Well, as they say in any little short wheelbase front wheel drive, the back wheels are only there to hold the back of the car off the ground.
And these actually do lift the wheels up off the ground, very similar to what the Minis used to do years ago.
Yeah, no, they're very, very similar in many ways to what the Mini racing used to be. We never had this many Minis up here, though, I can tell you that, in the 60s and 70s. I mean, we used to have 10 or 11 or 12 of them, but we certainly didn't have a field of 25 and 30. But nonetheless, I can't believe how excellent this category has become.
Yeah, there's a lot of middle-aged ladies out there that probably would remember having one of these cars and driving to uni or going to TAFE.
Yeah, they were shopping trolley.
They certainly were. And now look at them. They're a full-on race category that we saw at the height of XL racing just before the Nationals were here in Perth. 888 Race Engineering were making these cars and selling them for absorbent amounts of money.
Amounts of money. Yeah, absolutely. More than what the cars cost as a brand new car.
Definitely. You used to be able to get one of these for like $13,990.
Yeah, exactly. You can't buy. You'd be buying a midfield car for that these days, but. Nonetheless, it's like the HQ racing was 30 years ago was like this. The HQs used to have big fields like this as well, and the trouble with the HQs were, of course, that they very quickly started running out of bits for them, and then in the end they whittled down. But you still get a good field. You still get 15 or 16 of them on a good day. So, but yeah, these XLs, these are a good little bang for buck.
They certainly are. The Carlos Ambrosio's now gone back to the top by 1/10 of a second over Zane Rhodes. Byrne in car 11 in P3. Dean Hill, he's just holding fast there in P4. And then we have Fisher, Burns in 6, and checkered flag flies on this one. So it will be Carlos Ambrosio or Zane Rhodes. We have to wait for them to, they're on their last lap at the moment. And we're waiting to see where Carlos is. I think he looks like he's been held up in traffic over there. So this won't be a fast run as they come down.
1300s between them at the moment. So if you can find that 1300s.
He's right in this group of 4 coming out of turn 7.
Look at who's in front of him though. He's getting a tow from Carlos. So we'll wait and see.
Let's see what happens.
No.
Byrne, no change. So that is how they'll start. Ambrosio and Rhodes on row 1. Byrne and Hill on row 2. And row 3 will be Fisher and Burns.
Yep, so Byrne managing to get over the top of Hill there on that last lap. So that was good for him. He did his fastest lap of a 72.6 on that last lap. So well done to Noah Byrne.
Well, that's how they're going to start for the XL Cup, brought to you by Retrovision. Going to take a short break here at Carco Raceway. We'll be back with the official opening of round 6, the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships, very, very shortly here at Carco Raceway. Stick around.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the Cool Down Lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and a hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the Cool Down Lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
Good morning and welcome everybody to the final round, the last day of school for 2025. This is round number 6 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships here at Carco Raceway. Good morning to all of our online viewers through Turn 7 Media. Lots of championships are going to be decided here this weekend, and it looks like they're going to come down to the last race of that particular day. We got a slight chance of a shower up until around about 10 or 11 o'clock this morning, but apart from that, we expect a partly cloudy day with light winds from the southwest up to 10 knots. Perfect conditions for maybe a track record. Would you please be upstanding for the Australian National Anthem? Well, we also have production cars, saloon cars, FSR, street cars, sports sedans, WA muscle cars, and the XL Cup. There's a stacked menu of racing over today, and of course we back it up all over again tomorrow. Vaughan Brewer with you in commentary today from the Rob Janney broadcast studio. Joining me in commentary is Rob Haggerty, and Rob, this one is just about ready to go.
It certainly is, in a very small field, but a very compact and competitive field. We've had the green flag wave at the back, so any moment the red light's on, there it is, about to go out, and we're racing, and a really good start at this stage from Lillis in car 64, the Camaro, as the Commodore side by side, but the Camaro just managing to get over the top of me into turn one, and then it's a big gap back to Fisher, Peters, Croxon, Whittam and Edwards.
Yeah, Fisher and Peters having scones and jam on the bloody line here down here on the start. They missed the start big time, and now there's a group of 4 cars that are a good 100 metres already behind Lillis and Holt as they go through turn number 4 and up and over the top of the hill for the first time. Rob, lots of big races here this weekend. The Tander Trophy, one of the longest running motorsport trophies in the Australian motorsport arena. We've also got the Rob Janney Memorial Race. That one's pretty close to you and I. And also tomorrow, the Bob Creasy Memorial Trophy as well.
Yeah, Bob Creasy, a multiple Western Australian champion in Formula 2, Formula Atlantic cars and Formula Pacifics, obviously. So good to see that they've named a trophy after him as well. As our leaders back down into turn 7 for the first time, and they're being led at the moment by Chris Lillis in car number 64, the big Camaro for Cachet Homes.
New car for Chris Lillis, of course, coming out of a Commodore, and now stepped it up to this beautiful Camaro. And doing a good job at the moment. He's got 50 metres over Matthew Holt in car number 65. And then we go back to Fisher, Peters, Damon Croxon, Laurie Whittam in a Mustang. And Edwards rounds out the field in car number 13 in the RX-8 Mazda.
Yep. And he's a fair way behind the field, but no doubt getting a bit of experience out there in that car. I haven't seen that car on the circuit very often in the past, so it must be a fairly new one as our leaders crest the top of the hill and head down the old pit straight towards turn 6, known as Con's Corner.
So a 52.2, 1.4 seconds quicker is Chris Lillis in the Camaro, and you can see that graphically out on the circuit at the moment as he starts to pull away from Matt Holt in the Commodore. And then we go back to the first of the BMWs, and that's Fisher. Another BMW in 4th is Brett Peters. Then the Renault Megane of Damon Croxon, car number 76. And Laurie Whittam coming through in the orange and black Mustang. And then the silver RX-8 Mazda of Edwards, car number 13.
That'd be on debut for Laurie Whittam, wouldn't it? I don't think we've seen him up here in that Mustang in the past. If we have, it's only been very recently, but orange Mustang towards the back.
He did have a Mazda RX-8.
Yep.
A lot of the guys went out and bought the RX-8 because they were promised that series was going to take off, and it folded before it even got off the ground. So everybody's got rid of their RX-8s and gone and bought something different. Brett Peters, he was one of them. He jumped out of an RX-8 and now bought a Mazda, bought a BMW. There's a couple of them that have done that. Oh, there's a post-session investigation. Car number 32 has done something wrong on the formation lap. So that's Brett Peters. Yeah,
that's not usual for Brett. He's a pretty experienced guy.
Yeah, he's been done a lot of laps since becoming involved in motorsport, and really has taken to motorsport big time here in Western Australia. As Damon Croxon comes across the line in car number 76. Very unusual little car for local motorsport, the Renault Megane.
Yeah, but he certainly drives it well, and he's certainly had a lot of success with it as well. So
particularly in the wet. That car excels in the wet.
It certainly does, and good to see Brett back out there again in this abbreviated field of Group 3 E Series production cars. So they're out at the moment. Let's have a look. They've got about 6 minutes left in this, 6.5 minutes left in this event. They're down 5 minutes at the moment. So in fact, no, they've got about 5 minutes left. They've done 6 minutes. So only about another 3 or 4 laps left to go. And,
well, there you go.
Chris Lillis with a race record.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah,
wow,
so,
a 62.99 out of a production car. That's pretty quick. They wouldn't be going that fast back in the day, would they?
They certainly wouldn't, and that's only about 2.5 seconds off the outright street car lap record. So that's a pretty quick time there for the Mustang of Chris Lillis.
Camaro.
Camaro, yeah. Yep. They all look the same these days.
Yeah, they kind of have that same sleek look to them from a distance.
Yep. And Fisher also went under the race record on that last lap as well. So,
car number 44.
So we did mention earlier in the day that this was looking like it was going to be lap record type opportunities for all the categories today, because of the circuit being in fairly good condition and the weather condition also being conducive towards lap records.
Pretty much nailed it. Race 1,
yep.
And 5 minutes into race 1, we've got 2 that have gone under the race record. So great work.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Nostradamus and Nostradamus Jr.
Don't forget our cool down lap coming up on the 8th of November from 5:30 to 9 o'clock here at McCracken House. And you can get your tickets and more information for that from the wascc.com.au/cool down lap. Hope to see you here. Going to be a great night. We'll go into a lot more detail as the weekend unfolds about what the cool down lap involves. But Rob, just having a look around the precinct at the moment, it's great to see so many spectators here so early.
Yeah, it is. And, it's a great day for watching motorsport as well. It's nice weather conditions and the circuit's certainly been presented nicely. So good to see a few cars up on the hill in the S's and down there in turn 1, as well as quite a few down there in turn 7 as well. So welcome to carco.com.au and we hope you enjoy your day.
The last of our cars, Edwards, coming out onto start-finish line at the moment, little RX-8. Well, see, that one, these late to model ones don't. Oh, yes, they do blow flame. There was just a bit of a lick of flame on the downshift into turn number 1. As we pick up with our leaders.
Brodie Edwards in the RX-8 and the leader coming back onto the start-finishing straight once more, and he 3 minutes thereabouts left, so he's still got 3 laps or so left to do. So it's this event is actually over 12 minutes plus 1 lap.
Yep, all of our races up until lunchtime will be 12 minutes plus 1 lap. And then don't forget, if you're here at the circuit, you can come out onto the grid at lunchtime. It's going to be for production cars, improved production cars and street cars. We've got a grid walk and we've got a drift demonstration happening at lunchtime as well. So lots to see and do here at carco.com.au Raceway. Hopefully you can stick around with us all day. It's already in track record territory already, and this is race number 1. So stick around. We might see a few more through the day.
Yeah, we may do just exactly that. So at the moment, the cars are mostly on the other side of the circuit. Just watch this RX-8 coming across the line. Of course, we've got the Mustang going up through turn 4 of Laurie Whittam. Laurie Whittam's a guy who's been around the circuit for very many years. Started racing in a sports sedan A9X Tirana V8 many years ago. Talking about the mid-1980s. And Laurie's raced all sorts of things up here. Lots of Mazda RX-7s and a Mazda MX-5.
Yep.
And all sorts of things that Laurie has raced up here over the years. And his latest mount is the Ford Mustang. So hopefully he's going to be able to get that car sorted and get towards the front of this field pretty quickly, because he's got a lot of experience.
Gee, Fisher's not letting Matthew Holt drive away in the Commodore. He's just maintaining that gap between himself, and I just see there's a whisper of smoke coming out of the back of the Holt Commodore. And it looks like it's getting worse too. Oh, there's a big puff there. So we'll keep an eye on this on our live stream as they go down in towards turn number 6. And you can see there's a big lot of smoke coming out of the back of that Commodore now. So something failing on Matthew Holt's car with under 1 minute. We've got 2 laps to go here.
I hope it's something as small as a slightly deflating tyre or something that's starting to rub on a guard or something like that. There's not much coming out as he's in a straight line. It seems to be... Yeah, I don't know. Let's have a look a bit closer as he comes across the line here and see what that looks like.
Does look like it's stopped now, but it was quite significant going down into turn number 6.
And he's coming under.
And there it is.
Now. Yeah, coming under 5 from car 44 of Fisher as well. So
looks like
so
that
Ryan
right
Fisher,
rear.
Yeah, Ryan Fisher looking like he's starting to get on the back of him. Yeah, it does look like the right rear, and I wonder if it is something that's just rubbing on a guard. Doesn't look like. Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Doesn't look like blue. It's slowing the car down.
Yeah, it doesn't look like blue smoke. It looks more like grey, sort of like coloured smoke. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether or not that's just something rubbing on the car.
And whether he can hang on. We're down to 5 seconds remaining, so they will get the last lap board this time through. And our leader doing it quite well out there. And he's really backed it down now. is Chris Lillis in the Camaro, car number 64 for Cachet Homes. And then we have Matthew Holt in the Commodore, and it looks like it may be game over for Matthew Holt. He's allowed Fisher to drive around the outside and takes over second place now in the the BMW, and really blocks his line, so Matthew Holt couldn't fight back. Look at the power of that BMW. Once he put his foot down, car 44 just drove away from the V8 Commodore.
Yeah, yep. So good old V8 German power behind that car. It's an M2, so plenty of grunt in those M2s. They're very nice little cars.
It'd be
actually
a fairly heavy car, wouldn't it? It'd probably comparable with the Commodore in front, behind it.
No, I don't know that it'd be that heavy. I had a I wish I had an M3. I had a 3 Series BMW of the same era, and that was only 1,400 kilos. So you'd have to think that Commodore would have to be around 1,400 to 1,500. So I think it'd be a bit lighter than the Commodore.
Our leader, Chris Lillis for Cachet Homes in the Camaro. Looks like it's going to be a win on debut and a track record as well. As you can see, the sky looking a bit threatening over there in the west. And we'll stick our head out the door in a minute and give you a weather update as to what's happening. But out of to the main straight for the last time is Chris Lillis, and really backed it down, a 106. But he did go under the lap record with a 62.9. And Fisher in car number 44 takes out second place. He also went under the race record with a 63.31. And then Matthew Holt, Brent Peters just coming across the line now in fourth place. Damon Croxon will be next. And then Laurie Whitome and Edwards has already finished. Wow, what a way to open up racing here at carco.com.au Raceway. 2 drivers under the race record in race number 1, and there's lots more to come where that came from. The Saloon cars, they will be next out on the circuit in a big field for Right Way Industrial. And as we saw in qualifying, it was Gary Hills and Jackson Callow.
Yeah, it certainly was, and that's the way they're going to line up, and it's a very strong field of Saloon cars, and we're going to be seeing some great racing right the way through the field for these guys, and they're very, very close in their times in qualifying as well, so something to really look forward to in the next few minutes.
Don't forget to wrap up the racing year at the Cool Down Lap, November the 8th here at Carco Raceway. Your tickets at wascc.com.au Cool Down Lap. Lots of family fun, food and drink. There's all of our awards, of course. We've got some live music. There's stuff to do for the kids, and most importantly for the adults, there is free bus transport from Clarkson Station to Carco Raceway and then returning to Clarkson Station at the conclusion of the event. At the officials, we're going to be acknowledging all of our officials, and this being the FIA Volunteer Month all around the world. We must thank all of our volunteers here at carco.com.au Raceway. Thanks for giving up your time, because this race meeting couldn't go ahead without you, and as we've already seen, it's already started off to be a ripper of a race meeting. We're going to take a very short break here at carco.com.au Raceway. Our Saloon cars will be next out on the circuit very, very shortly.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. Get your drift on with Drift West. Regular practice events plus drift battle events. Visit wascc.com.au/Drift West for more details.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the Cool Down Lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and a hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the Cool Down Lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
Saloon Cars Racing, proudly presented by Right Way Industrial, Bailey Brewing Company, Fox Roofing WA, Adrenaline Performance and Fabrication, Word of Mouth Signs, and Auto One Morley.
Our saloon cars heading out onto the circuit, and it gives us a bit of an opportunity to have a look at our championship points. Adam Koberstein on 225 from Reg Ralph on 186, but only 6 points back is Jack Parham. So that is game on in between first and fourth place for the Pro-Ams. If we have a look at our Pro category, it's even closer. 232 to Jackson Callow, and that's what's 22 points back to Gary Hills, and then Rob Marcon, and you can throw in Tyson Sadler in that group as well. So that one will be decided between the top 5. 75 points on offer here this weekend, particularly for the saloon cars today. So our winner will probably be coming later on in the afternoon. It'll be more predominant who will take this one out. We've got a grid coming up with, you're going to see car number 82 of Robbie Marcon actually stole pole position. Chris Nisi on P2 in car 5. Then Gary Hills and Jackson Callow. Brett Sheriff making a step up from XLs to saloon cars. Dylan Barr, car number 70, son of Greg Barr. And then we have Reg Ralph, Vince Chiella, Tyson Sadler, Brock Ralph, Adam Koberstein, Daniel Karukin, Justin Chaffee, Parham in 97. Ken Power making a return. First race meeting back since August for Ken. And Peter Dybel, Terry De Silva, Anthony Martin, and Warren Ellis brings up the field. And I believe our onboard camera looks like that is car number 97 of Jack Parham. So we should be able to get some good views. He's going to be starting about 3/4 of the way down the grid. So it'll be nice and busy out the front of his car.
Yep, youngest guy in the field as well as Jack. He's only around 17 years old. So it's going to be a lot of fun watching out of his window as he tries to make his way through the field of saloon cars, and an enormous field of saloon cars. At the moment, they're all still right the way back there in turn 7 waiting to be gridded up, while our pole position sitter of Marcon and Nifsey down there in row 1 are sitting waiting for the green flag and the red light. So still lining up at the back of the field in the Lansvale Smash Repairs liveried Commodore back there on the back of the grid. That would be the car, I think, of Alice.
Warren Ellis, yep.
Yep. So green flag waves, and we'll wait for the red light to come on. And, of course, when that extinguishes, we'll be racing. So
good field of cars, and Neefsey. 2 Falcons on the front row. It's a very even start as they get away. Gary Hills going neck and neck with, young Callow. And the sleeper on the line was Dylan Barr. He's lost 2 or 3 positions going down into turn number 1 for the first time.
Yeah, he has, but it's all Rob Mark on the front of the field. He's already got 3 or 4 car lengths at the moment over Nifsey, and then it's side by side across the
Five cars involved in that one, and there were some big hits in there.
Yeah, Alice up the back of Martin there. So
look at that.
Yeah, so that's a real shame for those guys. So
we've got the onboard camera. So we've got Daniel Karukin there, Anthony Martin, the car you were just talking about, Ellis, and Jack Parham over there, and there is another car. Looks like we've got 5 cars involved in that one, and red flags will come out very, very shortly. I would suggest they're going to block the racetrack over there.
Yep, so they've got the safety car out at the moment, so they will be able to get the safety car through single file past that. So, but yeah, they're going to have a lot of vehicles over there trying to get those cars.
Oh, there's Dylan Barr as well, so there's a 6th one involved as well. And not the ideal start to race number 1 for our saloon cars, our Pro category, the later model ones, and then the Pro-Am for the early, the VN and the EAs.
Yeah, and unfortunately it was a lot of the guys who were towards the rear of the field who came upon that spinner, which I think might have been Dylan Barr initially who spun. I'm not 100% sure, but nonetheless they all tried to check up, and some of the guys at the back weren't able to do that, and then we've ended up with a bit of a nose to tail.
There we go.
A couple of angles on
for
replay
our
coming up.
Live stream viewers, you'll be able to see our replay thanks to Turn 7 Media. And let's have a real good look here as what happened on the entry into turn number 4. So there is our leaders with Robbie Marcon and Chris Nisi. And then it all started to unfold further back. So That's Dylan Barr in the white car, but then just slightly out of shot was the main collisions. So hopefully on our second of our replays, we'll be able to see what's happened there.
It's a pretty hard
Here we
hit.
go, on board with Jack Parham. And there's just a big brake lock up in front. That's Daniel Karukin right in front. And Daniel hits in, Jack goes in as well. And then, it's Vince Chiella from the southwest of Western Australia. And then as you see Dylan Barr over there on the right-hand side just coming to a rest.
Yeah, so a lot of damage to Warren Ellis's car, I noticed at the back there, and there will be a lot of damage at the back also of the Martin car, because that's the car that he collected. So that was the biggest hit, was the one that the Lansvale Smash Repair livery's car of Warren Ellis going into the back of Andrew Martin. So
red flag now. So we've gone from safety car conditions to red flag. This is going to take quite considerable amount of time to clean up, folks. So we might take a break, and our live stream customers can have a look at some footage provided by Turn 7 Media for us here at Carco Raceway. Please bear with us. It's going to take a little while to get through this little mess with 6 cars having to be recovered. So we will take a break. We'll be back as fast as we can. We've already got our hard-working officials already on the JOB in turn number 4. We'll be back very shortly here at carco.com.au Raceway.
Sporting Car Club Championship proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets. WA Sporting Car Club's introductory events, supported by Electrical Group Training, are the perfect way to get on track at Carco Raceway. Start off with a come and try day and progress from there. Get started today by visiting wascc.com.au/start line for more details.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group Training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
Get your drift on with Drift West. Regular practice events plus drift battle events. Visit wascc.com.au/Drift West for more details. This broadcast supported by Turn 7 Media. Streamer. Real human photos. Unlabeled photography. Top Step Designs. And New Start Finance Group. Interested in competitive motorsport but not quite wanting to go door-to-door racing? The Tarmac Sports Series features events such as Hill Climb, Time Attack, Point to Point and Time Challenge. Find out more at wascc.com.au/Tarmac Sports.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the Cool Down Lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the Cool Down Lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
WA Sporting Car Club Championship proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the categories racing, results and upcoming rounds plus more, visit wascc.com.au/championship.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the Cool Down Lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display and a hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the Cool Down Lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
FSR Racing proudly presented by Radical Australia West, Arise Racing and Perth Motorsport Tyres.
And we're back to carco.com.au Raceway for our live stream viewers. Here's what it was like on board Jack Parham. You can see getting in the front and then somebody else colliding into the back of that car as he broadsided Vince Chiella there as well. A big accident there for race number 1 for our saloon cars here this morning. And we're going to move straight on to our FSRs. These guys waiting down in the pits. Bryce Moore on 225. Chris Reindler on 211. Stuart Burns on 181. Andrew Eldridge on 156. And Jay Wong round out our top 5. So we've had a fair few drivers turn over through the FSR category this year. And
yeah, we certainly have, and not so many of them here this weekend. We've already mentioned during our qualifying to our local spectators here that it's a fairly small field of FSRs, but they were pretty close in qualifying, and I think we can look forward to some good racing during the events.
Yeah, certainly, with Bryce Moore top qualifying over his best mate Chris Reindler in car number 28. Then we have Baxter, a newcomer to FSR, and that's a bit of a surprise package there, Rob, on the second row alongside car number 60 of Andrew Eldridge. Then we have Jay Wong, car number 33 with Mercer in car 78. Then Jackson in 35, who actually came into the pits during the latter half of qualifying this morning. And they're rounding out the field is car number 54 of Connor.
Yeah, I've got to be honest, David Baxter did an outstanding job in qualifying to get that car up into 3rd position, and that was really, really good effort for him to do it as we watch the starting grid once again on the screen.
Well, just while we've got a couple of seconds, Rob, let's just go back to our saloon cars because that will be void as far as race points. So instead of 75 points on offer, we're now down to 50 points on offer, and there were 5 cars that we saw involved in that were Andrew Martin, Jack Parham, Warren Ellis, Daniel Karukin and Vince Chiella. Now, Vince was running in 4th place in the championship, and he looks like he'll be out for the day. Daniel Karukin was down in about 7th or 8th, so he sustained damage in that one as well. He's probably not up there as far as a contender, but if we have a look over on the Pro-Am, the older cars, Adam Koberstein on 225, Andrew Martin was involved in that, and he's got significant front and rear damage. He was sitting on 163. Craig James on 159. He's not here, but Jack Parham in 4th place. And he actually, that's 3rd place on 100. Oh, sorry, they mixed this up a bit. But Reg Ralph, he now looks like he could jump up and actually do some damage as far as the championship points.
One of the big things as a result of that, though, is Rob Marcon in 3rd place of the pro category. There's now only 50 points on offer, so that puts him out of being able to win the championship because he's about 51 points, I think, behind. So he's not going to be able to win the championship now as a result of there being less points on offer.
You would need Jackson Callow and Gary Hills both to fail to start these next 2 races, which...
But even then, he's on 179 and Jackson Callow's got 232, which is more than 50 points, so he still wouldn't be able to win the championship.
He wouldn't. So
unfortunately for for Rob Marcon, that's the best he can do is a second place now.
Yeah, that's on third place behind Gary Hills.
No,
210?
Yeah, but he'd be able to get over the top of Hills if Hills didn't start. So there's still not 50 points
yep.
between those two guys. So, yeah, he could still jump up into second, but he couldn't win the championship from third place that he is in now. So so that's going to be between Hills and Callow for the Pro Series now.
Well, when we go and have a look at our Radicals, the SR3s, there's only 14 points separating Bryce Moore and Chris Reindler, and then we go back 30 points to Stuart Burns, and I don't think Stuart's here this weekend. So Andrew Eldridge on 156, he could possibly jump up and snatch third place away from Stuart Burns. So there's lots to play out as our weekend unfolds here at carco.com.au Raceway. Great to see so many spectators here nice and early on a Saturday. Hope you're enjoying the sunshine out there. I don't think we're going to receive any more rain. Racetrack is in tip-top condition. We've already seen two guys go under the existing race record in our first race of the morning. So bodes well, mate, for a good weekend of racing, some fast and close racing.
Yeah, it certainly does. I'm looking forward to this FSR because I think that Bryce Moore and Chris Reindler could also get close to the lap record. They were only about 5 or 6 tenths away in qualifying, and that was on a fairly green track after a bit of rain earlier on in the week. So I think that once the rubber gets down a bit more, I think that they could be looking at toppling that off. Stewie Burns is out there with his IPC hat on, I believe, today, out in the back of the paddock area, walking around getting signatures for IPC. So that's why he's probably not out there at the moment in the FSRs.
For our live stream customers, this is our go-kart track, which is located just to the east of carco.com.au racetrack. And wow, haven't we seen so many people graduate from that little track there next door, and then they come over and they make the move up into full-blown circuit racing.
Yeah, magnificent little track. Lots of fun when you get on that track. It's quite a long track when you go on there, long section, and lots of good corners and stuff. Really good fun.
Yeah, so I used to race with Steve McGregor. There are quite a few people that I used to race with down there at that particular go-kart track have now made the move up into circuit racing, and having a great time. And that's the natural progression, as we were talking about earlier. Seb Tander and his sister, they look like
Scarlett.
They will be making the move very, very shortly. Seb's only been racing go-karts for probably the last 18 months and already starting to have a look at Formula Ford over here in Western Australia.
Get your licence at 14 now, I believe, so
yes,
he can't be far off
He can't be far off it, yep.
So keep your eye out for Seb and for Scarlett. They're both pretty good drivers, and they've certainly got a good father for a mentor, and pretty good mother too, for that matter, for a mentor as well.
Yes, yeah, with Leanne.
Yep.
And it's good to see, like we were talking about the second generations coming through, and how it's born in the blood, isn't it? Your ability with motorsport, you can either learn it, or you're born into you.
It's an illness.
Yeah, an illness.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's an illness
that's passed down through the family.
It's contracted very early on in your life, and once you've got it, you can never cure it. So yeah, I mean, speaking from experience there, unfortunately, growing up around race cars, and you never get it out of your system ever.
No.
But I tell you what, it's a pretty good illness to have.
Yeah, it certainly is, and there's such a wide range of disciplines these days. Like at Carco here, we've got 10 or 12 different categories that run up here, and then you can go and have a look on the eastern states. They have different categories that run over there with a Porsche 944 dedicated series.
Yeah, isn't that a great little series? I watched a bit of that from Sandown, from the New South Wales series, and and they were also at Phillip Island recently. In fact, one of their races was red flagged and didn't restart because of an incident, but thankfully the driver ended up being okay. But yeah, that's a very competitive series, is that 944 series.
And then you've got the MX5 series also over in the eastern states as well. Typically because they just have the numbers. We could run a category here, but we'd have 5 or 6 cars.
Well, if the MX5 Car Club of Western Australia got involved, we'd have more than that, because they run lots of series and stuff, but they don't do outright racing, unfortunately.
No.
And it's always, as someone who's always been I guess a competitor in MX5s, it's always absolutely astounded me that the most popular sports car ever built in the world has not got a one-make series here in Western Australia. And in fact, there's only ever been 3 people who have raced them here. And that's myself and Bevan Anderson and Laurie Whittam. And there is a 4th person who raced it as well, which is Adrian Lewis. But other than that, no one's ever raced them.
Yeah.
And they are the cheapest, easiest car to build, and they go like stink.
Okay. All right, so we're hearing on our ears there is still a little bit of a delay happening out here on the circuit. That's why we haven't seen the cars leave pit lane at the moment. So unfortunately for all of our FSR guys, they're sitting down there in full race suits and helmets, and they'll be getting fairly warm under the collar right now. So
that was Ian Lewis, by the way, not Adrian Lewis, who used to race the MX-5 many, many years ago. But yeah, you're absolutely dead right. They'd be down there getting roasted at the moment. So it's a pity they haven't got some of their pit crew with umbrellas to hold over the top of them, because open cars with triple layer suits and helmets and balaclavas and all the rest of it, they'll be getting very warm.
And another one of our trophy races on offer this weekend, and you'll be competing in this one tomorrow, mate. And the best of luck for you, because I'd really love to see you get your name on this one, the Rob Janney Memorial Trophy. And Rob, unfortunately, we lost a couple of years ago, way too early. A great worker, and he just about held every position possible up here at Carco Raceway. We'll come back to talking about Rob Janney very, very shortly. We're going to throw down to Jamie McCanty down there in the pit area. He's got somebody to have a bit of a chat to. We'll just wait and see where Jamie is located around the paddock area here.
Good morning and welcome to Pit Lane for the WA Sporting Car Club Championship. Round 6, final round. We are here with Ken Power. Now, Ken, that was quite a race that we just had. How were you in that pack?
I feel like I was very fortunate to get away with it. I was on the back of that pack, and there was a few cars behind me that got involved in it. I was lucky that I zagged instead of zigged and went the right direction and was able to drive around it. Very lucky, very lucky.
Ken, how did the track feel out there? I know we've had a bit of rain this morning, but I don't think it's been that wet. So why do you think the accident occurred on that bend?
I'm not too sure. I just saw a car ahead of me. I don't know whether he got tagged or touched, or it wasn't slippery. I felt pretty good. Had a lot of grip coming off the go line. And
so for the cars that were left over on the track, I mean, how did you feel about the rest of the race, Ken?
Yeah, well, it wasn't much of a race, was it? But the track was, I felt the track was good. They had plenty of grip.
And how did the car feel on the track this morning? And this is the last day of weekend of championships and so forth. A big chance for you guys to go out there and test what the cars have been able to do all year and sort of like resolve the year with a good result. So how do you feel the car feels at the moment at this stage of the competition?
Oh, my car is, I don't do a lot to it. I just love getting out here and competing. I'm not fussed with them at the front, at the back or wherever. But the car handles really well. It's got good horsepower. And yeah, just really enjoy it.
And what made you get into racing the saloon cars in the first place?
My son and I, we raced go-karts for probably 8-9 years down at Tiger Car Club down the bottom of the hill. And as when time went on, things changed, and I've always wanted to get behind the wheel of a car. So 2 or 3 years ago, whatever it was, I said to the wife, let's get rid of all the go-karts and we'll replace it with a Commodore.
And who's behind the team and the support? Is your son part of that as well?
Oh, yeah. Normally I've got all the family and the following here, but they're all got different things on this weekend. Kyle's always here helping me out, and his mates as well, and great following with the wife. Yeah.
Well, Ken, I've got to say to you that, really with the team is one thing, but you've got a great amount of sponsorship support as well. So would you like to give your sponsors a big plug?
All the sponsors, well, K&D Car Care, well, that's my business. Power Driving Academy, that's my wife's driving school. The windscreen guy, Chris, he helps us out with windscreen when we need them. That's really great.
Brewing Company?
The Bailey Brewing Company, yeah, it's good to go down there and have a few shandies down there.
It's a fantastic venue,
great venue, yeah. Bailey Brewing, yep. Bridgestone tyres, they're always giving us the good tyres, yep.
Right. And how'd you feel you were in this year, mate? How'd you feel your standard was across the year? You're pretty competitive in every race.
Look, I've only done 4 race meetings. This is the 5th. I don't get to race all of them. I just come out here to have fun, and if the car goes well and if I steer it well, then, hey, happy days. Yeah. I was fortunate a couple of race meets ago to have a podium, which was really exciting. It's good to do. So, hopefully we can move forward a little bit today, but unfortunate with 6 cars being taken out, that's not very good.
Ken, you've got 2 more races to go for the day, so I wish you luck. I hope it goes really well. I hope it's safe driving as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But make sure you push it, mate. Make sure you push it. Give it a bit of edge.
I will. Thanks very much.
Thanks
Cheers.
for your time, Ken. Really appreciate it.
Appreciate it, mate. Thank you very much.
Listen, we're down here at the pits, and obviously the races have all completed, so we're just going to go for a bit of a wander and show you a bit of the activity that's happening around this raceway.
What actually happens behind the scenes and off from the track? There's a lot of hustle and bustle down here.
Absolutely right. To keep these cars on the track is exactly what's required. So at the moment we're seeing a bit of a tweak on the tyres here at from Sadler with one of his sedans.
Getting ready.
Pretty bashed up, so obviously they had a fair bit of action on the track with that accident, obviously. So obviously instant repairs.
Driver from car 51, low car, please come to the race office. Thank you.
So, hello.
Hey mate, how are you?
Yeah, good.
Well, great to have you on here. Tell me, what happened in the accident? Any sort of scope on what actually caused the 5-car pile-up on the track?
No, it looks like there was a bit of, from what we saw, a bit of smoke. So somebody's pinched a wheel going into the corner, and obviously everybody reacts behind. And there was a bit of bumper to bumper there. Young Tyson Sadler here got a hit in the left-hand front wheel, and it's bent the rim and tie rod end and buggered a brand new rack that I've just put in. So we'll have to go get another one. But luck of the Irish.
Is it the end of racing for you today?
No,
Are you going to be able to get the car back on the track?
We've actually just luckily we undid some bolts and a few things popped back, so that was good. But we made a few adjustments, and it looks like we're going to survive for the rest of the day.
A couple of the other cars didn't go so well, did they? They're not going to fare so well. We probably won't see them for the rest of the day, will we?
No, unfortunately, and we were competing pretty hard with Vinny Sciarella. We really Tyson likes racing against him, and we were hoping to compete on the track all day, but it looks like his car's pretty badly damaged.
Look forward to 2026 on that one.
Yeah, next year for Vinny.
Does something like this then change the strategy that you had going in for today?
Well, today's strategy really was to survive. It's the last round of the year. We didn't want to break anything. We're on last set of brakes and last set of tyres and that for the year. So it was a matter of just go in and not break anything. But a bit disappointing in Heat 1 to have some damage. But we've adjusted it as best as can be, and now he needs to adapt and overcome.
With the pile-up on that turn, was there any oil or any coolant left on the track, or has it all been cleared away? There was no liquid on the track at all?
I don't know. I haven't seen. I've looked at the video footage. It looked like there was maybe a bit of coolant, but as far as I know, there's nothing too major.
Wish you luck, mate. Hope you get back on the track and have a good afternoon of racing, whatever transpires anyway. All right? Yeah, thanks for your time. Appreciate it very much.
Thanks a lot.
All right, we'll keep wandering up here and sort of see some of the activity that's happening over towards the main office area, the main administration area of Carco Raceway.
And there
seems to be plenty of activity going in and prepping the cars for today's racing. Yeah.
Keep coming, following us. So what we've got some drifting coming up this afternoon. We've got a bit of a demonstration at lunchtime, and I believe we have a bit of a special guest. Nikki from Travelling with the Tremaines will be taking in the passenger's seat to show us how much fun she's going to have.
Well, you've had some pretty recent experience with drifting as well. And I know for a fact that, albeit the fact you look pretty cool when you sort of got in the car, but when you're actually in the midst of drifting, there was a lot of energy that was coming off your face. I mean, a lot of excitement.
There was. It's very
I'd probably
thrilling.
Call it fear, to be honest with you, Melza. Absolutely call it fear.
Just maybe a little, but you know
it was
what?
Great. It was great watching your reactions on camera.
It got me out of my comfort zone, and that was fantastic. So we've got a few more cars. So this is another side of pit lane. More cars, more categories here that we will see take to the field a little bit later on today.
And it's great to see that a lot of the public have come down early today to sort of experience some of the racing now the weather's fined up. So it's a beautiful, comfortable area, great grassed area, lots of kids, lots of families. which is great to see. And of course, this is going to happen all weekend because really the weather's been that great. People will be encouraged to come out to Carco Raceway and experience the championship racing today.
That's exactly it. And they can come out for the remainder of today and tomorrow. And I believe we're going to see a little bit more racing now because, Vaughan, it's back to you.
Thanks.
Okay, so only a couple of more minutes left now before we're going to see these FSR cars out on the field for the first of their events this afternoon. Just watching some of the vehicles making their way, some of the support vehicles making their way back into the infield as well. And we're going to be live with our FSRs fairly shortly. And as we've already mentioned, Bryce Moore on pole position from Chris Reindler, and that's a very close competition, Vaughan.
It certainly is, mate. And just having a look at the current lap record, it's a 54.63, set back in 2019 by Aaron Love, who has since gone on to race Dunlop Super 2 and a lot of GT racing as well, part of the Love family. Of course, his brother Jordan racing the GT3s last year, and it looks like he may be making a return to Australia for the new GT4 competition as well.
Of course, Aaron Love doing the first couple of rounds of the Repco Supercars in the main game earlier on this season as well. But yeah, so a long-standing family of again, second-generation drivers. Their father, Ian Love, who won the Wanneroo 300 up here one year, I think about 1989, in an ex-V8. An ex-Australian Touring Car Championship, Brock Commodore, I think it was. So a long family lineage of motorsport competition in the Love family as well.
That was the bright yellow one.
His was that year. It was the white one. It was white and black that year. The yellow one that he had was a VN Commodore. This was a VL Commodore. So it was an earlier model one from the days of Group A.
Yep. All right, let's have a look at our grid positions as the 1 minute siren sounds here at Carco Raceway. On pole, Bryce Moore from Chris Reindler, then Baxter, Andrew Eldridge, Jay Wong, Mercer, and then Jackson and Andrew O'Connor. A small but very, very competitive field. These two will probably see Moore and Reindler skip away early, but the battle is going to be on between Baxter, Eldridge, Wong and Mercer.
Yeah, and look, I wouldn't put I wouldn't put Cohen Jackson out of that either. He's a real young charger, that one. And he's got youth on his side for sure. And I think that he's going to be seeing a bit of the red mist when the lights go out. And I think that he might be making his way into that group that you were just mentioning there as well, to bring it into 5 cars that are running in that mid-pack. So the car's now got the green light and the green flag in the end of the pit lane, and they're heading out onto the circuit. And this will also be a 12-minute plus 1 lap event.
Now, these guys also have a Masters competition as well with amongst their own ranks. And that would be getting sorted out between Andrew Eldridge and Brad Russell over this weekend as well. And doesn't look like Brad Russell is here, so I would say that the Masters trophy for 2025 is fairly safe with Andrew Eldridge at the moment.
Yeah, I'd say so. And Andrew, extremely experienced in this category now. He must have been running this for 6 or 7 years now. So he's been on in FSRs for quite a long time as Andrew Eldridge. Just looking,
Stuart Burns currently in 3rd place, but not here today. So Andrew Eldridge, Jay Wong and possibly Cohen Jackson are going to leapfrog Stuart Burns and fight it out for 3rd place.
Yeah, yep. So that's going to be very interesting to see as the day unfolds as well. I think other than the great battles we're going to see, as we've already mentioned, one of the big things in this is going to be to see how close they can get to that lap record of 54.63 seconds.
Yeah, there's a little bit more sunshine out on the circuit at the moment. We really want those clouds to close in again like that was earlier on this morning. But on the good news, no rain. That's good.
And the other thing is also how slippery is turn 4 after that incident earlier today as well, because there was definitely something put down on that track. It's had a bit of time to dry out though. So 2 warm-up laps for these guys, and then they'll do a rolling start in double Indian file.
A lot more nicer towards the drivetrain on these cars. They used to be gear driven, like chain and sprocket driven. I'm not sure whether that's still the case with these cars.
Not 100% sure, to be honest. I would suspect they probably are, because they're all motorcycle engined.
Yeah. A great way to get some tuition too is by using one of these radicals, because they are capable of having 2 people on board with an onboard communication system. So you can have your tutor in the passenger seat and you drive, and you're being instructed as to how to drive, when to put the brakes on, when to apply the throttle, and great schooling tools are these. And you can get in touch with the people up there at Arise and start your motorsport career here at carco.com.au Raceway, like so many people have. There's a lot of people that have come through this FSR category.
Yeah, there is. There absolutely is. And the the Arise people do an outstanding job up here during the week with a lot of tuition with these cars. And as you mentioned, they're excellent cars to do tuition in. Good cars to scare people as well.
Yeah, because they don't hang around. A 54.6 is probably an average speed of about 180. That's an average.
Well, you're looking at supercar times, aren't you? So they're not hanging around, that's for sure. As they come down beautifully lined up, ready for the start.
These guys are probably the best starters of these double Indian files. We see the HQs give it a go every now and again. They're spread out like Brown's cows. But these guys really right into the gearbox of the car in front. It's Bryce Moore in car number 8 on pole position, alongside him Chris Reindler. Watch for these two to scoot away from the rest of the field as 78 of Mercer tries to look for a run up the inside. I thought they were going to go 3 wide then down into turn number 1. Reindler trying to go around the outside, but that's not going to work. Bryce Moore now accelerates out of turn number 2, 3 and up into 4.
Yep, absolutely. So a nice clean start from these guys, but look at how the front 2 are starting to pull away already, and we're looking at those 2 having a good battle. But then further back also, we've got Baxter and Eldridge and Wong and Mercer, and we're looking for those guys to put on a good show for us as well.
Up and over the top of the hill and down into Con's Corner for the first time, and they are very strung out now. There's no moves happening on down there into turn number 6 at all. There's our leader starting to drive away from Chris Reindler, but we've seen that Chris's car takes 1 or 2 laps to come on, and then he'll be right into the gearbox of Bryce Moore as they come up and over the hill and down into turn number 7 for the first time. It is Bryce Moore, your leader, in car number 8 from 28 of Chris Reindler.
Great battle a little bit further back between 78 of Troy Mercer, and behind him he's got Jay Wong. He's got Baxter in car number 11, David Baxter, right on his tail, and was looking really, really like he wanted to try to make a move down in turn 7. He slipped back just a little bit now and is actually starting to come into the clutches of Jay Wong. Yeah,
Jay Wong in 33, who's made some position up in the first lap as a 24.53. So Bryce Moore, fast man across the top of the hill on this one, and this will be the first of their flying laps.
Yeah, have a look at Wong. He's trying to get down the inside here of Baxter. I think he may have done it.
Side by side there. No,
he's actually slipped back a little bit. So a bit of grip there on the outside of the circuit, and that's helped Baxter to pull that position back. Now let's see if he can get onto the tail once again down here into turn 7 of Mercer. And he's not quite as close this time, but as we mentioned, great battle back there further in the field.
We start to see this little gap, probably 3 car lengths in between each of the runners as they head down into turn number 1. They start to get into that disturbed air from the car in front, and it makes the car behind develop a little bit of understeer, and then of course you fall back out of that disturbed air. You're allowed to get some front grip and you move forward again, but then you get to, it's almost like an invisible gate that you can get up so far and then you just can't go any further because of this disturbed air.
Yeah, I think you're dead right there. Although at the moment Reindler does have the fastest lap of the race on their last lap, and he was around about 4 hundredths faster, so he didn't really make that much of a gain. But at the moment they're sort of like swapping the fastest laps as they come down into turn 7 once more for the completion of their 3rd lap.
Oh, Mercer and Baxter. It's Mercer in 78, but he's got Baxter all over the back of him, and Jay Wong knocking on the back door of car number 11 as they exit turn number 7. And starting to get very defensive now is Troy Mercer in car number 78 from Baxter and Wong, who are side by side on the entry into turn number 1.
Yeah, Baxter just clipped his left-hand rear wheel on the curb in turn 7 then, and got a little bit off balance coming out of the corner, and that allowed for Wong to be able to get close to him as they headed down into turn 1. But yeah, that's where the battle of the race is at the moment as Wong once again gets right on the tail of Baxter there as they head up over turn 4.
Just about went into the back of Baxter, and again he's now closed it up to 1.5 car lengths as they crest the hill and drop down in towards turn number 6. Nothing that Jay Wong can do from back there. He's actually had to get off the gas a little bit earlier compared to car number 11, who is all over the back of Baxter.
Yeah, he's got a run on him this time. I would see that he's going to get a run down into turn 7 this time and maybe take that position as there are underbrakes down there, and he's trying very hard to do that, and he has done that. They're going to come together, and that forces Mercer wide. So Mercer's gone wide. Baxter's got down the inside. Mercer recovers and takes that position back off him again.
Up the inside,
Jay Wong. Look at Jay Wong down the outside as well, and he's not going to get a move on around the outside of there. So the position stays status quo as it is at the moment on lap 5.
Getting very racy out there now with Mercer in 78, Baxter in 11 and Jay Wong, and they are all over the gearboxes of each other as they head through turn number 4 and up and over the top of the hill. And Jay Wong again looking for an outside pass, then swaps to the inside on the way out of turn number 5. That should give him a good run down into 6.
Yeah, and onto the sawtooth curb also on the it was Baxter on the exit there, but that doesn't seem to have upset him enough. He's right on the tail once again of Mercer as they come out of turn 6. All three of them, you can tie them together with a piece of string as they come out of turn 6 and over the top of the hill. Have a look at Wong this time as they come down towards turn 7. He looks like he's in the best position to make a move. However, it's right on the back of Mercer as Baxter just about taps him once again, comes out a little slowly out of the corner. That's going to open up the opportunity once again for Wong. He's going to slip to the inside as they head down to turn 1, and he's going to take that position off him, I think, this time down into turn 1.
Baxter
gets the gates closed in front of him.
Cut his nose off big time, did Baxter on Wong as they exit turn number 1 and 2. And again, side by side, a big run from Jay Wong under brakes there into turn number 4.
Jay Wong's whole attitude of his car's got the attitude of someone who's getting a little frustrated there, I think. So he just needs to take a breath and have a bit more of a think about where he's got the advantage over Baxter and make one move rather than trying to get his nose down every single corner. Surprised it hasn't drawn Connor and Jackson into this with these guys slowing themselves down a bit. Yep. Looking at the front of the field, we've still got low 56 second lap times.
Here we
happening.
go. The moves on here from Wong this time. Up and over the top of the hill. He's on driver's right of Baxter and out brakes. Although Baxter's going to try and run around the outside, it's not going to work. Jay Wong, great drive, takes another position. Now, what can he do about Mercer in 78?
Yeah, I think he'll get onto his tail pretty quickly, and look at that, he's right on his tail just about already. Mercer did have one half of a breath that he managed to pull away from those guys while they were battling. Also, further back there in the field, we've got Connor and Jackson all over each other as well, and that's a good little battle happening there. I was just about to mention, nothing much happening at the front of the field at the moment. They're in the low 56s, but they're mirroring each other's lap times. So at the moment, those guys, the gap between them staying pretty much neutral.
Now, this is where the race is, these 5 cars here. Mercer and Wong and Baxter, and then we go back about 20 metres or so, and a great battle happening with Connor and Jackson. 8 cars out there on the circuit, but it feels like 38 cars.
It does.
There's
indeed.
a fair bit of action. Here comes Baxter with a run up the inside of Jay Wong as they crest the hill. They're side by side. Baxter in the black car down the inside. Wong in the orange and blue car just out brakes Baxter. And getting very, very close and very racy are these guys.
Yeah, and ever so slowly is Connor and Jackson drawing onto the back now of Baxter. So it's going to be a 5-car battle within the next lap or so. We're around about 1 minute and 26 seconds away from the end of this, so we've probably got another 3 laps to go.
Mercer's just been taken out of the equation. He's just scored a 5-second penalty for gaining an advantage.
I don't know where that happened, but we'll have to chase that up after the event as we watch Mercer trying to get round the outside of Wong there on turn 5. That's a big move as he tries to get round the outside. He's not going to be able to do it. He's right out onto the sawtooth curb. That'll rattle his fillings out of his teeth. But once again, we look at Connor now starting to get onto the back of the black car of Baxter.
And Jackson looks like he's putting on a move here down on Connor in 54. And he has. He's gone past the 54. Of Connor. So Connor now finds himself in 8th place, and this has opened up a bit of a gap now for Mercer. Although saying that, under brakes, Jay Wong closes it up to win 1 car length. We're down to 34 seconds remaining in this one.
Yeah, Wong's definitely got the quicker car under him, but he just can't find a way at the moment around the outside. Wong, he's got the quicker car and he can't find his way around Mercer at the moment. So it looks like he's going to be stuck in that position. They'll be getting the last lap board this time past the start-finishing line. So here comes our race leader over the top of the hill now. It's Bryce Moore in car number 8. Haven't mentioned Eldridge is in a strong third position as well. He's had a fairly lonely run out there in this event so far.
He certainly has. He's got nobody in front of him and nobody behind him in this yellow car that's coming down in towards turn number 7. But this battle back there, and hopefully Jay's pit crew been on the cans to him and told him, don't worry about Mercer. He's got a 5-second penalty. Don't have to do anything stupid and risk the championship position as they head down into turn 7.
The trouble is with that is that he's now once again got Baxter right on his tail, so he can't take a breath with Mercer and just accept the position he's in, because otherwise he's going to be swallowed up once again by a big lock up down into turn 1. Manages to pull it up just in time.
Wow. Jay Wong really trying hard in this one, and has a run here up the outside into 4, and he's not going to be able to do it.
Jackson on their tail now, and they've left Connor well and truly behind now. So here comes our race leader over the top of the hill, and this will be for the final time. So absolutely dominant performance by Bryce Moore in car number 8, and he's our current state championship leader, I believe. So across the line he comes to take the checkered flag after 12 minutes for the first race for SFR, followed just over the line by Chris Reindler. Here comes Eldridge onto the pit straight. He's going to take third position in car number 60. And then we're waiting for this battle, and side by side over the top of the hill for the last time. He's going to get past Mercer down here into turn 7. Not that it's going to make a great deal of difference to his finishing position, as Mercer has that penalty, but they're going to come out line astern once again. Still a battle on back there a little bit for Baxter, but he doesn't quite manage to get over Mercer. So the way they finish is Jay Wong in 4th from Baxter, and then it'll be back, I think, to Jackson, and Mercer will be behind that in 7th place, and then it'll be Connor finishing in 8th.
And once we apply that 5-second penalty, I think that, unfortunately for car 78 of Mercy, he's going to finish last in this one. I suspect that he may have just finished in front of Connor, but he may actually not have. So, yeah, it's going to be close.
It's going to be a difficult conversation that he has once he gets back to the paddock area.
He certainly will. So Bryce Moore scores another 25 points for his championship. Chris Reindler scores 20 points. So it's still mathematically possible for Chris Reindler to take it up to Bryce Moore, should Bryce have a issue this afternoon. 2 more races coming up for FSR. Just having a look down into our pit area here to see what is coming up next. And it looks like it's going to be some street cars by the look of it.
Okay, so we're going to get a replay in a moment of the lock-up that happened earlier on in this. Yeah, of Jay Wong down into turn 1.
You can't see he didn't try. He was hard on the gas all the way through that race. And as you said, there was a time there in that race that you just thought, hang on, you need to calm down here, because it's you could just tell the car was starting to get a little bit erratic.
We've got another angle of this coming up as well, so really interesting to watch the Jay Wong. Yeah, no, look, you get into a situation sometimes in racing where you just start to get a frustration level rising, and you're trying to get past it every opportunity, and then what that does is it slows you down even further. So here's the other angle, and you can just see that nip of the tyre. It was really only just a quick nip and a lock-up, and didn't slow him down at all, and I very much doubt that's made too much of a mark on the tyre either.
Was that a front or a rear lock-up? I
think it may have been the front left, I think. Hard to tell. It was definitely one of either the front or the rear left.
For our live stream viewers, heading over to an advertisement. We'll be back very shortly here, thanks to Turn 7 Media and the West Australian Sporting Car Club here at Paddock.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group Training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
Street Cars Racing proudly presented by Pool Edge Systems Australia. WA GT Sports Sedans, Sports Cars and WA Muscle Cars are brought to you by ADH Golf and Utility Vehicles, Istor, Okie Dokie, Swan Towing and TA2 Racing.
Supercar alongside him, the Trans Am Camaro of Ron Moller in car 7. Second row will be Walter Eppel in the Porsche alongside Chris Pavey in car 247. Then Peter Kello in the R32 Nissan car 67 with Gary Utterson. Phil Krause out there in car number 81 and Mullet in 40, and that's a new name. Mullet?
Yeah, Robin Mullet out there in the Nissan Silvia, so good to see Robin out there having a debut in that car, so hopefully he will move forward as the race weekend goes along.
I didn't actually see him in qualifying, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't, I'll be honest with you and say that I don't remember seeing him, but it's not to say that he's not out there.
And it looks like we're going on board with him here in car number 40, so he will be wearing our live stream camera.
Yep.
Having a look from right in the centre of the car, looking straight out.
Let's hope he has a better go than what our last live stream camera car had in their saloon cars earlier on today.
What's this one? With our 3 categories combined now known as WA GT.
Yep, so they're doing a reasonable job of lining themselves up. Not too bad compared to the FSRs. They're actually doing a pretty good job, I think. So they'll have a rolling start as well. I think Ron Mollum needs to move forward just a little bit to give the guys behind the opportunity to also start line astern.
That's a pretty good start.
Not bad.
Back row was a bit lazy, but yeah, up the front, it's all Grant Hill down into turn number 1 for the first time. Ron Moller comes all defensive and blocks the run from Walter Eppel. Chris Pavey out wide. Then we have Kello in the Nissan. And look at Mullet. He's already grabbed 2 positions and he's going to try and run with, that'd be Peter Kello in 67.
Yeah, Peter Kello, yeah, and I'm really impressed there also with Pavey there around the outside in turn 1 there as well, and he held that position from Kello all the way around that corner, and that's not easy to do. That's a hard place to be on the outside as they make their way over the top of turn 4 down the old pit straight, and watching Krause at the moment in the little Volkswagen Polo, and yeah, he's having not having a good time. He's already been overtaken by Mullet, so he's back into the back of the field.
So as they head up and over the top of the hill, some 260 kilometres an hour, so about 50 metres per second as they come down the hill, and it's Ron Moller not giving in on taking this one out. He's right in under the rear wing of Grant Hill in the BF supercar. Then we go back a fair way now to Walter Eppel. The Porsche couldn't run with him. Is this one of our extended races? No, it's not. No, it's a 12-minute. These guys normally run 15-minute races, but only twice in the day, and they've now gone back to the sprint format for the last couple of race meetings, which is good because now we get to see them 3 times instead of twice.
Yeah, it gives them an opportunity to get a few more points up their belt under their belt as well. So talking about 40 or 50 metres a second, you're talking about an Olympic swimming pool every second that these guys are doing as they head down the back straight. They mentioned that yesterday in the supercar telecast as well, where the cars were actually going through that S-bend there at the back of the surface paradise, and they were in the air for about 40 metres. So they were in the air over the curbs for almost as long as an Olympic swimming pool.
Oh,
so,
Mullet's got a good run here on Peter Kello as they come up and over the top of the hill, but the R32 just has a little bit more horsepower and down into the braking area. The second hardest braking area in Australian motorsport besides Conrod Straight is Mullet. Oh, gets it all sideways on the exit of turn number 7 as well. You can see him hard on the steering wheel trying to correct that slide as he hits the inside apex curb. and got the car all unbalanced, and now he's dropped right off from Peter Callow. He was right in the boot lid as they came up and over the top of the hill, and you can see one little mistake and it's probably cost him 50 metres.
He clipped the curb on the inside, and that's something you don't want to do, particularly on these sort of tyres that they're running for street cars as well. You don't want to do that because you throw the car completely off balance and then you can't get the power down. And motorsport's all about trying to extend the length of the straights, and you do that by being clean through the corners and getting the power down early. So that's what he's going to have to learn to do if he's going to be making overtaking maneuvers on people like Callow, who's very experienced.
Well, look, he's right side by side with Callow now on the exit of turn number 6 as they start the big climb up and over the top of the hill. So that car of Mullet's, it's not lacking horsepower at all.
Grunt, hasn't it?
Because Peter Callow's car is very quick as well. And this is going to be a great Japanese battle here. The Nissan versus Nissan. The R32 Skyline versus the Nissan Silvia.
Yes, 13 Silvia, and he was much better out of the corner that time, so he definitely put that in the back of his mind for the next lap, and he actually managed to get a very, very good exit out of the corner then. So still probably about 10 car lengths between them as they head up into turn 4. But have a look under brakes. He pulls right up onto the back of Callow there. So I don't know if Callow's got a problem with his brakes or something, but yeah, he definitely looked like he threw the anchor out pretty early there. Fastest lap of the race so far, a 57.3 by Ronnie Moller on that last lap.
And he's all over the back of Grant Hill at the moment. In fact, they're side by side now as they come down the hill into turn number 7. Moller on the outside, Grant Hill on the inside. He'll go all defensive here and try and stop a run from Moller. And there's the big licorice strap out of the back of Grant Hill as he tries to get the car from the left-hand side of the race car track to the right-hand side, and that has blocked any run from Ron Moller, but Ron not giving up. Only 2 car lengths here, the difference between a full-blown V8 supercar and a Trans Am from America.
Yeah, and doing laps within the 10th of each other every lap at the moment. So so Moller's got to go back and have a bit of a think about where he can gain a little bit of room again and make that move all over again. He did try very hard to get the over and under out of turn 7, but that was covered by Hill, and that's where those licorice straps happened because he had the car slightly turning as he came out of the corner, and that lit up those back tyres. So brilliant little race at the front of the field. Here they come again over the top of the hill, and Moller's car just a bit quicker in a straight line and very good under brakes as well. Draws up right onto the back of car 88, and once again tries the over and under, and this time he's got the nose down the inside, and he's going to have the inside pass as they come down into turn 1. He's already taken the lead across the line, and new race leader Ron Moller in car number 7.
So whose tyres are going to hang in the longest? That's what it's going to come down to between these two. And typically we see the V8 supercar tyres start to wear away from around about the 10-minute mark. So we haven't got far to go.
So street cars are a little bit further back in the field, and we've got a good battle still here, and it looks like Mullet has gotten up the inside of Callow this time, and he's going to take that position away from him. In front of him, you've got Pavey a long way up the order, and also we've got the only sports car that's out there, and that's Walter Eppel in car number 3. He's in 3rd position at the moment.
Yeah, there's 3 street cars out there at the moment. The 2 Nissans having a great battle, but Chris Pavey, he's bolted. He's actually up and over into turn 6 while the 2 competitors are just cresting the top of the hill. As this battle, it's still Ron Moller still holding on for a lead here over Grant Hill as a thundering V8 heads down over the start-finish line and down into turn 1. A Moller with a 57.3 fastest lap of the race. That was a 59.0 and a 59.3 for Grant Hill. So they're going toe for toe here. The supercar can't run around the outside of him here. He's going to have to do a dive, I would say, down into 6 or 7.
Yeah, and he's got a few laps to do it in. There's 2 minutes left in this event, plus 1 lap. So they've probably got another 2.5 laps to go minimum. And have a look at Mullet, how he's drawn away now from Peter Callow in car 67. So once he's gotten past there, he's managed to draw about 10 car lengths in front. No way in the world that he's going to be catching up with Pavey, Chris Pavey in car 247. He's well and truly up the road. Yeah,
just wondering what happens if Mullet got a better start and was able to maybe run with Chris Pavey there. Maybe the difference wouldn't be so bad because he did get held up by Peter Callow.
Well, next race he'll be starting right next to him. So we'll get the opportunity to have a look at that and see how it goes as the leaders once again cross the line. They've got 1 minute and 31 to go. So they're going to have 2 more laps left in this race. In fact, they may have 3 laps still. But Ronnie Moller now starting to open up that gap just a little bit. He's got probably 5 or probably nearly 10 car lengths now between himself. But look at how it closes up. Good brakes for that V8 supercar.
Yeah, they certainly have strengths and weaknesses in different parts of the racetrack, with Grant Hill all under the rear wing now of the Camaro as they head over the top of the hill. And the Camaro stretches its legs and pulls out 1 or 2 car lengths now as they head down into the hard braking zone at 6. And a very tricky corner is turn number 6. There's a couple of ways you can get around it. The old traditional way doesn't seem to be used much these days.
No, it doesn't, but it's an excellent corner, very, very heavily cambered, and you get it right, so really good feeling as they come back over the top of the hill once more. Very experienced Ron Moller. He's raced up here since the 1970s, so he knows his way around this circuit, and I think that they'll be finding it very hard for the Hill family to get past him as they now start to come into some traffic as they get past Kraus into turn 1, but then they're going to have Utterson in the A9X Terran. That's the next one that they're going to have to negotiate as they make their way up through there. Utterson's also been around a while. No doubt he'll be looking in his mirrors. But yeah, very slow entry into turn 4 whilst they follow that Tirana.
Yeah, blue flights on display for Gary Utterson as they go 3 in and abreast. Oh, look at Ron right around the outside. Utterson does the right thing and stays to driver's left, and that's allowed Ron and to come under attack now from Grant Hill.
Yeah, that's opened up the opportunity, hasn't it? It
He's
looks
through.
like Hill's going to get through there. So all that hard work by Moller has been undone by some unfortunate traffic that they came up against. So they're going to get the last lap board this time as they come past. So over the top of the hill they come and down into turn 7, and Hill's actually starting to extend that lead now. So I don't think that Moller's going to have the opportunity to get back in front again.
No.
As we watch Walter Epple in 3rd place, the leading sports car, he gets past Utterson as well.
1 to go here at carco.com.au Raceway. 12 minutes plus 1 lap for our street cars, sports cars and sports sedans. Unfortunately, no muscle cars here this weekend.
We've lost Mullet. I don't know where he's gone, but we've lost Mullet by the look. Oh no, sorry, I'm lying. I thought that was the R32 coming over the top of the hill, but it's not.
See, look at the gap that he's put on Peter Callow over those last couple of laps. He's out to 200 metres now. As our leaders already around the top of the hill for the first time. There's Walter Epple coming through in the Porsche, and then the lap cars of Utterson and Phil Kraus.
Yeah, and you talk about a possible battle between Pavey and Mullet, the next one. They're doing similar lap times now, so I think that's going to be good. It's going to be on in the next one as our race leader over the top of the hill and down into turn 7 for the final time. Car number 88, and that's Grant Hill out there. And he's going to take the checker flag after a really good race and a good battle there with Ron Moller. So across the line he goes in front of Ron Moller. 3rd place is going to go to our only sports car in the event, and that's Walter Epple in car 3. And then we've got the lapped Utterson and Kraus coming onto the pit straight now.
And these guys are lapping fairly similarly as well. The Holden V8 versus the
only 4/10 of a second
German
between their fastest lap time. So yeah, that's pretty good. Here's our leader of the street cars, and that's Chris Pavey in car 247, the Evo 36, the E36 BMW. He crosses the line next, and then we're going to see Mullet coming across the line, 2nd for street cars, and then back there in the R32 is going to be Peter Callow. He's going to be our final finisher, but he finishes 3rd position for the street cars.
Because our street cars running for the Torque Trophy this weekend, and 2 more races. But it looks like Chris Pavey looking good after race number 1, but race number 2 looking very tasty. If they're doing the same lap times and they both get off to a cracker of a start, we should be in for a ripper of a race later on this afternoon. We are going to go down to Jamie and Demelza down there in the pits. I believe you guys have got somebody for us.
We certainly have. We were joined by Bryce Moore, who has, at the moment, won the first race, but he's also at top of the table when it comes to points for this year's championship. Bryce, welcome. And I've got to say to you, I watched the race. I was really impressed, but Chris Ryan really gave you a push.
Yeah, no, he did. He's pretty talented, so it keeps me on my toes. I think he entered 2 points ahead of me into the championship for this round, so it's pretty much whoever wins this day will take the championship. It's just good to be doing it with a good mate as well. It's sometimes strange with the FSR because we co-drive with each other at the national stuff, so we're on the same team, so it's weird to be racing against each other. But
so you know each other's strategies, basically.
Yeah, we know the ins and outs of each other, that's for sure.
And how are you finding the track today?
It was good this morning. I think the UV started to come in a little bit now. It feels like it's definitely sort of slowed down and got a bit gooier. but yeah, all good, having fun, enjoying myself, which is the most important thing. So yeah.
Tell me about the experience here with the Rise Racing. We're talking about it off camera. I mean, you're really impressed with the service you're receiving and the feel of the car. It's a really good group. This really great category, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is. As I was saying to you earlier, you know, Rise is really at the top of the game. I mean, they go national racing and win championships. There's not many teams that have outfits like this. And, you know, even all the way up to supercar teams, I mean, you just got to look at the truck, the transporter, the level of coaches that we have here, the data, just all the processes. It's as good as it gets. It's real professional racing, and you know they offer arrive and drive packages as well, which is amazing. So you can go from, you know, just starting out racing and entering into a Rise, and they'll put you in the FSR, and there's a place for everyone here. You could go right up to the top tier national racing. So yeah, encourage anyone that's looking at getting into racing, come have a chat with someone here, and they'll guide you in the right path. They're very, very approachable.
Fantastic. Bryce, good luck for the remainder of today. 2 more races to go.
Yes, thank you very much. Hopefully we keep it on the track and continue the streak, and yeah, it's been a good year.
Good luck, Bryce. Have a great day, mate.
Thank you. Cheers, guys. Thanks.
There's more FSR on the way to find out who will take out the championship. We'll be right back with even more racing after these short messages.
Motorsport, but not quite wanting to go door-to-door racing? The Tarmac Sports Series features events such as Hill Climb, Time Attack, Point to Point, and Time Challenge. Find out more at wascc.com.au/Tarmac Sports.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
Improved Production Car Racing, proudly presented by WA Hino, Knight Group, and BM Graphics and Promotion.
.com.au Raceway joining me for this one, and it is the improved production for 2025, brought to you by WA Hino. Cameron Burns, why are you in here with me when you should be out there on the race circuit?
Car's still in a million pieces at the moment, trying to get ready for the Nationals in less than a month. So I tried, but not doing things recklessly for once.
A lot of guys heading over for the Improved Production National Championships later on this month.
We've got 5 from WA going over with grids of up to 108 entered so far for Phillip Island.
Wow, that's nuts. That's going to be a big 3 days of racing over there. As our leaders are coming on to the grid area at the moment, it's Matt Cherry in the just about unbeatable Monaro. Alongside him, Jack Cloessy in car 222. Barry Beltinas making a return. It's great to see Barry back in the BMW. Steve Turpin didn't have the best of qualifying runs this morning in car number 3. Then we have John Caligari, Joel Corello, Hookamau in the RX-7, Gary Edwards in a Commodore, Jolly in a Falcon, Landsmere in a Toyota 86, and then we have Poole, Cove, Matty Galton and Mick Scorio starting off the rear of the field.
So Mick will come through the field because he didn't do very well in qualifying, so he should get a fair way up the grid because he's also entered in the Nationals as well, so first time running that car here.
So we have an over 2 litre category and an under 2 litre category. Landsmere and Galton are the only under 2 litres out there today. So red lights on and away we go, and it's a great start. The four-wheel drive power from Cloesy. He's left the big V8 Monaro behind. Side by side is Turpin and Barry Beltinas as they head down into turn number 1. Beltinas takes over third place. Then we go back to Turpin and Caligari. Then Joel Corello and Trent Hookamau in the RX-7, the fire-breathing little RX-7. Probably not going to see it so much in the sunshine now, but in those dull overcast conditions in qualifying, it's quite a spectacular little car.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time rebuilding that car over the last year. He's put a sequential in that now, ready for the Nationals. There's another one coming over. There's like 7 or 9 RX-7s over there for the Nationals, so you have some competition over there, which will be good.
What a ripper start from car 222 of Jack Cloesy. Oh, there's a half spin there from Barry Beltinas in the BMW right at the apex of turn number 6. He's recovered from that, hasn't lost a position, but here's the power of the Monaro. Matt Cherry for Racing Dynamics side by side now with Jack Cloesy as they tilt into turn number 7 and reel off lap number 1, and it will be credited to Matt Cherry, who's got in front of the four-wheel drive.
Yeah, that Subaru's an absolute monster in the first couple of laps, but obviously wears his tyres a little bit harder on the front. But Matt Monaro is just a beast of a thing too. So Caligari should be also making his way through to catch up with him. He's normally up with the front two as well.
Now,
So-
I heard a bit of a rumour that this could be the last time we see the VN Commodore of John Caligari.
That's not for me to say yes or no. That's on theirs, but yeah, I believe it will be for sale after the Nationals. Yeah.
That's unfortunate because that's been a very reliable and a very quick car over many years here at Carco Raceway. And it's a shame to see that. Hopefully it will remain in WA.
There's quite a few new members coming out, old members that ran 5-10 years ago. They're all coming out next year with a hot whip under 2 litres. So the fields are getting bigger, especially running with production cars next year. There's going to be some big grids, hopefully.
Oh, that's good. Steve Turpin trying to apply the blowtorch now to Barry Beltinas in the BMW as they exit out of turn number 7, and Turpin with the big V8. You would think that he should be able to draw up alongside the BMW, but under brakes, it's all Barry Beltinas in car number 98 from Turpin, Caligari and Joel Corello round out our top 6.
Yeah, those BMWs just handle so well. They're a fair bit lighter than the Commodores too. And obviously Nick Middick's not here with his BMW either. He's still racing supercarts, but he'll be back next year. And you know how quick Nick's goes when he's up here running.
Yes, Nick's very, very quick. He's quick in a KZ go-kart as well, which he's concentrating on the Australian Championship at the moment with Sam Dicker, who used to race up here in Formula Ford and then through the Arise Academy. So Barry Beltinas now recovering from that half lose on lap number 1. Just cold tyres caught him out a bit. Got the headlights on for some reason. He's got nobody in front of him that's going to cause him any grief.
Here comes Steve Turpin over the top of the hill.
Steve might cause him a little bit of grief as they come down the hill and the power of the V8 gets unloaded. But under brakes again, Barry just keeps that nice protected line and then moves defensive to driver's right. And that's going to make Turpin run around the outside of him in turn number 1.
And these two fighting is bringing Caligari into it as well. John's catching up behind him to make it a 3-way fight.
Yeah, Turpin all over the back of Barry Beltinas now as they go up through the bus stop area and then hard on the brakes into turn number 4. The little light, nimble BMW should be pretty quick through here. And just gets a little bit of understeer too in turn number 4.
Yeah, that was a little bit wider than he would have liked to.
Yeah.
Steve's got right on the back of him now coming down.
And Caligari's not out of this either. He's starting to look menacing on the tail of Steve Turpin. Turpin all over the back of Barry Beltinas, trying to use the inside on driver's right on the exit of turn number 6. Barry just moves across, chops the nose off.
Here comes Steve.
Here comes
the top.
Turpin again.
And John coming down, Caligari coming down the inside as well. Oh, it's going to make it tight.
Side by side. Beltinas to the outside, Caligari to the inside, and that's allowed Turpin to skip away now by 25 metres, and Caligari's now going to outdo Barry Beltinas down in turn number 1. Drives straight underneath the BMW, but can he stay there because Barry is a fighter? He's got a very quick little BMW underneath him, but look at the power of that VN. Just drives away once he puts the power down out of turn 2.
Yeah, Barry's car was overheating in qualifying, so that's why he didn't do too many laps either, and also being first time out in a long time. Yeah, the car was overheating pretty bad in qualifying.
We'll catch our leaders in 2nd, 3rd and 4th up and over the top of the hill. and that sawtooth curb on the left-hand side. It's a blind right-hander for people that are not familiar with Carco Raceway. You can't see what's waiting for you over the crest of the hill, and a lot of... Well, we don't see it so much now, but in years gone past, a lot of guys used to get that corner wrong, overcorrect, and they'd end up in the old pit area on the right-hand side.
Oh, you still see that on tune-up days when you come up here with some of the road cars and bits and pieces. But yeah, it's a bit of a jump now, and the ripple strip on the outside.
So it certainly shakes the fillings loose in your mouth as you head over the top of that sawtooth.
Yeah, Joel Corello's having a bit of a lonely race there with Trent H behind him as well. They're the over 2-litre cars as well, so they're a bit by themselves. And then obviously Gary Edwards and Jolly are coming down side by, well, they were side by side.
Yeah.
He's pulling away, but they're both heading over to the Nationals as well.
So,
and then Craig Poole in the Tirana, and then the first under 2 litres of Rob Lansmere, which is doing well.
Yeah, in the Toyota 86. So 5 pretty competitive cars, really. You got Caligari. Is Matt Cherry heading over as well?
No.
No?
So it's Mark Jolly, myself, Caligari's. You put me on the spot now. There's a couple others I forgot about. Well, There's about 5 or 6 of us.
We had the Nationals here a couple of years ago, and it looks like it might be our rotation. I believe we've got them here next year.
Yes, we will definitely have them in October.
Oh, Caligari's come to a stop on driver's right on the exit of turn number 6.
Oh, no. Hopefully you can get it back and it's not terminal or anything, but there's nothing coming out of it. Just looks like it's pulled over and stopped on the side. Yeah. Because he's using this as a test day for the Nationals, obviously. But... bugger.
Not good. Not good.
Gary's pulling away from the XR6 of Jolly, but that's a XR6 over a V8, so it's got a bit of legs on it. And now...
6.2, so that's over the top of the hill. That will be for Caligari. It's Matt Cherry with a 61.02 from Clovis here, 61.5. Half a second difference between our first and second runners out on the circuit at the moment.
Caligari's going again, so he's up and running, so... Maybe
Control Alt Delete.
Maybe the fire's going out. Maddie's just going past him in the under little 2-litre Civic. EK coming along.
See whether Caligari heads in. It looks like he's on driver's right, so he's going to keep going. Now he applies the VN Commodore power down the main straight. Car number 5, John Caligari, now in position 12 after being up as high as 5th. So that's promoted Joel Corello to 5th. Hookamau in 6th. Gary Edwards in 7, Jolly in 8, Scorio in 9, and he started from the back of the field, so he would have been out of 14.
That's another one going to the Nationals.
Scorio.
He's the first time running that car. That's coming over as well. And then Craig Poole coming up over, was that Mick Scorio slowing down as well?
Oh, yes.
But yes. Yeah, Craig Poole's coming on leaps and bounds. That car finally got into 105s last tune-up day, so he's getting that sorted with the right ratios now, so that thing's starting to be a bit of a weapon in the old Tirana. But he's being hounded by Rob Lansmere at the moment, little 2-litre, so...
Scorio's decided to call it quits, and he's heading into the paddock area. So this is a brand new BMW for Mick. He used to run a Subaru, a very quick Subaru.
Yeah, the old Keith Ledger car as well. I think everyone's had a go on that one for a bit.
As he just motors past, there doesn't seem to be dropping fluid or any smoke coming out of the car. So car number 33, and that is Mick Scorio. Bad sportsmanship flag being flown to him as well. It's not going to matter because he's gone up into the pit area. So he got that for track limits. So a couple of times down there in...
First time out in a while. He's maybe forgotten where the track goes, maybe?
Nah, he'll be right.
Talk to him about
Mick's done a lot of laps around here in that Subaru that we were just talking about.
Rob Lansmere, it's starting to be all the back of Craig Poole in his big Tirana. Oh, he was in the last corner, but then the big Tirana's got the legs coming over the hill. Pulled a lot of gap on the little 2-litre, but Rob's little under 2-litre, he's been coming on real quick at the start of the year. His first time out, well, first year out here.
Yeah,
he's done very well.
Rob's been away for a while, and now he's come back today to finish off 2025. Of course, this is round number 6 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships here at Carco Raceway. As Caligari's still going, but slowing again, and is just trying to run around and clock up some points here, I would suggest.
Yep, and that's like Craig Poole that's on the screen now. His cousin's actually Adam Poole that runs Monaro over in the Eastern States. They ran at Phillip Island. They've got their own TPR ductwork company and everything, so they do a lot of the fabrication all themselves and all that type of stuff. So the Tirana's got new exhaust, new front bumpers, and all types of things added to it. Kind of help when you own the business that makes them.
Yeah, certainly. There's Caligari's just crawling around. He's probably only doing 60 kilometres an hour. He's got some faster traffic coming up on the back of him now.
I think he's just trying to finish the race, get some points, and then sort out after the race what the issue is. But he's not going too well. He's going too slow. But here comes Matt Cherry over the top of the hill. He's pulled a big gap over Jack.
The Gary Edwards Jazzmat car, is that the old Glenn Melling car?
I'm not too sure. I think so.
I think it might have been.
Might have been back in the day because, yeah, Gary's also got the BMW he runs as well, the E30, and then he's also got a Historic he runs as well. So he's got a collection of cars. He just decides which one he wants to run.
And Glenn Melling's now stepped up to the Ute Series on the national tour.
Oh, and here comes Steve Turpin, going past Jack Closley.
Jack Closley's got an issue, I would say, in that one. Although it is checkered flag. So Closley is going to hang on for second place. But your winner was Matt Cherry from Jack Closley. Turpin for third. Barry Beltinas for fourth. And we're waiting for Joel Corello in the Turbo BMW coming through now. He'll finish in fifth. Then the RX-7 of Hookamau will be in sixth place. And then it'll be Edwards, Jolly, Poole and Rob Landsmere round out our top 10.
As they're just coming across the line now. Here comes Gary Edwards.
No, Caligari's pulled off, so he won't actually score a finish in this one.
Gary Edwards, Jolly, and then here comes Craig Poole in the Toronto crossing, and then Rob Landsmere. And that's all of them on track.
Yeah, Lachlan Cove's already gone through in car number 36, and Scorio is up into the pit area. So this one of Caligari currently scoring in 12th. He'll actually finish in 14th. Through not crossing the checkered flag. But that is racing. Cameron, thanks very much, mate.
All good. We'll see you up here for the next couple.
Yeah, we'll see you later on. Of course,
we'll do our reverse grids and go from there.
Running for WA Hino this weekend. Improved production cars running for the Tander Trophy this weekend. Coming up very shortly, over 12 minutes and 1 lap for Retrovision WA, the XL Cup. Great field of cars already down on the grid area. They're actually both sides of our commentary box at the moment. So we'll be looking at some 22, maybe 23 cars. Stick around. Lots more to come your way here at carco.com.au Raceway. Before we take a break, let's cross down to Jamie and Demelza.
Thanks, Vaughn. We are here in pit lane with Chris Pavey for the street car category. Now, you came in third in that last race. You've got to be happy with that run.
Well, it's actually first.
There you go.
For our category anyway, for street cars, we're obviously out there with sports sedans today. So, it was a good race. The car's been a little bit problematic this year. We finally got it to a point where it's pushing out a lap time that I'm kind of chuffed about. So that was sort of today's purpose. A few of the boys are out with technical issues, so we didn't have the race that we kind of planned for coming into the weekend, but that's motorsport.
When it comes to BMWs, I mean, there's a few BMWs on track throughout the championship year in different categories. Why have you chosen the BMW to race in?
Funny that. I weirdly had a BMW obsession, I think, when I was growing up, and I switched between different chassis and the 3 Series and 5 Series, and when I got my head around the mechanics of what it takes for motorsport, I thought, I love the look of the BMW, but unfortunately, they just don't have enough power to go or to be competitive, and obviously in our field. Thanks, Trent. It led me down to the street car sort of division. Obviously, we got a little bit more allowance with what we can do with the cars in terms of engine. This motor in this car's E46, so it's the next generation. It's got a blower hanging off the side, so it's not a daily streeter. I actually tried building a car through COVID. Unfortunately, COVID hit our business, so sold the car, started again, and that's where we sort of just readjusted things.
Well, mate, you're doing well. You've been really consistent. You're holding 4th place in the championship at the moment. I'm sure, 3rd, actually. Yeah. 3rd. Sorry, I won't take one away from you. Best of luck for the rest of today's racing, mate, and I'm sure the BMW will hold together until the end of the day.
Cheers, thank you. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely.
Cheers.
That's all from us. Back to you, Vaughn.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. WA Sporting Car Club's introductory events, supported by Electrical Group Training, are the perfect way to get on track at Carco Raceway. Start off with a come and try day and progress from there. Get started today by visiting wascc.com.au/start line for more details.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship, featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the categories racing, results, and upcoming rounds, plus more, visit wascc.com.au/championship. WA XL Cup Racing proudly presented by Retrovision, Voltec Mechanical, Racetech, Nexter, and Revolution Race Gear.
Welcome back to carco.com.au Raceway. Really looking forward to this one, Rob. Look at that long line of Hyundai XLs on the front row. Ambrosio and Zane Rhodes, then Burns and Fisher. Another Harrison Burns in 3, and Stephen McGregor round out our top 3 rows. They are still forming up. They are right down outside McCracken House.
Yeah, they certainly are, and big job for them to find their grid positions. And some of them at the back there look like they're reversing backwards and doing all sorts of manoeuvres to try to get into the correct position.
Yeah, there's a couple missing up the front here as well on the 4th row.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the position that Dean Hill's meant to be in, but Dean's been put to the back of the grid and we're not 100% sure why that's happened at the moment, so we'll try to chase that up a little later and find out.
Steve McGregor's there, and then there's a gap between himself and Wagner de Souza. I can see Wagner, he's on this side of the racetrack in the grey car, and there's an empty pit spot alongside him.
I wonder whether or not de Souza's gone into the wrong position.
Something's out of play here and out of kilter, and then we go back 3 rows, and then there's another gap as well.
Sorry, de Souza's out of position because he qualified 7th and he's meant to be on the inside of row 4, and he's out of position, and I think that's caused a lot of confusion to the people behind, and that's why there's I mean, have a look where the car a little bit further back there of Shane Burns is. He's in the middle of those because he thinks that he needs to go to that position. And de Souza's in it.
There we go. Yep, we're going to try and get this sorted out again. So they've let them go for another lap because there are definitely a lot of people out of position. They were actually single lane towards the back of the field. There were 6 cars there just nose to tail. So an extra formation lap to try and get our Hyundai guys and girls into the right places. And of course, this is counting down the clock. We are now down to 7.5 minutes.
Yep, this is all part of their event. So so they're going to be down to a shorter race, and this is going to have to be something that happens occasionally and is going to have to be managed by the Clark, of course, because we've obviously lost a fair bit of time earlier today with that incident that we had. So so they can't allow these guys to have an extra warm-up lap and for that to count, not to count, sorry, for their time on track.
For our live stream viewers, you're going on board car number 3 of Harrison Burns for Beres Motorsport.
That'll be good. He's from the inside of the 3rd row, so so that's going to be a good
up the pointy end.
Yeah, up the pointy end. So that'll be a great shot out the front of his window.
Dean Hill, right down, a former champion in car number 53, coming from the back of the field. It's a blue and a white car, car 53. Keep your eye on him, although he's not going to have much time to do anything about it. We're now down to 6.5 minutes, and we'll be down into the 5-minute zone by the time we get going on this one. We're only going to get 3 laps.
Yeah, three to 4, but yeah, no, you're dead right there. So it's not going to be very much time for Dean to try to make his way through the field, but Dean's pretty much dynamite Dean, and I think that he'll probably get halfway through the field at the very minimum.
Going to be interesting to work out when it's a 12-minute plus 1 lap race, what is determined as 75% race completion?
Well, it'll be 75% of 12 minutes, I'd imagine.
12 minutes?
Yeah, so...
well, we're already down into the 5s, 5 minutes 50 seconds. So we might even be down even into the 4s before we get this going. And unfortunately, that's what happens when we run these timed events, which is now commonplace all over Australia. We don't go by laps anymore. It's a time plus 1 lap. And if you have a foul start like we just did, and you cost yourselves another 1 or 2 formation laps, it bites into the actual race time. And now we're down to 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, and they're still forming up.
And look at that, D'Souza's still in the same position, and Burns is still behind him in outer position.
Yep, there is a car in the middle.
So it's exactly the same as what it was before they did their second lap. So I don't understand.
He's moving now. Burns is moving. Car number 333.
Yeah, and that's weird. They're back to front. So D'Souza and Burns are back to front as far as the grid positions are meant to be.
We should see some penalties.
They'll get a penalty, but they've got to get the race started. Otherwise, the other, 25 competitors are going to be missing out on an event.
There might be a little bit of talking to going on in between drivers here. Red lights are on. Away we go. It's 4.5 minutes of racing to go. A fairly even start with Zane Rhodes and Ambrosio. Oh, but Rhodes has mucked up the gear change on second gear there, and that's going to allow car number 11 of Burns up the inside. But Zane Rhodes fights back now that he's got third gear, runs around the outside. They're side by side on the exit of turn number 2. This is going to get very, very tasty.
Yeah, it certainly is, but what a gift to Carlos Ambrosio, a current state championship leader, who's just managing to pull out 10 car lengths between himself and Zane Rhodes, just because they got caught up in that little bit of a battle there in turn 1.
Dean Hill's already gone past 4 cars, and he's only into turn number 4. So Dean Hill's car number 53, a man on a mission. There goes another car there, so he's got past 5 cars in 5 corners.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. So it's Ambrosio from Rhodes, and then back to Noah Byrne, then back to Fisher, Burns, Steve McGregor, D'Souza, and the second of the Burns car, 333, which is Shane Burns, as we wait for them to come over the top of the hill and making their way up that long hill up towards the top. It's Carlos Ambrosio, and he's got about 10 car lengths between himself and Zane Rhodes, who's got a further 10 car lengths then back to Byrne.
Well, that just closed up rapidly under brakes there, because Zane Rhodes has really closed in now. There's probably only 4 car lengths now between Ambrosio and himself. They were 3 wide coming out of turn number 6 on that last lap. And they're still coming nearly 3 wide down the main straight. As we head into turn number 1, we have 3 minutes remaining. 5-second penalty for car number 25 of Wagner D'Souza.
Yeah, he was out of position, and he left no opportunity for Burns to go anywhere except beside him. So that's unfortunate, but he needed to know his grid position. As we watch the cars once more go around, look at Zane Rhodes. He's gone right onto the tail now of Carlos Ambrosio as they go over the top of the hill, and we're on board at the moment with our driver of
Harrison Burns.
Yeah, Harrison Burns. And we've jumped out of that now, but just wanting to see what's happening down here in the lead, and it looks like he's managed to pull 1 or 2 car lengths on him down to turn 6, has Carlos Ambrosio. But it'll close up once again as they come over the top of the hill, I'm sure.
Yep, certainly will. Car 1 of Carlos Ambrosio doing a great job out in front from Zane Rhodes in 73, and then 11 of Byrne, and Fisher in car number 12 in 4th place. And the second of the Burns in car number 3 with our onboard camera. Hopefully we'll be able to go back on board very shortly and get some great footage out of this Hyundai XL's brought to you by Retrovision.
So change for the lead as Zane Rhodes goes down the inside of Ambrosio into turn 1, and he sat right in his bumper bar the whole way down the pit straight and just moved over to the right-hand side and outbraked him into the corner. So I looked like Ambrosio actually almost allowed that to happen, thought that he might look at the back of the car in front of Zane Rhodes for a while and size him up. But having said that, Rhodes is very, very quick through turn 4 and has pulled 1 or 2 car lengths out already.
Yep, up and over the top of the hill. He's still got that 1 or 2 car lengths over Carlos Ambrosio. We briefly went on board with Harrison Burns. Some great shots as they came out of turn 2, 3 and into 4. But it's Zane Rhodes in car number 73, and just trying to have a look. I can't actually see our race records. I think we're down into the 10s for our Hyundai XLs, but Ambrosio all over the back of Zane Rhodes. There's going to be a move on down here into 7.
Yeah, it looks like it. So he'll be pulling over to the inside any moment now. And in fact, Zane Rhodes, very good under brakes. That's youth for you. So Zane Rhodes only around about 17 years old. So he's got the brave pills today. Look at Ambrosio trying to get his nose down the inside. He's almost 2 wheels off the track, but he's gotten that position down there now. So he'll outbrake Rhodes once more down to turn 1. Great battles at the front of the field.
Awesome. This is what Hyundai XL Racing is all about. Brought to you by Retrovision. And Ambrosio slides underneath Zane Rhodes, although look at Rhodes starting to fight back. They're side by side as they go up through the bus stop area and into turn number 4. Ambrosio in the better position, but outbraked again by Zane Rhodes.
I was about to say, look at Zane Rhodes up through turn 4. He's quick at that part of the circuit, and not surprised that he outbraked him and managed to get round the outside of him there, because he has really been quick there. Little bit ignoring some of the guys behind because we've been battling, looking at this battle for the lead, but we've got Noah Byrne then from Fisher and Burns, D'Souza, McGregor, Beres, Clark and Warder, your top 10 at the moment.
Dean Hill moved up 10 positions, and we have around about 5 seconds remaining, so last lap board will come out this time, and the battle is on again. They're side by side as they crest the top of the hill. Ambrosio now goes to the inside. Rhodes in the yellow car on the outside, and Ambrosio in prime position here to get the job done down into the braking area. Rhodes out wide. Ambrosio side by side, and just not a little bit of a touch there on the exit of turn number 7. Yellow flag, or last lap board, out on display. And Zane Rhodes is going to look for a run around the outside here of Ambrosio. Ambrosio holds that curb, and Zane Rhodes allows the car to float out. He'll get good momentum here. Let's see whether there's a pass on here in turn 4.
I think if I was Rhodes, I'd sit on his bumper bar all the way until the top of the hill, over the top of the hill for the final time, because that seems to be the big moving part, move position is down into turn 7. But Zane Rhodes is very quick around turn 4, gets back down the inside there, but they're side by side as they go across turn 5. Zane Rhodes not able to do anything there. Can he get him down here into turn 6?
No.
As he's all over the back of him. I think he's much better off just sitting on the back of him as he comes over the top of the hill and trying to get him into turn 7.
Carlos is getting all defensive on the way down into turn number 6. That's going to cost him terminal speed up and over the top of the hill. This is where Zane Rhodes has got to apply the pressure. He's got to get right into the bootlet of Ambrosio, and that's exactly what he's doing. Up and over the top of the hill, Ambrosio goes to the inside to try and stop Rhodes from driving underneath him. Now Zane's going to have to go around the outside or do the switchback. He's going to try and run around the outside. He can afford to take a score here from the.
Yep. He actually had his nose in front of Rhodes. Rhodes
looks
had his
like
nose
Ambrosio.
in front. Yeah, let's say Ambrosio's Dorian might be a little further forward in his car, because definitely Zane had his nose in front there as they crossed the line. But the judge of fact will determine that in the end. But
wow.
Yeah, they're saying it was Rhodes. Saying it was Ambrosio from Rhodes,
yep.
Then back to Fisher and Byrne, and then Burns, D'Souza, Beres, and D'Souza's out of position, of course, because of his 5-second penalty. And Clark, Steve McGregor, Ward, Panizza, Lachlan Cove. Dean Hill managed to make his way up into 14th position, which was excellent. And that's how they were to the top 14 cars finishing.
Wow. You can see Zane Rhodes came out really wide out near McCracken House. He could afford to take a strike there from the stewards, because he only done it once during the whole race, and tried to keep that momentum up, drove around and just got his nose in front. But where you put your Dorian depends on, you try and get it as far forward in the car as you can. But the winning margin, 0.2 of a second to Carlos Ambrosio.
Yeah, well, under investigation is car 73 at the moment on the screen. I hope they certainly don't ping him for going once across that line, because...
And one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one for the last lap. So there may be Motorsport Australia not happy with what they saw. So that will be under investigation. We'll wait and see what happens with that one. I'm not going to call that one.
No, we'll wait and see what Motorsport Australia have got to say about that. The Clark, of course, up there at the moment, obviously determining what the situation is.
Our production cars will be next out on the circuit for 12 minutes plus 1 lap, and then we invite you to join us out on the grid for the production cars, the improved production cars and street cars, our grid walk with Jamie and Demelza, and of course we've got a fantastic drift demonstration coming up as well. Before we do that and get into production cars, let's go down to Demelza and Jamie.
Thanks a lot, Vaughan. I'm joined by Barry Baltinas, who just competed in the improved production. He came fourth in the race, but this is the first weekend that you've come back to championship racing here at Carco with your car, mate.
That's right. It's been a long time. Last year we were racing. We had a gremlin, an overheating problem. So this year we thought we'd fixed it up, but throughout that race we were overheating, so I had to back off. So that's the only reason why the V8's won. Otherwise, we would have been first place.
How'd the car feel today?
That's a joke. Look, car felt great. But we still got a bit of an overheating gremlin. So we have to short shift and back off every now and then and just try and finish the race.
So Barry, who works on your team? Who works on the car? Who's part of your team?
Well, look, it used to be LF Performance, but they've since closed, and now we are working with GMW, and these guys are just so experienced with BMWs. They are the epitome of BMW racing in Western Australia.
Now, Barry, you have quite a bit of history in racing, even though you have you've been dealing with the overheating this year. Can you give us a little bit of your history?
Yeah, look, my background is BMWs. We used to race historics for a number of decades in a BMW 2002 historic Group NC touring car, and won a number of state championships. And then we moved up to the improved production car with an E36 M3 and took the state championship with that and gave it to the V8s, and that was a great experience. And subsequently then moved on to an E46 where I raced with Bryce Moore, where we did a endurance round, a 300k race the day the car, well, a week after the car landed from over east, and we won that class. So since then we've been developing the car and working our way up, and this car has won in 2020 the state championship, and we hope to come back and repeat that one of these years.
Well, good luck for the rest of the day. I really hope it goes well for you, mate.
Yeah, great to see you back on the track.
And yeah, thank you so much. And thank you so much to all the officials who put in all the time to let us enjoy this these days.
Good call.
Absolutely. That's it from us from Pit Lane right now. There's more coming up after these messages.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap. The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets. This broadcast supported by Turn 7 Media, Streamer, Real Human Photos, Unlabeled Photography, Top Step Designs, and New Start Finance.
Welcome back to carco.com.au Raceway. These are our production cars. And Chris Lillis on pole position in the Camaro. And alongside him will be Fisher in car number 44. A hole in the grid there in P3, and that's because Matthew Holt has done a rear main bearing in the Commodore, which we saw smoking in turn in race number 1. So unfortunately, he is out for the day, all the way over from Sydney this weekend. Brett Peters in 32, Damon Croxton in the Renault Megane, then Laurie Whitome in the Mustang, and Edwards rounds out the field in the RX-8. And a pretty decent start too by Chris Lillis in 64. So he'll probably just start to drive away now from Fisher in 44.
Yeah, it was a better start from Fisher. He managed to get well and truly in front, but then the power of the Camaro took over, and he managed to get that car nose down in front into turn 1 and take that position away. So Fisher in second position, and then it's going to be back to Holt and Peters, Croxton and Whittam at the back of the field. And then at the back of the field will be Edwards.
Yeah, Fisher, a lot of understeer into turn number 4 there, drifted right out to 3/4 of the width of the track. As they disappear up and over the top of the hill, there's car number 13 of Edwards, a newcomer to production car racing here in Western Australia. It's on again over 12 minutes and 1 lap. And look at the gap that the Camaro's pulling on that BMW already. The race is on for 3rd and 4th with Brent Peters and Damon Croxton in the Renault Megane versus BMW M3. As that was Brett Peters getting it all sideways out of turn number 7. A beautifully controlled power slide exit out of turn number 7. And, gee, wouldn't it be good if Laurie Whitome could get up there and run with the Camaro?
Well, you never know. He's got 8 minutes, about 8 minutes to do exactly that. But let's see what happens with the race. But, yeah, definitely the interest at the moment is that battle between Peters and Croxton back there for 3rd and 4th position.
You see the track cleaning up really nicely over there in turn number 4. Looks like there's hardly any rubber down where the drifting guys have been running around the outside.
Yeah, and the good news for our viewers on the live stream is that the WA Sporting Car Club have just put a post on Facebook to say that all the drivers that were involved in that incident at the first race of the day are all A-OK. So that's great news to hear as well. So good news as we watch the Camaro come down into turn 7 once more.
And you can also catch the onboard footage from Jack Parham's car on that 6-car incident in race number 1 for the Saloon cars. You can catch that on the WA Sporting Car Club Facebook page. But that's great news that all of the drivers have been released from the medical centre and are okay to go home and start having a look at
pulling the cars
some
apart.
very, very sick and sorry cars, unfortunately.
Yeah, you don't like to see anyone leave the circuit with a car like that, and terrible, terrible news for them, but I'm sure they'll bounce back in time. So just watching Brent Peters getting very sideways at the bump that goes into turn 4 there as he heads up through turn 4 with Croxton still on his tail, 2 or 3 car lengths behind, and a big gap back to the debut of the big Mustang with Laurie Whittam at the wheel, and then another really big gap then back to Brodie Edwards in car 13, the Mazda RX-8, also on debut.
I bet you Damon Croxton in the Renault Megane just wishes for rain right now, because that car is unreal in the rain.
Yeah, he's
it's awesome.
done some absolutely magnificent job with that in the rain in the past, but he's looks like he's Fisher now over the top of the hill, really losing out now to Lillis, who's set a fastest lap so far of 63.5. The lap record for these guys is a 62.9, so only 0.6 of a second away from that lap record.
A bit of cloud cover coming over, which goes good for that. We don't want full direct sunshine if we're looking at track records. And just having a look at Brett Peters' car, that car's not handling very well at all, whether he's down in tyre pressure on the backs, on the rears.
Or up in horsepower.
Yeah, could be.
Could be just up in horsepower, because he's definitely lining up the back of it and getting it a bit sideways, isn't he?
Not sticking to the track at all. Getting very untidy coming out of turn number 7, and as you said, into turn number 4 as well.
Doesn't quite look right with the white front wheels and the black back wheels, because it makes it look like the track is wider at the front than the back, and I'm sure it's just an optical illusion.
Yeah, it would be.
But it looks very much like it's got a wider track at the front. It looks a bit like a tractor in the way that it's set up. But it would be an optical illusion, you're dead right.
Talking about Matthew Holt coming all the way over from Sydney to have a run at our last event today, round 6 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships for 2025, and very unfortunate for Matthew Holt. I'm pretty sure he is the son of Gary Holt, and Gary was responsible for a big win at Bathurst with local guy Stuart Costera from Perth Motorsport Tyres up there in Kalamunda a few years ago in a Mitsubishi.
Yeah, Stuart Costera Jr. that is, because Stuart Costera Sr. of course is also a long-term campaigner for many years in the 60s and 70s and 80s. But yeah, Stuart Costera Jr., who was always a real hot shoe in the production cars over there with Gary Holt. So So, yeah, it's great to see the Holt name back on the circuit.
When Gary used to have the Eastern Creek Go-Kart Centre.
Yep.
As they head down into turn number 6, this is Fisher running in second place at the moment. He's a long way behind the Camaro of Chris Lillis, as you would expect. Car number 64 of Lillis doing it all his own way at the moment. So we are still 0.6 of a second away from a lap record. The lap record is actually held by Chris Lillis, and that was set earlier on this morning with a 62.9.
Yeah, that was in the first race that happened, and in that race Fisher wasn't very far behind in the lap times either, but he isn't in this one either, but they're about a second off the pace now. So the track's lost probably about 0.6 of a second pace that it's lost. And Chris Lewis, of course, he came out of saloon car racing. He was in saloon cars for a lot of years that he raced there before he's moved up into this Camaro.
You'll probably see this Camaro in the 6 hour over the Easter weekend at Bathurst. He teams up, I think that was Matthew Holt that had the Callahan car.
So on screen at the moment is Brett Peters in the little BMW, making his way down the old pit straight. Very wide on that sawtooth curb once more, and braking quite late down there, getting the back just slightly comes out under brakes.
I don't remember seeing that like that in race number 1. He had the silver wheels in race number 1. So a different tyre set for this race, and it's let him down a bit.
Yeah, it seems to be definitely losing the back end under brakes. Seems to be getting very, very sideways and unstable under brakes. Nonetheless, he's still holding down a very, very solid third place in this event, and his fastest lap time's only around 0.6 of a second slower than what the leader is. So he's done a 64.9, and the leader's done a 63.5. So about 0.6 of a second between those two lap times. So it's not hanging around.
No. And we are now out a full second away from that lap record on the last lap speed from Chris Lillis. But there's a lot more sunshine out there at the moment. And unfortunately, once you have sunshine hitting the circuit, then the grip level starts to drop away.
So 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in this event. So you'd imagine it's probably got 2 more laps to run. And watching the race leader, in fact, I'd say 3 laps, because the race leader is just coming down to the pit straight now. So with 2 minutes left, you'll probably get maybe 3 laps left before the end of this.
And he's definitely backed it down, but that is allowing Fisher to come closer and closer. A 104.1, and there was 103.6 for Fisher. So he's half a second quicker than Lillis at the moment. Closing in is the BMW of Fisher in 44.
Yeah, so hopefully there's not a problem with that Camaro in the first position, as Fisher goes quite wide there through turn 4, but then brings it back to a late apex and turns across to turn 5. On screen at the moment is the Mustang, of Laurie Whittam coming onto the pit straight, and great sounding car. That car as it rumbles past the grid, past the commentary position.
It's Laurie Whittam over there in turn number 2 at the moment, and heading up through the bus stop.
Yep, and Laurie's back in 5th position at the moment. His fastest lap times are 67.7, so a little off the pace. He's probably still getting used to this car and still tweaking it to try to make it a competitive car. So in time, no doubt they'll get that car a bit quicker.
Lillis and Fisher have just rounded up Edwards in the RX-8, and the gap remains about 50 to 70 metres difference between Lillis and Fisher.
Yeah, Lillis was 0.7 of a second quicker on that last lap than what Lillis was 0.7 quicker than Fisher on that last lap, so he's responded.
Yeah, maybe just taking 1 or 1.5 laps just to cool those tyres down, and then give it one more shot to make sure it's going to be a definite win for Chris Lillis in the Camaro.
Yep, and he'll get the last lap board next time across the line, because there's 20 seconds left in the event and he's down in turn 6. So by the time he gets there, it'll be in the negative and he'll get the last lap board.
This car of Laurie's looks very, very settled. It's sorted out suspension-wise. It's very nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
It hasn't stepped out. I haven't seen it this morning step out at all.
Yeah, it's definitely behaving itself. So that's the first hurdle that's been jumped as we come down now towards the start-finishing line for our leaders, and the last lap board is in fact out. So across the line goes Chris Lillis.
A 64.3 to a 64.4. So Fisher and Lillis lapping at the same time out on the circuit as Brent Peters comes out and leaves another big rubbery line out the back of the BMW. So something not right with that set of tyres there. He probably burned those ones.
I think he's doing a good job of burning the mollies out there, actually.
Yeah, the car is just all over the place. It's sideways. It's not putting the power down on the exits of the corners. And, yeah, looking very untidy compared to what it was in race number 1. And he's fallen a long way off the back of Fisher in another BMW. There's an M3 and an M2 out there. But nothing's going to stop this guy. Car number 64 of Chris Lillis for Cachet Homes. Up and over the top of the hill for the last time and down into the hard braking area at 7. Pretty nice looking car, isn't it? It's very similar to Vince Chiela's paint job on his car.
Yep.
As he crosses the line. Checkered flag, a win for car number 64, the Chevrolet Camaro from Ryan Fisher in the BMW. Brent Peters coming into turn number 7 right now. He will come out in 3rd place. Oh, big fishtail both directions that time, left and right. So Brent Peters goes across the line in car 32. Croxon in 76. And then the next one across will be the Mustang, and that will be it for Laurie Whitome. Here he comes now down into turn number 7. A fairly stretched out race after lap number 1. They all seem to get a bit of a gap between each other and nothing really happening in that race.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, isn't it? Because Fisher was doing very similar lap times to what Lillis was doing for most of the race, but unfortunately they just got that gap between them and they're never able to do anything about it.
Good to see everybody having some fun in the sun out there in the S's, and of course down in turn 1 and also up in 7. Thanks for spending your Saturday with us here at Carco Raceway. Hope you're enjoying the racing. We're going to go to our lunch break very shortly, where we're going to have our grid walk for our production cars, our IPC competitors and our street cars. And of course incorporated into that will be a drifting demonstration. So if you'd like to see some tyres getting the smoke flogged out of them, come down to the start finish line now. We're going to throw the gates open very, very shortly, and just follow any instructions given to you by our volunteers. And we're going to go to a quick ad break for our live stream visitors. I'm going to go down and meet with Jamie and Demelza down on the grid. And we will catch you on the live stream again from the grid coming up very shortly here at Carco Raceway.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training and Sets. WA Sporting Car Club's introductory events, supported by Electrical Group Training, are the perfect way to get on track at Carco Raceway. Start off with a come and try day and progress from there. Get started today by visiting wascc.com.au/start line for more details.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group Training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
Get your drift on with Drift West. Regular practice events plus drift battle events. Visit wascc.com.au/Drift West for more details. This broadcast supported by Turn 7 Media, Streamer, Real Human Photos, Unlabeled Photography, Top Step Designs, and New Start Finance Group. Interested in competitive motorsport but not quite wanting to go door-to-door racing? The Tarmac Sports Series features events such as Hill Climb, Time Attack, Point to Point and Time Challenge. Find out more at wascc.com.au/Tarmac Sports. We're down on the grid. We've just seen the running of the production cars category on the track. It was a very competitive race, and I'm joined by the first place getter, Chris Lillis. Chris, how did you feel about the race?
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good to come back and support the local Broddy cars, and yeah, it was a bit lonely out front, but it was good fun.
How'd you feel about the car on the track today? You said you had some concerns throughout the year. You happy the way it behaved today?
Yeah, no, the car's good. To be honest, we had it set up for the 6 hour for this year, which we didn't make it, so it's got a 6 hour setup in it. But yeah, no, the car's mint. It's great fun and good weather and good turnout.
What was the competition like on the track? Did you feel any heat coming up from behind you?
Yeah, well, yeah. I suppose he's only just learning in his car, so yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was a bit lonely out front.
So you're out front, stayed out front, going to keep it that way. 2 more races to go for the day, isn't there for you?
Yeah, we've got 1 more left.
One more left for the day.
Yep.
So you're looking forward to that one, obviously.
Yeah. Go home and have a beer, I reckon.
And who can you thank to keeping the car on the track, mate? Who gives you all the support that you need?
Yeah, Matty Holt from Holt Engineering and Stuart from Metcalf Automotives. And obviously Statewide are a big support of ours, not only in Proddy cars but in our Jetty 4 Championship. So, and they're a local-based company, which is great to give them a little bit of exposure today.
Good. Chris, have a great rest of the day. Great race coming up. Hope you really enjoy yourself. And I'm going to hand it over to Demelza, who's also on the grid right next door to me.
I'm right next door to you, and I have Ryan Fisher and the family here. Ryan, you came in second. You've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, it's really good. Like I said, first time out with this car properly, so it's good to see it run reliably.
And you just said first time out with this car, so you've never raced this particular car before?
No, I entered last event, but with the rain I pulled out, so this is the first time it's had a proper run.
And what made you decide to go with the BMW?
For its class, it's pretty competitive, so it looked good on paper. I was able to get one. So
now you do have a bit of history with racing. In fact, you used to you do still race the Radicals. How have you found the transition between the two?
yeah, it's chalk and cheese. That drive the cars totally different. These ones move around a lot under brakes and acceleration through the corners. The Radicals are very point and direct. Yeah.
And with a day like today, we've seen it wet to start off with. We're now seeing it clear up and it becoming such a beautiful day. How does that change your race strategy?
Doesn't really. Just go out and do it. With these, where don't change the tyres or anything for the rain, so just go out and handle it. Yeah.
And then thoughts heading into the final race?
Hopefully I can just come P2 again. The Camaro is pretty quick. I don't think I'll be up there, but happy with P2.
Fantastic. Now, good luck for the remainder of the day. There are a couple more races to go.
Yep, there is. Cheers.
Thanks, Ryan. Jamie, it is now over to you. Which I think he's over there somewhere.
Thanks a lot to Mel. So I'm here with Matty Golden, who's just competed in the production car category with a Honda Civic. How'd it feel, Matty?
Yeah, really good. It's good to be in the new car, especially when we are doing tarmac rally in it as well. So it's good to do door-to-door in it as well and see what it can actually do.
You had a few issues with the car through the race. Tell us about it.
I blew up the LSD a few weeks ago, so at the moment we just have a stock box in it. It's not doing too well on the track, so we're just trying to finish the race as we can.
But did you feel any competition there? You obviously tried to still compete regardless of the problems with the car.
Yeah, I'm still trying to have fun. We're just trying to get a good number for tomorrow's time challenge, the last one of the year. So hopefully we can take out that win tomorrow.
One more race today. Any way of getting the car fixed to your level of expectation to make sure you're more competitive for the last race?
If I can magically get an LSD, then sure.
I just happen to have one in the back of my car, in the boot. Matty, good luck for the rest of the day. I hope you're enjoying it and look forward to seeing you tomorrow racing as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Matty. It's over to you, Demelza. Where are we? Oh, here we go. Great to see you, mate. How'd you go today?
Yeah. They're all V8s and stuff in front of me, so had a good run playing with one of this. Commodore I had a pretty good run. He's got plenty of mumbo and I've got plenty of corner speed. So
tell us a bit about the car. How did you feel about the car throughout the year, but also in today's race?
Yeah, the car's great. We had a few teething problems with some engine and stuff early in the season, but fixed that up. So got some speed out of it. Put a new gearbox in for this weekend, and things going really well.
Who's looking after your car for you while you're competing?
My brother does all the hard work. He's up in the pits now. He's got more time than me, so he keeps the car coming to the grid.
Real family affair keeping your car on the track, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yep. As you get older, you run out of friends, so you've got to keep family alive.
So one more race to go. How do you think you're going to finish up in the overall championship for the year?
For the year, I think I'll do all right. But today, like I say, it's a matter of just seeing how close I can get to the V8s in front of us. So,
mate, good luck with the last race. Hope it goes well. Look forward to seeing what the result is at the end of the day.
No worries. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. It's time for a break, and we'll see you on the other side of this.
Welcome back to day one of round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship for 2025. I'm with Vaughan. Again, Vaughan, what a morning of championship racing and a lot of bingles in the mixed category division in particular.
Yeah, mate, you can tell it's the last day of school, can't you? The kids are playing up. No, there's been some really tight stuff happening out there already, and unfortunately we saw a big 6-car collision in the Saloon cars, which cost us around about 45 minutes while our ever-efficient officials cleaned up what was a hell of a mess, not only with the 6 race cars, but also what it deposited on the circuit itself. We've seen some great racing in the Hyundai XLs with Zane Rhodes taking on Carlos Ambrosio side by side.
Nuts.
Oh, yeah. The young guy is trying to outdo the multiple WA champion in Carlos Ambrosio. So looking forward to this afternoon's action. After our grid walk and our presentation now, we're going to go back into 2 more rounds of what is the best local motorsport you'll find anywhere in Australia.
FSR race was really interesting. I thought that, Bryce is obviously clearly out front for the majority of the race, but I really thought that Chris Reindler was really pushing hard, especially when he came up to the turns to try and see if he could be competitive.
Yeah, they're good mates until they put the helmet on. Bryce has just got that little bit extra car speed over Chris Reindler at the moment. He's looking good. He needs to finish these next 2 races. Motorsport, the cruelest motorsport or cruelest sport in the world, and a little 10-cent part could cost anybody one of these championships, because a lot of these championships are going to come down to the final race this afternoon. The gaps at the top are very, very close.
As it works out, there's 75 points available per day, so I'm presuming if there's 3 races, it's 25 for each race. So you're right, anything could happen, especially because I looked at all the leaderboards and everybody's in contention if they do win 75 points today.
Yeah, that's right. Like the winner will get 25 points, second is 20, and then it tails off 19 down to 1.
Now, Vaughan, after what you've seen this morning, what do you think's going to happen this afternoon? I mean, obviously, the mixed category thing's going to be vastly different because 5 of those cars, I doubt, will be back on the track.
Yeah, the Saloon cars, they're going to go hard. Now, that's already had some championship implications, that accident itself, and we'll explain that on the live feed when our Saloon cars hit the track again for Right Way Industrial. What do we got? The FSRs, that's looking good. That is a 2-way race between Chris Reindler and Bryce Moore. We had Zane Rhodes leading the championship from Carlos Ambrosio. So now that Carlos has had that win, there's 5 points now that are separating those guys. So it's very, very tight. There hasn't been a highlight. It's just been a highlight session since we walked in this morning.
When it comes to XLs, I mean, they always seem to be that closely competitive. I mean, it's not just the front runners, but the mid-pack is just, like, really tight.
Yeah, it's very similar to go-kart racing, and it is the logical step from go-kart racing. We saw some great footage from on our Turn 7 media of the go-kart track and some people enjoying their time down there earlier on today. But yeah, they come up here to Wanneroo and they start racing, circuit racing. They bring that knowledge from go-kart racing with them, but it's not all about the young guys. There's some older boys out there, and they have their own Masters category as well, which I think Steve McGregor is leading that one. So anything can happen this afternoon. Another 2 races coming up.
But when it comes to talking about the senior drivers, that's one thing, but the younger drivers coming through, they're showing massive improvement this year. Each progressive championship round, I've seen massive results for anybody that's like under 18 that are competing on the circuit.
Yeah, if you see somebody that's in that 17, 18-year-old bracket from last year, they were probably running down the back. Now they're up in the midfield, and things are getting a little bit quicker for them. They need to be able to react quicker to what is happening on the racetrack, and then trying to bridge that gap between middle to the top of the pack. That's where they struggle. We find that in go-karting as well. You can be a 1/10 of a second away, but to get that 1/10 of a second can take you 12 months.
So there's nobody amongst any of the categories that's safe today if they don't race well.
No, everybody, it's open slather for everybody, and as I said, all they need is a slight hiccup and it's going to have championship ramifications.
Well, that's something to look forward to then, Vaughan. We've got a great afternoon's worth of racing, and it's obviously going to be super competitive. There's plenty on the line. All the cups and the trophies that are available at the end of this championship day are going to be presented today, decided today, and that's something to look forward to for the rest of the afternoon. I think it's about time we hand it over to, is it Demels is doing something about the drifting, is that right? Or we're going to go to a break? we'll just take a quick break and we'll be back here live at Carco Raceway for the round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship for 2025. Proudly sponsored by Electrical Group Training.
On the grid with our passenger for the Drift West demonstration at lunchtime right now, Nikki Tremaine from Travelling with the Tremaines. You can check out her blog and Instagram for all the fun stuff that she does do. Now, Nikki, you're quite excited for this, aren't you?
I'm so excited. I was excited up till today, and now I'm nervous excited. Yeah.
So you just returned from a trip to Bathurst, so you are quite a bit of a motor fanatic, aren't you?
I am a little bit, yeah, I am. So deep down.
Deep down. So like in terms of today and what you're looking like, do you like thrills? Do you like...
I love it. I love all the thrills. You know, like if it's like a roller coaster ride, I'm all for it. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, I can hear all the cars are just revving and rearing to go. You're going to absolutely love it.
No, I will.
Enjoy, and we're about to watch it all right now. All right, I'll let you guys go.
Hopefully we'll put on a good display for you guys. 2 laps only. These tyres, that's basically all these tyres will last. First things, obviously, first pairings of the day, they're going to be solos only. Just get a feel of the track, grip levels, obviously, and obviously later in the day we might do some tandem laps. Just got Damien coming up to the start line now. I'm pretty sure these guys are going to come to a stop and simulate a full drift scenario. Blow for the gears, into this corner, probably around about... Once these boys get up and going, they'll be going, entering that corner at like 140 to 160 k's an hour. opening there, nice weight shift. Yeah, boys just finding their way. Obviously, we're on a fairly hard tyre this weekend, so just finding their feet and, yeah, plenty of tyre smoke in action and plenty of noise for the fans. Alrighty, obviously that's the first lap for the boys. Plan to step things up a little bit from there. Obviously these cars, tyres wise, we're putting new tyres on every 2 laps. Obviously that's a huge expense in drifting. Obviously you've got your fair bit of panel damage as well, obviously being a full contact sport. These guys are door on door most times in their competition type events. Yeah, obviously a little bit different to your mainstream grip driving as such. Obviously you guys have got brake pads, obviously tyre wear, and but yeah, this sport is a fair bit different. Obviously never ever under grip circumstances. Drifting is all about constant drift at all times. The minute you grip up and go straight, any way, shape or form, is pretty much you're zeroed out in your scores, and you'll lose the race. Yeah, Damo there, he's like 700 horsepower at the rear tyres, so high spec car. Oh, Will Maycock doing a big backy there. Whoa. There you go, that's Luke Beersma. Talking, that's out of shape. You're talking 990 horsepower at the tyres of this car. Harrop supercharger, 15 pounds of boost, 7,500 RPM. You can hear the thing bounce off the limiter there. Yeah, that's 7,500 RPM. So she's singing. So singing that's BY Performance engine, tuned absolutely by BY Performance. Their deal's been to us has been super reliable, and obviously that's an integral part of drifting. To finish first you must finish. Rightio, I'm pretty sure these boys will be coming back in the pits and changing tyres. They might get one more lap in. I'll just see what they're going to do here. But yeah, just big thanks to the Sporting Car Club. Great opportunity for these guys to showcase the sport of drifting. Drift West, who's getting right behind drifting next year, which is great to see. And we endeavour to be here and support the club, and hopefully just to raise the profile of drifting and get the sport to the next level. Rightio, quick tyre change and we'll be back out there. 5 minutes, guys. Thank you very much.
How are you going? How are you feeling?
It's insane.
It's insane? Loving it?
Loving it. Yeah, it's like an out-of-body experience.
What is that?
It's like an out-of-body experience.
It's an out-of-body experience. I absolutely love that. We've got Luke, the official, and Luke are having a chat at the moment, making sure everything's fine. Luke, very quickly, come around. How is she doing?
Yeah, she's doing very good. I'm not the best right now, but we'll be doing much better next lap.
Fantastic. Okay, well, we'll let you guys go.
Enjoying the drifting.
Yeah, loving it. It's a really good
interaction for lunchtime, so that people have got something to watch while the drivers have a little bit of a break, have some lunch. But, you know, I think the interacting and having passengers in there, like throwing some people in there and giving them an experience, is really cool. I know that you've done it, and I know how you felt about it when you got out of the car, so
that's exactly it.
Story to tell for weeks to come. So we've just opened up short circuit, so they're going to just change some tyres now, and they'll head back out very shortly for another couple of laps.
Fantastic. So they will go back out for a few more laps?
Yeah, they will, yep. Just have to change some rubber. Obviously, drift cars only last about 2 or 3 laps on the rubber that they have. So, yeah, we're just doing a little quick pit stop challenge here at the moment, and then they'll send the cars back out and they'll come through short circuit. So keep your eyes peeled on the track.
Fantastic. Now, I believe, Jonathan, how are you today?
Yeah, good. How are you?
So you are the Vice President of the Driftway?
Of the WA Sporting Car Club, yeah.
Of the Sporting Car Club,
Yep.
Yes, that is correct. Sorry. It's been a long day so far.
Yeah.
So, Justin, tell us a little bit about how you're finding today, and given that it is also championship round.
Yeah, like so far it's been okay for me. I sort of qualified near the front of our class and, avoided all the carnage in the Saloon car race. So, it was okay. Short race, but hopefully, we've got a couple of cars to pass in the next race after lunch. And, but just at the moment, just enjoying the drifting and guys putting on a great show.
So it's always nice when you can sit back and you can actually view some of the other talent that comes up on the track, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's sort of a lot of fun, obviously, racing your own thing, but there's so many cool things up here to come and look at, so...
And what are you hoping to see for the rest of the day?
What am I, sorry? Hoping...
What are you hoping to see for the rest of today?
Hopefully a trophy in my hand at the end of the day. That'd be nice, but we've got a little bit of work to do. But, the production cars are really cool today. Chris Ellis has got his car out there, so it's always great when he's here with that, and Ryan Fisher and his new BMW as well. So that's great to see that class coming along, and obviously many others. Tender Cup with the improved production. That's going to be a good race. Matt Cherry's got his big beast here today, so that's always cool to see that run around carco.com.au Raceway.
There is always lots to see. That is correct, Justin. Thank you so much.
Oh, thanks.
So we've still got a whole heap more coming on the way. They are going to do some more. I think they're just filling up the car at the moment over here with the drifting. How are you going? Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, loving it. It's really good.
Have you drifted before?
No, not.
First time?
My sister, when I get home, does that mean I can let go of my steering wheel as well?
Absolutely love it. So tell us a little bit, how are you feeling as you're taking those turns?
A bit like a roller coaster. Yeah, but I like the fact he's in control.
And have you always been an adrenaline junkie, or is this a brand new experience for you?
It's a new experience, but I do love a bit of adrenaline. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, your driver's hitting in and you're about to go, so good luck.
So it's great to see him pull up clean. And now here comes Luke Vespa. Hopefully, me being the owner of this car, hopefully this car's the same. So that's us done for today. Thanks very much, guys. We'll be back tomorrow. Obviously, all 3 cars again. So make sure you come and say good day. We've got some hats, got some other bits and pieces to give away, some posters and bits and pieces to sign. So feel free to come and grab anything you want, guys. And yeah, thank you very much, and we'll be back tomorrow. Cheers.
We're waiting right now for Nikki to come out of the car. So she's, let's see exactly how she went. Now, she is quite the thrill seeker. She does like her adventure. So let's see how this was. How was that?
What a rush. That was insane. I don't know if you heard me screaming the whole time.
Well, the great thing is all of that was recorded, so we will be able to see your reactions.
Oh gosh, my face. I'm nervous now.
How are you feeling? Like, is the adrenaline?
Yeah, like I'm shaking.
That is one thing. Like, once you go in one of those, the adrenaline like takes over.
Oh my gosh, he is such a good driver. Yeah. Like the way he handled that car. Yeah, he just had to listen to me screaming.
That was fantastic. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Having me. It was the best.
I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Now, Drift West is how you can find out more if you are interested in taking on drifting, or just to learn more and come and see when they're hitting the track and see the tricks going as well. So check it out. You can head to WA Sporting Car Club or Drift West for all that information. Now, Luke is somewhere. If I can grab Luke as well. Luke, how was she as a passenger? I know she was screaming.
Oh, she was great. We have a protocol doing thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs up every time, so it's good.
Fantastic. And in terms of like driving the car, there's a lot of control and a lot of tricks. Did you take it easy on her, or did you give her everything you had?
We're on street tyres right now, so the car's a little bit less grippy. That's why I messed up in the beginning, but I pretty much gave it all these tyres could handle. We had some fun out there.
And coming up for the rest of the year, do you have much in terms of championships and races to go?
Yeah, so the rest of this year is kind of laying down a little bit now. We're in the off-season, so we might do 1 or 2 more events for the rest of the year, but we're getting prepared for next year.
Fantastic. Luke, thank you so much for helping us out today. That is it for us here down at the grid walk. A big thank you to Peter for commentating all the wonderful demonstration that we did just see. For now, we're going to take a short break for lunch, and we will be back with a whole heap more racing to come very shortly. Stay with us.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship proudly presented by Electrical Group Training.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to our afternoon session here of round number 6 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships for 2025. And what a morning we have had here. You can tell it's the last day of school. There's this win it or bin it attitude out there. There's been some very close racing and unfortunately some big contact in race 1 of our saloon cars. So we're going to go and have a look at it right now on our live stream brought to you by Turn 7 Media and the West Australian Sporting Car Club. So for all of these people on our live stream, this is race number 1, lap number 1. And it was Robbie Marcon from Chris Nisi into the first corner with Jackson Callow running around the outside. But the accident is going to happen here about midfield on the left-hander at the end of these S's. And as we can see it now, Marcon and Nisi, they were clear of the actual incident, but just to the left-hand screen, we can see it now. A big brake lock-up, somebody getting it very sideways. Dylan Barr was taken out, Andrew Martin, Daniel Karukin. There was Warren Ellis in there as well, Anthony Martin. There's about 6 cars in total. And there we go on board with Jack Parham, his point of view. And bang, right into the side of Vince Cielo, who was also another one, unfortunately, taken out in that incident. So some unfortunate racing there this morning. Our Hyundai XLs, they have been awesome as per usual. Had a great race between Carlos Ambrosio and Zane Rhodes. Our FSR with Bryce Moore having a good tussle with his mate Chris Reindler. And everything, as we've said this morning, everything is still open at the moment. There are no clear winners as far as round 6 and for round 2025. Rob Haggerty joins me again in commentary this afternoon. What's your take on this morning, mate?
Seen some very, very good racing, haven't we? And it's exactly what you said. It's like the last day of school. Everyone's out there racing for sheep stations, but that's good to see. This afternoon, we look forward to more. Just getting a little bit of sunshine on the track now, and the sun seems to be moving over, and then there's a bit of cloud, and then more sun. But one of the things we did talk about this morning, Vaughan, and we did have one new lap record, but we talked about the potential for the circuit to actually be in a condition to have lap records set.
Yes, we kind of had a look at that early this morning before qualifying, and it was nice and cloudy this morning. There wasn't any sun or UV making contact with the track surface itself. Since then, we've had 2 people go under the lap record. Chris Lillis will be the new lap record holder in production cars, although Ryan Fisher did go under it as well. But the incident in turn 4 there caused about a 45-minute delay. There was a lot of debris to pick up over there, plus 6 cars that needed to be taken back to the paddock area. There were 4 drivers that were checked over by our medical centre, and I'm happy to report that everybody is A-OK after that huge shunt over there in turn 4.
Yeah, absolutely, and well done to all of our volunteer fire marshals and track marshals, crash crew and medical team for attending that incident over there and cleaning it up and doing the hard work so we can get back to racing.
Yes, of course, lots of trophies on offer this weekend. We've got the street cars battling it out for the Torque Trophy. We've got improved production going for the Tander Trophy. Tomorrow we also have the Rob Janney Memorial for Time Challenge for our Formula Classics, the Mobile Museum. We have the Bob Creasy Memorial, and winding up of more championships tomorrow, including Formula V, Formula Ford, HQ Holdens, and a lot more. So hopefully you can join us again tomorrow, either here at Carco Raceway, just to the north of the Perth CBD in Wanneroo, or jump on to our live stream. You can jump on at the West Australian Sporting Car Club Facebook page. Don't accept any other offers of live streaming anywhere else, and make sure you tune in via Turn 7 Media. And thanks to the guys back there in Malaga doing a great job as per usual. And Rob, the amount of spectators here this weekend been fantastic so far. Hopefully you got nothing planned for your Sundays and you can come back and join us again tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Cars everywhere around the outside of the circuit. It's really great to see. Lots down in Turn 7, down in Turn 1, and quite a few over in the S's as well. We hope you're really enjoying your day. Don't forget your slip, slop, slap. The UV's listed as being extreme for today, so we'd hate for you to go home feeling sunburnt and horrible. So make sure that if you're out in the sun, you've got your sunscreen and your hat on. And other than that, we've just got the saloon cars coming out. One of the things you didn't mention that's a trophy on offer for this weekend for both days as well is the Competition Drivers Club Driver of the Day Award, which Vaughan and I both get to choose.
Oh, wow.
So that's going to be a fun job for today after having seen all the outstanding efforts that everyone's been making. But yeah, so that's another one that we're going to be looking at today, is the Driver of the Day. And at the moment, to be honest with you, Vaughan, I've got no idea.
No, I've got no idea at the moment. Out on the track and circulating on their warm-up track at the moment is Rob Marcon in car number 82, Nisi, Hills and Callow, and Brett Sheriff. They were lucky. They were up the front of the pack, and all of the action happened right behind them. So they were pretty lucky. But unfortunately for Andrew Martin, he was sitting second in the championship points for this year. So that's going to have implications for him. Unfortunately for Jack Parham, he was running third, I believe, in that championship as well. And then Warren Ellis back in about 8th position as well. So they've all had their championships upset by that actual incident. In our pro category, it was Vince Chiella who was running 4th with a chance of being able to get into 3rd place, and then Daniel Karukin as well. He was also involved in that unfortunate incident. We've got our saloon cars for Right Way Industrial making their way to the grid positions. We're going to go on board with car number 36 for Tyson Sadler in the beautiful Kmart livery car. And we had Jamie and his father being interviewed by another Jamie, in Jamie McCanty earlier on this morning. There's a big field of saloon cars. Even though we've lost 5 or 6, Rob, it's still a good, decent-sized field.
It is indeed, and it's good to see somewhat of a return to form for Robert Marcon as well, who's been sort of like down in the probably third of the way down the pack for the last couple of race meetings, and it's good to see Rob back on pole position, where he's been up the pointy end of the field quite a lot over the last couple of meetings. Great to also see Chris Nevesey in car number 5 on the front row of the grid. Then we're back to Gary Hills. Next to him's Jackson Callow, and then we're back to Brett Sheriff, and then we've got a bit of a gap on there as well, and that's where Dylan Barr is meant to be, who of course was involved in that first lap accident. Then we've got Reggie Ralph. Fitzgerald's not there either. Tyson Sadler, our car with the camera in it. Brock Ralph, Koberstein, Karukin, Chafee, Parnham, and they're away.
Oh, good start by Chris Nisi. He blasts past Robbie Marcon in car number 82 for Rick Gill Motorcycles. Then it was Gary Hills. Look at Jackson Callow in the 225 around the outside, trying to round up. That would be Hills in the black Commodore in front of him. So it's Falcon, Commodore, Falcon.
And this is the first time we've seen Chris Nevesey in the lead of a race here at Carco.com for some years. He used to always be in the lead of the race in his VN Commodore in the old days, but this is the first time I think we've seen his AU Falcon out the front of the field as they all make their way safely, thankfully, through turn 4 and over the top of the hill for the first time and down towards turn 6. So at the moment it's Nevesey just in front of Marcon.
And Chris starting to stretch his legs already. He's getting a good gap between himself and Robbie Marcon, but Robbie's done a lot.
Oh, there's somebody off. The background. I think that might be
Gary Hills. Yeah, it looks like the 93 of Gary Hills has run straight off, running around the Hall Pack tyres at the moment. Yes, it is Gary Hills in 93, so that's going to drop him right to the back of the field. But look at this, Marcon's already caught up to Chris Neefsey.
He has indeed, and we've got 3 Falcons at the front of the field now that we've lost Hills. So Falcon as they cross the line, and then Sheriff in Falcon as well. So big battle also a little bit back there, and that's Ralph, the 2 Ralphs in 41 and 13 having a battle down there, and it looks like it might be Brock Ralph, who's just gotten in front of his dad Reg.
Oh, Reg gets it all sideways on the exit of turn number 2, and that's allowed the Hydrolink car. I think that's Coberstein.
Yep.
All over them. Oh, Reg has got another wiggle on again under brakes into turn 4. So Adam Coberstein applying the blowtorch now to Reggie Ralph in car 41.
Have a look at these 4 Falcons at the front of the field, though, as they come onto the screen, and they're nose to tail all the way down into turn 6 at the moment, and this race could be won by any one of these 4 hard chargers in their Falcons, and Falcons have certainly come to the ascendance in the last few years here. It used to be a Commodore circuit, but it seems the Falcons have got the upper hand these days.
Certainly has. We go on board with Tyson Walsh as he sticks it right into the boot lid. I think that's Reggie Ralph now, and now that would be the Coberstein car in front for Hydrolink, and Tyson Walsh gaining ground. Look at this, right into the boot lid, literally. He's given him the old NASCAR biffo, and comes out of turn number 7. I thought that we were going to go very sideways there with Tyson Sadler. And as they head down across the start-finish line and down into turn number 1, Tyson's going to have to just sit behind Coberstein for the time being. But the 4 out in front, it's Nisi by 25 metres, but then it's Marcon, Callow and Sheriff.
Yeah, and as you said, at the moment, it's Nisi just getting a little bit of a gap because of the big battle that's happening behind him, and Callow all over the back of Marcon like a cheap suit at the moment, and he's going to be looking very, very difficult to get past his Marcon because he's very experienced, as is Callow becoming experienced now. About 3rd season now, I think he is in this car.
With our rest of our midfield runners down into turn number 6 at the moment on screen for our live stream viewers is car number 36 of Tyson Walsh. That has our onboard camera.
Sadler.
Tyson Sadler. He's gone past Reggie Ralph. And the Hydrolink car of Coberstein as well. And look at that Justin Chaffee doing zigzags all the way over the top of the hill there. And our leaders already through and underneath. And Robbie Marcon's making a move on Chris Nixie, and Callow right behind Robbie Marcon as well. The action's all up towards the front now with Nisi. He's lost at least half of that gap that he had on the previous lap as they head up and into turn number 4.
Yeah, absolutely. You look at that Hydrolink car of Adam Coberstein. He's got no right being where he is at the moment. He's right up there with the newer model cars in the old VN Commodore, and he's a good driver, is Adam Coberstein. He's always done very, very well, and he does very, very good job in this VN Commodore.
Oh, Callow and Marcon getting very close, and I think there might have been a bit of a touch then as they go into the braking zone for turn number 6. They're trying to run down Chris Nisi in this blue AU Falcon, who's having a good day so far, qualified on the P2, and it looks like he might go on with this one, but Marcon and Callow, don't discount them just yet, and I wouldn't throw out Brett Sheriff either.
No, absolutely. Brett Sheriff is the one with the least experience in these types of cars. He's, as I said, he's raced an RX-7 street car up here for many, many years, and he's also raced XLs and done very well, but this is one of his first forays into the saloon cars as we watch once again Marcon try to make a move down the inside, but Nisi's awake to that, and he closes the door.
And Jackson Callow within 1 car length now of the back of Robbie Marcon as they exit turn number 1 and 2 up over the bus stop and hard on the brakes for the entry into turn number 4. It's Falcon territory. First 4 cars out there are Falcons, and then we go back to the first of the Commodores, and that's Brock Ralph making a return to racing after 2 years away from Carco Raceway.
Yeah, and then after Brock is Adam Coberstein in the VN Commodore. Then we're back to Tyson Sadler, Reg Ralph, Daniel Karukin, who is out there.
There's a move on here, mate. Callow's just driven straight underneath Robbie Marcon.
Gee, that's a good move, and Robbie Marcon won't like that very much. He'll be fighting back as they get side by side almost as they get to the top of the hill, and Marcon, in fact, putting his nose back in front again, taking that position away, but he's got the inside, has Callow. Can he get back down the inside? He's clipped the curb, and that's throwing the car off balance and allowed Marcon to swing around the outside decided to take that position back.
Great driving from Robbie Marcon. Just squeezed him over. It gave him enough racing room, but he had to go up on that ripple strip and took away all of the momentum and upset the car on its landing back down onto the asphalt again. And that's allowed Chris Neese to drive away. Now he's got that same gap that he had on lap number 2 from Robbie Marcon. Jackson Callow back for third. Then we have Brett Sheriff. Bad sportsmanship flag for car number 51 for track limits, and that is Adam Koberstein in the Hydrolink car.
Yeah, and he's right in front, just getting a little sideways now in front of our camera car that we're with, and looking very racy is car number 36 of Tyson Sadler, as he sits right behind Koberstein, who's under investigation for that bad sportsmanship flag.
Tyson's just sent it up the inside of Adam Koberstein. I think he's going to pull this one off. Let's wait and see. Yes, he has pulled it off. Koberstein's going to fight back.
Koberstein's going to get back up the inside of him. He's lost a fair bit of speed there, chucking the thing sideways on the exit of turn 6.
So a bit of a drag race between the Pro car and the Pro-Am car, and it's going to be the Pro car that comes out in favour. Down in towards the braking area in turn number 7. It's Tyson Sadler in car number 36 over Adam Koberstein.
Yeah, and this is allowing Reggie Ralph to start getting onto the tail of these guys as well. He's dragging Daniel Karukin with him. Good to see Daniel back out there. He was involved in that incident earlier today. So good to see Daniel Karukin's got the Falcon back out there again. Then it's a big gap back to Justin Chafee. And then we've got Gary Hills, who's recovering after that off on turn 1 on lap 1.
That's Ken Power in car number 24. He's also making a return to Carco Raceway. He's been away since August with his FIFO roster not allowing him to participate in the last couple of race meetings. Another guy that really enjoys his racing, doesn't get to do enough of it because of his FIFO roster. And he's another of the middle-aged gentlemen, shall we say, that have made the step up from go-karting straight into saloon car racing, and has taken to it like a duck to water, as you would expect.
And behind him we've got Dybel, who is in the Pertec coloured car. And back into the front of the field we've got Chris Neese still just managing to hold off.
Here comes
this
Callow.
Big battle between Callow and Marcon. Marcon's still in the second position, and he'll be trying to cover that position down here, and in fact does so as we speak into turn 1. So Callow tapping on his tail as they head into turn 1.
Robbie Marcon's car, not only does it have the horsepower down the hill, but it's also got the torque to pull it out of the corners as well.
Yeah, and of course Robbie's very late under brakes too. He's one of the last of the late breakers. So yeah, it's a big job for Callow to try to get past him, but I think Callow's looking pretty serious here as they go over the top of turn 5 once more. We're down to 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this event. So as it stands at the moment, at least the guys have got a good run in so far in this second event for the saloon cars.
Of course, this one over 15 minutes plus 1 lap. So we should be looking at around about 13, no, it'll be less than that. Probably about 10 or 11 laps for this one, as we pick up with Kenny Power going up through the left-hander at turn number 4.
And Chris Neese definitely got this race under control at the moment, and he's actually being helped by this battle for second place as well. A little bit of oversteer then midway through the corner for Marcon, and that's allowed Callow to get back on his tail once more. So he'll be having to defend once more going into turn 1, and he does that. He goes mid-track and just keeps Callow out wide as they turn into turn 1.
Yeah, nowhere to go for young Jackson. He had he's going to try around the outside here, and that's not going to work, as a Robbie Marcon comes across the front of the car on the right-hander at the bus stop, and then hard on the anchors for turn number 4. But Jackson Callow putting on a good show here, trying to get past Robbie Marcon.
Yeah, he certainly has the edge over Marcon from turn 1 up through the turn 5, but from then onwards Marcon seems to have a bit more grunt under his right foot to be able to pull away as they head down into turn 6 and then over the top of the hill to turn 7. So as it stands at the moment, once again, it's Neese at the moment who is out the front of the field. Fastest lap of the race so far is actually Callow back there in third place. He's done a 66.4. The lap record's a 65.1, so somewhat off the lap record at this stage. But nonetheless, you can see just how Marcon just pulls that gap as they come down that back straight, and then from there it's all Callow's job to get back onto the tail again.
Yeah, he's got to really jump on the brakes very late to try and make up that ground. Now he's gone the wrong side of the ripple strip on the exit of turn 7, so that'll be a strike against car 225. And just having a look, going into this particular race, because race 1 was abandoned, there were no points given. So Jackson Callow on 232, Gary Hills on 210. Now he's had that big off and is charging back from the back of the field. He's currently in 10th position at the moment, so he will get some points. Robbie Marcon was back on 179, and then we go back to Tyson Sadler on 150 points.
Look at Callow, he's getting the nose down the inside here. He's just about looking like he wants to make a move into turn 6, and he has got the car down the inside, and he's taken that position once more. So second place is swapped over in Callow in that position. He gets a little bit wobbly at the apex, but that's okay. He's managed to gather it all up and get the power down. Now can Marcon use the power of that car to get back past him again as they come down to turn 7 once more? They're just about side by side under brakes once more. Marcon's got the outside, so he's going to try the over and under, and no, he's not able to do it. Just gets a little bit sideways at the apex and not able to get down the inside of Callow. So new second place is Callow. Now can he race away from Marcon? This is the part of the track that he's quicker than Marcon. Can he try to get onto the back of Nisi with just 31 seconds left, 2 laps left in this event? 2 laps left in this one. And out of our 6 cars that we thought we were going to lose out of race 1, we've actually only lost 4, which was Dylan Barr, Vince Chiella, Andrew Martin and Warren Ellis. And looking back at the field a little bit more, Tyson Sadler getting very sideways out of the exit of turn 1. He's our camera car, but he's managed to pull away now from Karukin. But Adam Koberstein's the guy who's lost out there. He's gone back all the way to 8th position now, and he was up into around about 6th there at one stage. Yeah, he's got Reg Ralph right behind him, and then we have Gary Hills in 10th in car number 93, the Holden Commodore, as our leaders. Now they're starting to spread out, unfortunately. For us, as Chris Nisi, he got a good 100 metres now over Jackson Callow, and then we go back for about another 50 metres back to Robbie Marcon. So I think they're going to end like this. Last lap board on display as we're 24 seconds to the good, and it's Nisi. Have a look at Callow from exit of turn 1 up to probably the entry to turn 5. He is dynamite. So let's have a look to see if he can make any impact on this last lap on the back of car 5 of Chris Nisi as they make their way up through the S's now. And Callow, let's see what he can do under brakes here into turn 4. He does close the gap a little bit, but it's certainly not going to be enough to give him the opportunity to get onto his tail over the top of the hill. But yeah, he is really good over that part of the circuit. He's closed that gap down by half. Car 51 travelling on the road right behind car 41 of Reg Ralph. It's Adam Koberstein. He's been pinged 5 seconds for a penalty for exceeding track limits. So he's all over the back of Reg Ralph as we see them going through the right-hander and then the long sweeping left-hander, and Reg and Adam both getting very, very sideways now through the corner of turn 4, and then across the top of the hill, Reg hanging on by 2 car lengths over Adam Koberstein and Gary Hills, closing in big time. Here's our race leaders coming onto the pit straight. Look at how Callow has closed them down. But he's going to run out of time because here's the checkered flag. So well done to Chris Nisi. I think that's his first win in this car, and that would be a big smile on Chris's face, and well deserved. He's obviously been doing a lot of work in the background to get this car to be competitive, and that's outstanding. Fastest lap of the race was that last lap by Jackson Callow as he moved on to the back of Nisi with a 66.3. He finished in second from Rob Marcon. Then it was back to Brett Sheriff and Brock Ralph. Daniel Karukin, good on him for coming 6th place after that incident, and he's managed to recover from that. Tyson Sadler in car 36 is next in 7th, and then it's back to Koberstein, although he's got that 5-second penalty, and then we've got Gary Hills, Justin Chafee, and then we're back to Parnham, De Silva, and Dybel at the back of the field, and Kenny Power, who's already passed the checkered flag. Yeah, there goes Parham in 97. So I think they're probably the last ones across. Peter Dybel coming down into turn number 7 now. He should be the last one across the line. And a great win for Chris Nisi in car number 5 over Jackson Callow and Robbie Marcon. Don't forget the cool-down lap coming up on Saturday, the 8th of November from 5:30 till 9 o'clock at McCracken House here at Carco Raceway. Adults $30, children $15, and the official and first place winners are going to get in for free. We're going to go and have a look at some messages. We'll be back very shortly here at Carco Raceway.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. Get your drift on with Drift West. Regular practice events plus drift battle events. Visit wascc.com.au/driftwest for more details.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
Saloon Cars Racing proudly presented by Right Way Industrial, Bailey Brewing Company, Fox Roofing WA, Adrenaline Performance and Fabrication, Word of Mouth Signs, and Auto One Morley. Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the categories racing, results and upcoming rounds plus more, visit wascc.com.au/championship.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
FSR Racing proudly presented by Radical Australia West, Arise Racing, and Perth Motorsport Tyres.
Back out with our FSR competitors on the circuit doing their first of 2 warm-up laps. And you can see Bryce Moore trying to get in some temperature and get those pressures up as he heads now down behind our safety car. And it will be car number 8 of Bryce Moore on pole position. Alongside him, his best mate, Chris Reindler, in car number 28. Now, the championship has been narrowed down to just those 2. And it's going to go right down to the wire, Rob. This race is going to count, but we're not going to know the champion until later on this afternoon.
Yeah, and that's good. That's keeps the interest alive in this event. And as we saw in the first event today, we're going to be looking very seriously at the battle between Wong, Baxter and Jackson and Eldridge.
Yeah, that was a ripper in race 1.
Ripper, absolute ripper, yeah. So whether Moore and Reindler can stay together, hopefully they will as well, and then we'll hopefully get that battle for those guys a little bit further back in the pack as well, because that was a really, really good battle.
And this is an extended race as well, 15 minutes plus 1 lap for our FSR competitors. But that was awesome to watch Jay Wong. He was just sitting there biding his time, and you could see he was getting frustrated. And then the moves started, and I think he promoted himself 2 places, but it was Baxter, Jackson and O'Connor and Mercer that were all having this great battle towards, well, it went for the entirety of that first race.
I think you'll probably see Wong putting more pressure on Eldridge in this event, because he starts in front of where he was in the last event.
Yeah.
And I think now he's got that bit of clear air between himself and Eldridge. He'll probably put more pressure on for third position, sorry.
Well, Eldridge is going to be on the inside as they head into turn number 1. And I can see Jay Wong on the outside on the second row in the blue and orange car. Let's see what happens. This is race number 2 over 15 minutes plus 1 lap for our FSR competitors. Green light out and we are away. And it's Reindler, but he won't be able to move across because Bryce Moore is there, who locks the brake up. Reindler tries to go on with it around the outside, and Bryce says, not happening. But here comes Jay Wong already alongside Baxter. He's dropped off the back of Andrew Eldridge, unfortunately, in car number 60. So Jay got a little bit of work to do in 4th place.
Yeah, he almost put himself in a position of being behind Baxter again there, and he just managed to stay in front. So can he get on the tail of Eldridge as they all disappear over the top of the hill from us and head down into turn 6? And on the screen, it's all fairly well line astern still as they head through turn 6 for the first time, with car number 8 of Bryce Moore leading the field.
Well, he's getting a good lead already over Chris Reindler, but we've seen this time and time again. It should close up. Chris's car seems to take 1 or 2 laps to come on, but Bryce's car is just great from the get-go as they come out over the start-finish line to reel off. Lap number 1, it is Bryce Moore and his championship looking very good. 1.5 races into the afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. And as suspected, it looks like Jay Wong is going to be able to hang with car 60 of Eldridge as they head up through the S's for the second time. So let's keep our eyes on that battle for 3rd position as well. So at the moment, they're all fairly stretched out, but hopefully, as you say, as the race goes on, different tyre pressures, different tyre temperatures are going to come on, and I think we're going to see them close up again.
Yeah, Mercer's a long way back, unfortunately, in this one, in car number 78, running in 7th position at the moment. Bryce Moore, fastest man across the top of this lap, across the top of the hill, and he also has the fastest lap for last time through as well. So we wait to see what happens this time on the way down into turn number 7, and he stretched it out to 50 metres under brakes. That closes up like an elastic band with Chris Reindler in 2nd place. Now Wong all over the back of Andrew Eldridge, Rob, as they go down into turn 1.
Yeah, he's looking at that outside line again, and he wants to try to swing onto the inside again, but he thinks better of it, and he's just right on the tail of Eldridge now, almost touching his gearbox as they head out of turn 1. Eldridge has got a bit of a better exit, and he's pulled 1 or 2 car lengths already on Wong as they head up through turn 3 and into turn 4, and of course then there's a bit of a gap back to Baxter.
And you can see that Andrew Eldridge's car getting a little bit sideways there on the entry into turn 4. Unfortunately for Jay Wong, right where he is at the moment, he's in all of that disturbed air and runs the risk of understeering into the corners. So let's see how he manages that. We saw him getting quite what was it, aggro? Yeah. You could see the car was starting to do things it shouldn't be doing when he was getting a little bit frustrated. That's the word I'm looking for. And we'll see what happens and how he handles it this time as he just clips the inside curve on driver's right in turn number 7. And he's lining up Andrew Eldridge, and he's definitely got the car speed in a straight line.
Yeah, he definitely has, and he lost a bit of ground that last lap, probably about a car to 2 car lengths on Eldridge, who's driving very, very well under pressure, it has to be said. As they head once again past turn 3. And at this stage, I think that it's pretty much status quo between those two. If anything, I think Baxter might be just starting to draw these two in just a little bit. He was actually around about, let's have a look at Baxter's time. Yeah, no, he was a bit slower on the last lap. He was about 3/10 slower than what Eldridge was. So it seems to be a little bit like an elastic band. Some parts of the track, they're a lot closer, and then they stretch out again in other parts of the track.
So they're just leaving turn number 6 at the moment with Andrew Eldridge in front of Jay Wong. And then we go back to Baxter in car number 11. So we pick up now with Andrew Eldridge in car 60. And the presentation, Rob, of these cars awesome, has been ever since their inception.
Yeah, it absolutely has been, and particularly Arise racing cars are always very well looked after, and of course that's a business that is presenting itself on track as much as it is off track, so you can see why they put a lot of effort into the presentation of their cars. But yeah, you're dead right, this is a category that always has very nice looking liveries and very nicely presented cars.
Because the Arise guys also part of the National Championship as well, so they do a lot of travelling over east, and if you do come over into the Paddock area, you can have a walk around and go and check out the big Arise semi-trailer sitting up outside their establishment at the rear of the pit area here at carco.com.au Raceway, as Baxter seems to be just closing in a little bit on Jay Wong.
Yeah, I was thinking that too earlier, but then you look at other parts of the track and it looks like he's actually fallen back behind. So at the moment, those 3 guys in 3rd, 4th and 5th, they're all doing 57.8s, 57.9s. So the gap actually looks a bit closer because, you know, obviously if you've got a second between you, it looks a lot closer when you're going slow than it does when you're going fast.
Well, there's only 4/10 of a second difference between Wong, Eldridge and Baxter. And 4/10 of a second is not that much really. But Jay Wong not able to do anything about Andrew Eldridge. Andrew's been able to hold off the pressure early and just monitor that gap between himself and Jay Wong. We've got 6 minutes and 20 seconds remaining here in this 15-minute plus 1 lap race.
Yeah, Andrew Eldridge, as I said earlier, he's been in this category now for a while, and he's got a lot of experience, and he's driving very, very well with the fair bit of pressure that he's got on him at the moment, with Wong behind him trying everything that he can to try to make that orange front of that car wider in his mirrors. But yeah, no, Eldridge is doing a good job here. He's staying nice and calm, and he's keeping all of his lines beautiful, keeping his power to the ground early, and he's doing a great job back there in third place.
Good battle towards the back of the field with Troy Mercer coming under attack now from Andrew Connor in 54 as they come down the hill and out onto the main straight here at Carco Raceway. And Mercer goes all defensive, runs right over to the inside of the track and then whips it all the way back to the left-hand side of the racetrack. He can do that as long as he's not in the braking area. You can only move once you are down into the braking zones, and that's allowed Connor just to fall off the back a little bit. But now under brakes again into turn number 4. He's moved forward again, and it is, Rob, it's like this elastic band, isn't it, certain parts of the racetrack.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And talking about that, look at how the gap has closed down between first and second as well. I reckon he's halved that gap over the last couple of laps. He's got the fastest lap of the race is Chris Reindler, and he goes across the line then, and he's still 2/10 quicker on that last lap than what Bryce Moore was. So it's going to be on for the lead soon, I think.
Yes, we are down to 4 minutes and 50 seconds. And this is the closest that Chris Reindler's been all day to the back end of Bryce Moore. So maybe his car's coming on the more this race progresses. Chris Reindler's car's coming on.
Yeah, it could be exactly that, but nonetheless, the battle then settled down for third place now. There's a good couple of car lengths between them, whereas before when they went up there was only a few millimetres. So at this stage, fastest lap of the race, 56.50, and that was to Chris Reindler a couple of laps ago. Of course, we mentioned the lap record of 54.6, so there's still around about 2 seconds off that lap record at the moment.
There's too much sunshine out there now. I don't think we'll see any more. Maybe later on this afternoon, about 4 o'clock, 4:30, we might see something spectacular happen, but at the moment, too much sunshine here at Carco Raceway in Perth, Western Australia. If you're joining us on the live stream, thanks very much for checking in. Hope you're enjoying our coverage brought to you by Turn 7 Media and the West Australian Sporting Car Club. This is round 6 of the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championships.
It certainly is here at carco.com.au Raceway, and look at that big gap now that's opened up between Eldridge and Wong. He's really taken off into the distance as Eldridge, and his last lap was more than half a second quicker than Wong. So at this stage, I think that third place is almost settled. 3.5 minutes left in this event. So still something could happen at the front. Still it looks like Chris Reindler hanging on to the back there of Bryce Moore as they come down into turn 7 once more. And at this stage, he's looking to the inside and showing the nose to Moore.
And now he moves out of the slipstream, gets a big gulp of cold air to try and cool that engine.
Yeah, I wonder if that is an issue that he's having at the moment, sitting in the hot air from behind that car, because he did that same thing coming down the back straight in that last lap. He pulled out so he could get a big gulp of fresh air as well. And I'm wondering if the car's just suffering a little bit being in the air behind Bryce Moore's car.
Because prior to this race, we had race 1, and these guys had to sit in pit lane for a considerable amount of time, and a lot of them didn't have the umbrellas because they thought they were just about ready to go. And they ended up sitting there due to that unfortunate incident with our saloon cars.
Yeah, some 40 minutes or so they sat there out there in the sun.
56.50 for Chris Reindler last time through. So he moves up again to within 2 car lengths of Bryce Moore. Nothing he can do at the moment. They both jump over the ripple strip on the exit of turn 7, down towards turn number 1. And it just doesn't look like Chris has got enough power, because all of these very similarly powered. They all have pretty much the same horsepower. It's just the way that they're set up enables you to go forward or slip back through the pack.
Yeah, and he's a hard nut to crack too, is Bryce Moore. He's a former Western Australian Formula 4 champion, and he's done lots and lots of racing over the last few seasons, and he'd have this well and truly under control, I think. I don't think there's much that Chris can do to make an impact on the lead at this stage.
Well, it's still not going to be 25 points difference going into the last race. So as we said, this one is going to come down to the last race later on this afternoon as we pick up with Andrew Connor and Troy Mercer in 78. They're down towards the back of the field, but these guys have been battling for last position since we started.
Yeah, and they'll be having a great lot of fun out there too. As I've said on many occasions, it doesn't matter whereabouts you are in the field, as long as you're having someone to race against, you have an absolute ball. And that's the good thing about racing in general, is getting out there and just having a go.
So we are down to a 1 minute remaining in this one, so we'll probably get the checkered... Oh, no, we might actually sneak through.
Yeah, I think we'll get the last lap board this time through.
Chris Reindler, only 2 car lengths off the back of Bryce Moore, car number 8, as they head over the blind right-hander at the top of the hill and head down towards turn number 6. Still just this 2 car lengths, and yeah, I'm pretty sure that Reindler's car would be suffering a little bit of overheating at the moment, plus that understeer from sitting in the disturbed air of Bryce Moore.
Yeah, I think you're dead right there. Although he's as close as he's been for a while at the moment, and he's late braking down the end here, and he actually is right on the tail of Moore this time. He goes to the inside line, but not able to make it. But yeah, still nose to tail as he's looking this way, looking that way as they head down to turn 1, and he decides the outside line's the best one to take. They got the last lap board now, so this is coming down to this very last lap at the moment. So can Reindler get down the inside? He's all side by side as they come out of turn 1, and it's going to be a fact of who's going to have the latest braking, and it's actually going to be Chris Reindler who takes the lead from Bryce Moore, who I think left his braking a little late and ended up going into the corner a little bit wide then.
Just having a look at our start box, I don't think that was the last lap board. They've actually snuck through, so we'll get an extra lap here. So it's all up to Chris Reindler now, and look at that, he's pulled 3 car lengths on Bryce Moore already as they head out of turn number 6 and do the long climb up the hill here at Carco Raceway. It's Chris Reindler. Now this is going to gain 5 points back in the championship if he can hang on to this, but it's still going to go down to that last race this afternoon.
It just goes to show you get yourself in front of a car that you've been following for that long, and your car comes good because you're not in that dirty air any longer. And I think that that's what Chris Reindler's showing us at the moment, unless Bryce Moore has a problem, because he's dropped back a long, long way.
Or he's just laid down.
He could have done, but yeah, that car doesn't look like it's on song. It's hard to tell. That last lap that he did was a 56.5, so actually no, it wasn't. It was 50. It was a 59 that last lap.
That's
so
4 seconds away.
3 seconds off his quickest in the race. So I wonder if Bryce has developed a bit of an issue with that car.
That's unfortunate. I'm sure the guys at Arise will get it turned around, ready for our last race later on this afternoon. And the last race in this round 6 and also 2025 for the West Australian Sporting Car Club.
So it's going to be one apiece, one to Bryce Moore and one to Chris Reindler as they come down onto the pit straight for the final time. And the checker flag's at the ready. And Chris Reindler, car 28, takes the win for the second of the SR3 races for this afternoon.
So Bryce Moore coming across to take second place in car number 8. Then next across the line should be Andrew Eldridge and Jay Wong coming out onto the main straight. So Andrew Eldridge was actually able to extend that lead away from Jay Wong. But this battle, it's still happening with Mercer and O'Connor down towards the back of the field. Up and over the top of the hill for the last time. Has Andrew Connor got anything in the tank for Troy Mercer? Don't think he's going to be close enough. Now he gets back in the slipstream. That Mercer should be able to cover off any moves here. And he does so out onto the main straight. So Mercer in 78 will take position 7 from Andrew Connor. Only just, in the end, 1 car length. So Chris Reindler takes the win from Bryce Moore and Andrew Eldridge and Jay Wong. We're going to cross down to Jamie McCandy, who has somebody special in store for us.
Here I'm joined by Chris Neefsey, who's just won the second race for you today, was it?
That was our second race after the first one. Unfortunate, a bit of damage out there. We didn't like that very much.
In the category of saloons. Chris, welcome again. Listen, I really appreciate the fact you've got a very pragmatic approach towards your driving. I mean, everything is about the thrill of the actual race itself, in the sense that you haven't been competing here at Carco for the entire year, but you have been travelling all around Australia to compete.
Well, after 15 years of racing, I tend to just try and do our stuff over east now. So we got national...
Almost like bucket list type stuff?
Yeah, bucket list tracks. I've ticked off Hidden Valley, Eastern Creek, Sandown, Bathurst a couple of times. So I just find it more fun going east, travelling with the guys. It's a great category. Bunch of guys, we all hang out together and we enjoy ourselves on the road.
You've had the car for 5 years and obviously you seem to be pretty happy with it, no matter where you take it. How does it respond over east as well as here at Carco Race? How did it respond today in the race?
Well, last weekend at Tailem it was a dog, it was slow. So I've tweaked it up a little bit, and today it's on the money, isn't it? It's in the window, don't touch it.
You told me you put some old tyres on, it's running better than what it did last week.
Yeah, ironically I'm running 2022 tyres from Eastern Creek. Rolled them out of the garage. They look a bit old, they look a bit slick, but man, it's going all right today, so I'm not going to touch it.
Chris, tell us about the journey to progressing up to Saloons. Where did you start with your racing, your motorsport?
As a kid, I grew up racing dirt bikes. As a family's drag us around WA and got me sort of a bit of a thirst for action and that kind of stuff. Watched it on TV, loved watching Marcus Ambrose, Russell Engel. Did a few drive days here and then thought, I need to buy one of these cars myself. And bought a HQ Holden. Did a few years in that, had some success, had some failures, and then stepped up to the saloon car class.
Well, one more race to go, mate. How do you think how are you going to manage? You going to come in first again, pole position?
Well, hopefully it's just one lap safety car and I can. No, we don't want that. We want a good long race. That last one was long. It was 15 minutes, no safety cars, and I'm begging, where's this checkered flag? Where's this checkered flag? But I managed to hold on just in the end.
Right, wish you luck in the last race, mate, and thanks for joining us today.
All right, thank you.
It's time now for a break. Catch you the other side of this. Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group Training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
Street Cars Racing, proudly presented by Pool Edge Systems Australia. WA GT Sports Sedans, Sports Cars and WA Muscle Cars are brought to you by ADH Golf and Utility Vehicles, Bistor, Okie Dokie, Swan Towing and TA2 Racing.
Now we have some street cars, sport cars and sedans out on the circuit, and this one is 12 minutes plus 1 lap. So we have our grid coming up on the screen, and it is the BF Falcon of Grant Hill on pole position. Had a great fight in race number 1 with Ron Moller in the Caro. Then on the second row it's Walter Eppel and the BMW of 247 of Chris Pavey, and then Muller, who's the first-time driver, and was quite impressive in that first run.
Yeah, yes, it was, and we're looking forward to seeing him get on the back of Havey in this one, because he took a while to pass Peter Callow in the last event, and then when he did, he disappeared into the distance. We thought, perhaps in this race, since he's going to be started in front of Callow and next to Pavey, that he may be able to get on his car and make a bit of a rush of it.
Yep, and then we'll be Peter Callow in the R32 Nissan, Garrett Allison in the Tirana, and rounding out the field is the Volkswagen Polo of Kraus in car number 81.
And it's a pretty rapid Volkswagen Polo at that.
It certainly is. All of those cars out of the Euro Spec garage, they're all very, very quick, because they've had Beetles out of there before. They've had there's a wagon as well, a Volkswagen wagon.
Yeah, that's a Passat wagon, isn't it?
Yep. That was very, very quick as well, as Ducky and Karen disappear down the hill and into the paddock area. Thanks very much for Jeff and Karen for donating your time this weekend. Right behind them is the BF Falcon and the Camaro on the front row as they come down into turn number 7 now, waiting for the red light to go out, and we will be racing in this one for street cars, sports cars and sports sedans, brought to you by Pool Edge Systems Australia and 88 Club Car.
Yep, and we're racing, and it's going to be the race winner from the last event, Grant Hill, who takes the lead into turn 1, just in front of Ronnie Moller, and then back to the only sports car that's out there this weekend, and that's car number 3, the Porsche 997, I think that might be, of Walter Eppel. And having a look a little bit further back, look at that, the battle is already on for the 2 street cars, Pavey and Mullet, as they head into turn 4.
Yeah, this is good. Only 2 car lengths difference on the first time up and over the top of the hill. Mullet trying to get into the back wing of Chris Pavey as we go on board with one of our onboard cameras down in towards turn number 6. I think that might be Peter Callow's car.
Yeah, I think it is Peter Callow, yeah, because you can see Mullet's car just in front.
We'll just wait and pick up next time we go on board. We'll be able to have a better look. Walter Eppel in 3rd place at the moment. And then we go back to Pavey, Mullet, Callow, Gary Utterson and Phil Krause. And unfortunately, I don't think that Walter's got the horsepower to run with the supercar and the Camaro today, the Trans Am.
No, and he had a very lonely run in the first event. Looks like it's going to be a little bit of a carbon copy for this one. But Mullet still hanging on to the tail there of Pavey as they head into turn 1. So I think that's going to be where the battle is in this event, is between car number 247 and car number 40 as they head up over turn 3 and into turn 4. And that is Peter Callow, who was the camera car for him.
Yes, it certainly was. The R32 Nissan in the camouflage colours as it goes up through turn number 5 and across the top of the hill. And look at these two, the BF Falcon supercar and the Trans Am Camaro just driving away from the rest of the field now, with Walter Eppel trying to do his best to hang on. The old European technology, you can't keep up with the pure grunt of those V8s.
No, unfortunately, if it was a 3-hour race, it would be quite different, because I'm sure that you'd see the Porsche in front of these guys after half an hour or so of racing. But at this stage, in these sort of sprint races, then he's going to be off. He's going to be a loser into 3rd position, unfortunately.
Mullet doing a great job down the hill to really gain hand over fist on the back of Chris Pavey. So Chris Pavey has got a bit of a party happening in the rear vision mirror right now, and it's all Mullet. He's just got it very sideways as Pavey had 2 really big twitches through turn number 1.
Yeah, and I was about to say, he seems to have the handling and the red car seems to have the straight line speed. But having said that, he almost threw it away down there at turn 1.
See, a lot of these guys will be running the best of the worst as far as their tyres for this weekend. Nobody's going to go out and buy a brand new set unless your position in the championship determined that.
Yeah, absolutely. And the last race meeting of the year, you're usually on the best of your bad bunch. So here's our race leaders back into sight once more down into turn 7. And I reckon that Trans Am car might be just starting to close down a little bit on Grant Hill.
Well, we did see him actually get in front of Grant Hill in the previous race, but then Grant was able to drive back around the outside of him.
Well, there you go, 4/10 of a second quicker on that last lap to Ron Moller. So he is starting to close down onto the back of 88. And as you said, he ended up right on the tail of him and got past him.
Yes. Yeah, he certainly did. We go back and have a look at this battle between Pavey and Mullet, and Pavey starting to get away a bit by 3 or 4 car lengths on that particular lap. Now, what are their lap times looking like? A 1:01.1 and a 1:01.7. So he gained 0.6 of a second, did Chris Pavey, over Mullet in that last lap.
Yeah, and they're around about a second and a bit off the pace for the outright lap record
Gary
for
Utterson
cars as well.
Gary Utterson crawling back into the paddock area. Unfortunately, and you don't see that car break down very often.
No, I don't think I've ever seen it pull out of an event, so that's bad news for Gary.
Here comes Ronnie Moller.
Yeah, have a look at this. He's closer again this time as they go past the stripe. Let's have a look at what the gap is this time as they go past. Fastest lap of the race to Ron Moller again on that occasion, and he's now around about 4/10 again. He's 4/10 of a second quicker each lap at the moment.
Plus 0.6 from the previous lap, so he's gained 1 full second in that last 2.41 kilometres of Carco Raceway. So the battle is starting to brew at the front. And what's happening with Pavey and Mullet, we look back towards the S's.
About the same, by the looks.
About the same. And they're lapping in pretty much identical times, a 1:01.5 and a 101.3, only 0.2 of a second difference. Pavey to the good.
Yep, absolutely. So yeah, very interesting to watch those two battles, and it's still about the same between car 88 and car 7. Look under brakes, that Trans Am car definitely closes right up under brakes.
He's starting to get himself into a position where he might be able to execute the over and under, or drive right around the outside down here in turn 1.
He's going to try, but I don't think he's going to get too much done with someone as experienced as Grant Hill in front of him.
Oh, look at that. The BF really just lit those tyres up on the way out of turn number 1, and Ron Moller had a really big sniff that time.
Yeah, he certainly did. And at this stage, it really is anyone's race, because he might get in front of Grant, but then Grant's a tiger. He'll try to do everything he can to try to get back in front again. So once that battle starts to get a bit closer, I think we're really going to see some fireworks.
Well, we did see the supercar slow down for 1.5 laps just to give those tyres a bit of chance to come back, because the longer this race continues, that temperature continues to rise, and those car tyres will go off fairly quickly. As Ron, brilliant under brakes. That's got a great set of brakes on it, that Trans Am.
It has, but the gap has opened up, hasn't it? And, and that's now about a second, or certainly half a second, that's opened up on that last lap. And in fact, it was 0.6 of a second that it opened up. So it's he's certainly got his mojo back, has Grant Hill.
He certainly has. And as we say that, the gap closes again. So there's this lucky band effect again as we go back on board with Peter Callow coming down the hill, back into third gear at around about 110 kilometres an hour into turn number 7. Just clip the ripple strip with the right front wheel on the way out of 7, and then blast down the main straight here past the Carco finish line and into turn number 1.
Yep, going to do a whole lap on board with car number 67.
So third gear again. You'll pop fourth gear right now up into fourth gear, and then try and coast the car up and over the bus stop. Gets very, very light just on the entry into turn number 4. Probably back to third gear now as he heads up and over the top of the hill. Cracks fourth gear over the top of the hill and drives it down towards turn number 6. Up into fifth gear, and then back to fourth, back to third. Hard on the anchors, turn it in. Look for the apex right on the inside where that drain is located on the inside. Now there's two ways. You can either come out nice and close on the right hand side, or let the car drift right out to the left hand side, up and over the top of the hill, down into the second hardest braking zone in Australia. Back to fourth, back to third, and you can see getting very twitchy under brakes. Out over the ripple strip, and that is a full lap, 2.41 kilometres of Carco Raceway.
Yeah, and very nicely done too. Very smooth, very straight driving. So well done to Peter Callow. Just before we did jump on board with that, I was about to say that battle between Pavey and Mullet's starting to close down. Mullet's a little bit slower on the last lap, but he was significantly faster on the lap before that. So that gap is sort of like staying around about the same as it is at the front of the field as well. The gap staying more or less the same between 88 and 7. 7 always seems to gather him up under brakes, but then he seems to lose out a little bit after that when they straighten up.
Grant Hill is suffering coming out of turn number 1. He's just lighting up those rears, and this bodes well for Ron Moller, because if he can keep applying the pressure, Hill's going to have to keep putting the power down and just making those tyres overheat, and he'll go backwards in no time at all.
Well, he's only got another lap and a half that he has to keep those rear tyres alive, because he's going to get the last lap board next time that they come past the stripe. So waiting for them to reappear once again at the top of the hill.
Down in turn 6 at the moment, and you can see he's starting to try and keep the car as straight as possible, and here comes a big run from Ron Moller. I don't think he's got enough in the tank. He slides right under the rear wing this time of the BF Falcon across the line. Last lap, 1 lap to go, 2.41 kilometres of Carco Raceway, and this is game on. Ron Moller in the Trans Am Camaro, and there we go. The tyres have finally let go on Grant Hill's car, and Ron Moller slips up. Just as we said that was going to happen, it happens.
Yeah, it certainly did. And now can Grant Hill fight back here at all? He's not got too much left in his tank by the looks of it, but he's right on the tail of Ron Moller as they head over the top of turn 5 and down the old pit straight for the final time, and nose to tail as they head down towards turn 6. So Moller taking a fairly defensive line there into turn 7, and he's got probably 4 or 5 car lengths now, so I don't think that Grant Hill's going to be able to do much about it. All very sideways there. Just after the apex of turn 6 was Grant Hill once more, and nothing much that he can do about it as they come down into turn 7 for the final time, and it's going to be Ronnie Moller in car 7, the Trans Am Camaro, that's going to take the checkered flag.
Yeah, well done. A great drive from a seasoned professional in Ron Moller. Applied the pressure, knew that if he kept it up, those tyres would go off on the supercar, and it's exactly what happened. He got understeer going into turn number 1, and then he applied the power, and Grant Hill just stood still and allowed the Trans Am Camaro to drive straight underneath driver's right and take a great win for car number 7, the Trans Am Camaro of Ronnie Moller over Grant Hill in second place. Walter Eppel in the German engineering Porsche.
But we've got a good battle back here for 4th place.
Oh,
that's for sure. Look at how Mullet's pulled right up onto the back of Pavey as they cross the line.
3 car lengths.
Just managing to keep in front of him at the end of that. And I just mentioned, was about to mention the car number 3 of Walter Eppel, just out there to make sure he gets that championship well and truly sewing up for this weekend, being the only sports car and a fairly lonely old run that he had. Our camera car 67 of Peter Callow crosses the line. And I think that's pretty much the race run.
Well, we can actually congratulate our first winner in the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships for 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, as he comes down past your spectator viewing areas, put your hands together for Grant Hill in the BF Falcon, car number 88. He is the 2025 Sports Sedan champion here at Carco Raceway, our first decisive winner for the afternoon. So lots more to come in round 2, and of course one more full round coming up later on this afternoon. I think we're going to cross down to some adverts for all of our live stream customers. Stick around, people here at Carco Raceway. Hope you're enjoying the sunshine and the racing. It's been a great day. Lots more to come. We'll be back very shortly.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. Interested in competitive motorsport but not quite wanting to go door-to-door racing? The Tarmac Sports Series features events such as Hill Climb, Time Attack, Point to Point and Time Challenge. Find out more at wascc.com.au/Tarmac Sports.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group Training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
Improved Production Car Racing, proudly presented by WA Hino, Knight Group and BM Graphics and Promotion.
Joining me in commentary for this one, race 2 of the Tander Trophy for Improved Production, Cameron Burns, welcome back.
Oh, thank you very much. We had a few little issues in the pits.
What's been happening?
Well, we had Caligari had some electrical issues, so that's why his car started stopping and starting and all types of dramas. Jack Colesley ran out of brakes. The brake pedal went to the floor, which is not a good sign, to be honest. The other BMW of Mixco, he's done an engine.
Oh, no.
Even though that's entered in Nationals in 3 weeks.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, there's a few little dramas going on, and the Beetles either cooked herself or dropped the cylinder. So there's another car that's out by accident.
They're out as well. Oh, that's unfortunate there.
But, yeah, we've got a top 50% reverse grid race. So you'll see Mark Jolly off pole with Trent H in third place, so yeah, a bit of a mix-up.
Barry Beltinas is going to be hard to beat off the second row. With Steve Turpin also alongside him on he's on the third row with Jack Cloesy. So Mark Jolly on pole from Gary Edwards, Trent Hookamau in the RX-7 and Barry Beltinas, then Steve Turpin and Jack Cloesy. Then we go back to Matt Cherry and Craig Poole. Robert Lansmere in the Toyota 86 and Matty Galton. And then John Caligari and you said Michael Scorio is out. Lachlan Cove and Joel Corello. Now, why is Joel starting down the back?
He had a technical infringement with the wheels being a little bit too wide for the body, so he got put rear grid. So it's just one of those things that may have been overlooked or not noticed, or the guards moved in a little bit. So, yeah, lessons learnt. But he'll be steaming through the field, obviously, like Jack Holsley on the start. That Subaru's going to be a monster. As long as everyone gets away on the front row, he should monster it into turn one, and then just see how quick Caligari and obviously Joel Corelli from the back of the field, he'll come flying through too.
Well, the two cars for me to look out for are car 222, the Subaru, and then right behind him on the inside is Matt Cherry in the Racing Dynamics Holden Monaro, one of the fastest improved production cars you'll find in Australia. And this is going to be on from the fourth row. This is definitely winnable for Matt Cherry. But how long can Barry Beltinas hang on? He's got some overheating issues, I believe.
Depends on how they get through the traffic too.
Oh, no,
Jolly jumped. So's Barry.
Barry Beltinas has jumped as well.
Jack's going through. Jack's going on the grass just to get around everyone.
That's four-wheel driving big time. 3 wide down into turn number 1. This is not good. Hookamau gets pushed out and just about runs. Oh, who was that? That was Barry Beltinas. Side by side for second. Now they sort themselves out.
Trent going up the inside of Gary Edwards. And Steve Turpin's following him through.
Yeah, Barry Beltinas has been stuck. He's gone backwards a bit. A bit of rubbing happening on the entry into turn number 4 with Beltinas and Steve Turpin. Where is Matt Cherry? He's just sitting back biding his time at the moment.
He'll just wait for the big V8 to monster over the straights and take a lot of positions that way, I think.
He'll wait for the exit out of turn number 6 and then he'll start threading his way through. Wouldn't be surprised if he's actually up towards the front here. As around turn number 6, he's gone out wide, so he's getting maximum speed, maximal terminal velocity up and over the top of the hill.
Here comes Barry, here comes Steve Turpin, here goes Matt Cherry down the inside, all 3 wide into turn 7.
Wow, Barry Beltinas, a good run there, but Jack Cloesy out in front at the moment and starting to drive away temporarily because here comes Matt Cherry in the Monaro. Rounds out Barry Beltinas in the M3 BMW. Turpin goes past Jolly. And that was Gary Edwards as
going past Trent H with a big flamethrower out the back, and so did Caligari on the inside.
Yeah, so Trent H has gone back. Trent Hookamau in the RX-7.
A couple of the slower guys getting a little bit beaten up, but that's just the way the racing's is. But no one's touched each other, no one's gone around. It's a good start.
Craig Poole towards the back of the field with Robbie Lansmere in the Toyota 86. And rounding out the field, I think that's Matty Galton in car number 24.
Yeah, Craig said he just cooked the rear tyres and was sliding too much, and a little 2 litre was all over him. So he just needed more horsepower, Rob was saying, but doesn't work.
The BMW got in front of Matt Cherry again, so that won't last much longer because up and over the top of the hill, the Racing Dynamics Holden Monaro of Matt Cherry comes down, blasts down the side of Barry Beltinas into turn number 7. And out onto the main straight. Now that's a good pass for position. Now what can he do about Jack Cloesy, who's up in front in the 4-wheel drive Subaru?
Yeah, well, obviously he's got his brakes working again. They're all bled up and working, so Jack's trying to scamper off now to get a bit of a gap, and it might be enough. You don't know. We'll see how he goes.
Well, as we saw in that last race, if you apply pressure to the car in front, they start to use their tyres and then they go off towards the rear of this race. This one is only 12 minutes plus 1 lap.
And there's big gaggle up going through the left-hander now with Mark Jolly, Edwards, Corallo and Trent. They're all nose to tail, which is good.
Yeah, and then a good battle between Craig Poole in the Tirana and the Toyota 86 of Robbie Lansmere. So, out of turn number 6, it is still the Subaru of Cloesy. Up and over the top of the hill, but here comes the Holden Monaro for Racing Dynamics out of Malaga. And this is Matt Cherry, as we said, probably the fastest improved production car in Australia. Sounds awesome as it comes past. basically a V8 supercar in a Holden Monaro body.
Not far off it.
It's
same as Steve Turpin. Steve Turpin's got a sequential and all the rest of it in his V8 Commodore as well. That's got V8 supercar brakes on it as well. So there's a lot of upgrades you can do to them.
Yep, improved production.
Yep.
Means improved.
Well, whatever they brought out, you can actually run in the cars as long as there's a Holden badge on the front of it. So there's a lot of upgrades you can do them to them.
But I believe the bodywork has to stay the same. You're not allowed to exaggerate and stick large wings and spoilers on the cars.
No, you've got to keep the steel guards, glass in all the windows. You've got to have the lights in, indicators, all that type of stuff. There's very few aero mods you can do, but then you start getting into too fast or sports sedans and all that. You don't want to. Well, we don't want to do that fun, but
no, because the cost goes through the roof. And there we go, a 15-second penalty for car 222 of Jack Cloesy for a driving infringement. So that will be heading on the grass. And rounding up a couple of cars on the grass. So our race leader, a 15-second penalty coming for him. He needs to extend this lead. At the moment, it's probably 5 seconds. And I don't think that's going to be possible because Matt Cherry's not going to let him run away into the sunset.
Yeah, Matt will know that. They'll have the radio to him and let him know too. So just got to stay in between that window. Then you got Gary Edwards and Joel Corello fighting down to turn 1. Oh, they've got through. Trent's still there, running around with Mark Jolly. And then obviously Rob Lansby is catching Craig Poole in the Tirana. And
Turpin's all over the back now of Barry Baltinas in the BMW M3. As Gary Edwards in the Jazmat car heading into turn number 4.
I believe that's the last time it's going to be in those colours. I think it's getting a complete overhaul in the off-season. Change the colour and everything, apparently.
I'm pretty sure that's the ex-Glenn Melling car, because Glenn owns Jazmat.
Yeah, it looks like Trent's trying to go down the inside of Gary into turn 6, but I don't think he quite pulled it off.
No,
the RX-7 can break a lot later than the big Commodore.
It certainly can. You can see now he's driven straight up alongside the big, heavy Holden Commodore, who has the grunt up and over the top of the hill.
I'll be waiting to see when the brakes come and see how much he closes up under brakes.
The little 13B rotary Mazda.
Flamethrower out the back of it.
Yeah.
And he's got a lot quicker corner speed, but the Commodore just pulls away.
No, he can't get down the inside quick enough, and that's allowed Gary Edwards to come right over and go all defensive and stop Trent Hookemow from getting down the inside. And Joel Corello having a little bit of a lonely race out there while these two battle behind him.
Yep, and then you got Maddie Golden at the back running with a KYP Civic, but she's also running our new control tyre for next year. So she's doing some testing for us for next year, which is great. And then she'll be running that in the time attack as well, time challenge tomorrow as well. That might win outright next week and tomorrow if she does well.
Okay.
So she runs both categories with that.
Yep.
So you can make cars do several things if you really want to.
Look at this battle still between the RX-7 and the Holden Commodore of Gary Edwards and Trent Hookemow. Down there in turn number 6, a fire-breathing RX-7. Again, he tries to come up the inside of Gary Edwards, and that's not going to happen. Gary's just got a little bit too much horsepower, but as Cameron said, under brakes, this little RX-7 should be able to close that distance.
And you'd like to be in front of Trent's RX-7 because I've sat behind.
He's gone sideways.
He's not catching. Oh, he's spun. He wasn't catching that one.
Nah, he was gone. As soon as he got to the apex and he was fully sideways, there was no coming back from that one.
Said you want to be in front of Trent's car. I've been behind it. You get mesmerised by the flames and you watch the whole exhaust system close and then you go, oh, I've got to try and get past him at some stage. Or if you get too close, he burns the front of your car.
Wow.
With how big the flames come out of the back of it, it's quite a good little show, to be honest.
So hopefully he hasn't flat spotted those tyres there. I think he got off the brakes and just let it do its own thing. And look at the battle up the front here as they come up behind the back end of Matty Galton. It's Jack Cloesy, car 222 with 15-second penalty coming his way at the conclusion of this one. So Matt Cherry is going to win this one, and here we got a 5-second penalty now for car 222 as well, so that puts him out to a 20-second penalty for Jack Cloesy, and 98 Barry Baltinas jump starts.
Yeah, there was quite a few of them moved on the grid, wasn't it? And Matt Cherry just did a 1 minute flat 0.9.
It's funny because they didn't pick up on Mark Jolly. We saw
Mark Jolly. He stopped in front of his grid spot though, so if he jumped and stopped before he went over the line, that's okay.
Caligari's coming to a stop again in car number 5, the VN Holden Commodore. And not a good day to round out his championship.
Not when it's 3 weeks and it's going to the Nationals, so with an electrical issue, it's really hard to find or recreate the problem. You could certain angles, different percentage loads.
Joel Corello just about ended up into the back end of that.
Joel was a little bit wide.
Very, very
but
wide.
Here comes Matt Cherry closing right up on the back of Jack Holsey in turn 7.
Well, it's not going to matter, and I'm sure Steve would be on the phone to Matt, just saying, don't do anything silly.
Oh, he's trying to... No, he's holding it in turn 1. He's making a show of it.
Got a 20-second penalty, has the white Subaru in front, so this is not really going to matter.
Well, it does for how far he's back to Steve Turpin, because that will be another grid spot when we do the next race when they revert again.
Okay. Well, it shouldn't really matter with the Subaru. He's got a distinct advantage off the line, as we saw. It's a four-wheel drive car. It's the only four-wheel drive car in this particular race, and puts it to good use off the start line from a standing start. He's got back in front of Matt Cherry again, and he's coming through turn number 6 at the moment.
Oh, there's Gary Edwards pushing up against Mark Jolly on the main straight, pushing right to the grass.
We're down to 3 seconds, so this time through for Matt Cherry, he will get the check, 1 lap to go board. 12 minutes plus 1 lap for this one. Race number 2 in the Tanda Trophy for 2025. Last lap board just gets out in time for our 2 winners, or leaders. And now they're going to come up on Trent Hookamau in the RX-7. As Turpin coming across. Now, who was he racing with a minute ago?
Barry Baltinas. Barry pulled in. So maybe that car's overheating again. We'll find out.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, just the way you don't know these things, so you get them out in the racetrack and put them under full load. Like, you can't always replicate things, can you?
Good Holden and Ford battle between Edwards and Jolly. And Jolly getting it all sideways down the midsection of turn number 6. Don't think that's going to do him any favours as Gary Edwards comes out onto the main straight and receives the last lap. Our leader currently over the back section of the circuit. And here he comes, screaming down towards turn number 7. He's going to take a good win from Jack Cloesy. And, of course, we're talking about Matt Cherry in the Racing Dynamics Holden Monaro. He takes the win from Jack Cloesy. Now we start counting. He's got a 20-second penalty. And Steve Turpin will be next across the line in the Holden Commodore. We're already up to 10 seconds. So I think he will end up behind Steve Turpin.
Yep, but then in the next race, where it's reversed, grid race again, he'll be in front of him for the next one. This is the way it makes it a little bit harder to try and win it.
Yeah, it certainly does. So we've got one more race later on this afternoon, and that is your extended race, the 15 minutes plus 1 lap.
Yep, with our sponsors, WA Hino and also Knight Financials. Oh, and there's one spinning. Oh, Joel almost lost it on the main straight coming over the line.
So Caligari's car lit up again. So, yeah, it's hard to find an intermittent electrical problem.
Yeah, that'd be frustrating, but at least it's happening here instead of going away to Phillip Island, something happening.
True. So Edwards gets in front of Jolly and then Craig Poole in the Tirana.
And then Rob Mears is a bit further back this time. Maybe he got pushed around on the start with all the big cars coming through and just couldn't keep on the back of them.
So 20 seconds to car 222 of Cloesy. Yes, that will put him behind Turpin. And Caligari still finishes up in 4th position. Cameron, thanks very much, mate. We'll see you later on for the final coming up later on this afternoon. Race number 17 for WA Hino. The improved production Tanda Trophy. Thanks very much, mate. We'll see you later on.
Awesome. See you later.
Let's go and have a look at a quick message from our not our general manager, our president of the West Australian Sporting Car Club, Russell Sewell.
Hi, I'm Russell Sewell. I'm the president of the WA Sporting Car Club, and I just want to thank our volunteers and officials for helping us on every race day that we have. But because without volunteers and officials, we couldn't run a race. A lot of people have to realise how much is actually put in behind the scenes with our volunteers and officials, and how they have to work long hours. They're there, they start early, they finish late. They're there when it's raining, when the wind's blowing, they're there when the sun's beating down. So we cannot underestimate their contribution to motorsport, and we thank them very, very much, and we ask that they continue. Thanks, guys.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. WA Sporting Car Club's introductory events, supported by Electrical Group Training, are the perfect way to get on track at Carco Raceway. Start off with a come and try day and progress from there. Get started today by visiting wascc.com.au/start line for more details.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship, featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the categories racing, results and upcoming rounds plus more, visit wascc.com.au/championship. WA XL Cup Racing proudly presented by Retrovision, Tech Mechanical, Racetech, Nexter and Revolution Race Gear.
Welcome back to Carco Raceway, and one of the most exciting categories out on the circuit at the moment are the XL, sponsored by Retrovision Western Australia, and on pole position will be Carlos Ambrosio from Fisher in 12, then Byrne in 11, Burns in 3, Zane Rhodes. Now, there's something has happened with Zane Rhodes. He's received some sort of a penalty from race number 1, and he finds himself out of P5. Harrison Beresford in car number 18, then Clark, Steve McGregor in car number 2, then Burns in 333, and a long list. Dean Hill started off the rear in race number 1 and made his way up into P10, so he'll be one to keep an eye on. Car number 53, the white and blue car, and our onboard camera will be on Ruse in car number 133. Another new name, Rob, to XL Racing here in WA.
Yeah, Dayan Ruse, and good to see him out there for Delta Autosport. So yeah, it's good to see him also having a camera in the car for one of his first little outings here at the circuit. So that should be great for our viewers to be able to keep an eye on what his progress is going to be as we watch our first grid position people coming into line. And this is a real bonus for Fisher, isn't it, to be promoted up there into the first row of the grid.
Some 40 odd points difference now between Zane Rhodes and Carlos Ambrosio. So this one's still not over, because if Zane Rhodes doesn't finish a race, that's going to allow Carlos Ambrosio to close that gap. Still 50 points on offer, and there is only 40 odd points separating these two.
Now, I can see that Zane Rhodes is going to be in second position pretty quickly. That's my guess for this, or my prediction for this, is that he's going to be up there pretty quickly into that second position. Whether he can get onto the back of Ambrosio depends on how fast he can get past Burns and Fisher.
Fisher has come on big time over the last couple of race meetings in car 12. Probably the first time he finds himself on the front row against the current state champion in Carlos Ambrosio for IFM Group. And Noah Byrne back there in that beautiful orange and purple car. He's going to be a hard charger too. He's also come on very strong. Red light on. We're about to go racing, and away we go. And Fisher's got the best of the jumps into second gear now. He's half a car length in front of Carlos Ambrosio. Carlos now fights back now that he's up into third gear. They're side by side into turn number 1. Ambrosio slips underneath. As I said, Noah Byrne up into third. Zane Rhodes in fourth as they exit turn number 1 for the first time.
Yeah, Zane Rhodes already past 1, and he's right now on the tail of Byrne. So he's gotten the inside of them, and he's after Fisher. So I said that he'd be up into second position pretty quickly. Well, he's up into third by the fourth corner of the circuit. So let's see how quickly he can get onto the tail of Fisher and whether he can make a move on him fairly soon as well.
Of course, car 25 of Wagner de Souza, he also suffered a penalty after race number 1 for being out of grid position at the start of the race.
Yeah, if you remember, he had a second warm-up lap, and the race only ended up being for about 5 minutes because, unfortunately, Wagner was in the wrong grid position and the guys behind him didn't know where to go.
Oh, look at this game on over the top of the hill. Fisher and Ambrosio. It's still Ambrosio, only just. Can Fisher stick it up the inside here on the entry into turn number 7? Better pushing and shoving through the corner there, and that's allowed Zane Rhodes in car number 73 to get into the boot lid now of Jake Fisher as they cross the line.
Yep, and down the inside into turn 1 and into second position, as I suspected. So there it goes. It took just over a lap for him to get from 5th position to 2nd position, and he'll be right on the tail of Carlos Ambrosio for the rest of this race, unless he can get in front of him, of course.
9. So just having a look at Dean Hill in 53 in the Cryojet blue and white car. He's right behind Steve McGregor at the moment as they're 2 wide through turn number 4. Right behind Burns, and that would have been, Lachlan Cove, Burns and Wagner de Souza back there.
Yep, and then we've got our Hasty and Clamp, Ferreira, Stuart McGregor, Lair, Hewitt, Charlotte, Cove, Leach, Seaton, Ruers with our camera, and then Ashley Cove at the back.
Well, it's back to the way we were in race number 1 and pretty much the whole season, with Zane Rhodes right in the boot lid, pushing Ambrosio up and over the top of the hill. Jake Fisher falling off the back of these 2 faster guys as they turn down into turn number 7. Ambrosio coming out nice and wide, just clips the exit ripple strip, and Zane Rhodes, nothing he can do at the moment. He's got a blue Hyundai in front of him that he can't do anything about. Now he pulls out and goes down the inside and takes over first place. Great drive.
Yeah, absolutely magnificent from Zane. Gee, he's a talent, and I can't wait for him to get into some of the other categories. I'm sure he'll be heading up into some of the other categories in years to come, and it'd be great to see him in saloon cars and even in something like...
Oh, there's an incident back further with one car.
Yeah, that's Lachlan Cove by the looks.
Yeah, he got run off the road there on the exit of turn number 1, where you allow the car to go right out to driver's left, and unfortunately for that driver that made contact, didn't see Lachlan out there, and they've made contact and pushed him out onto the grass. But no harm, no foul. Touch ball, play on.
Yep, absolutely. So we're out now on lap 2 and waiting for them to come over the top of the hill. Lap 3, over the top of the hill. And they're down in the basin at the moment, and it's still car number 73 of Zane Rhodes leading car 1 of Carlos Ambrosio. Look at Ambrosio, he's almost in the back boot of that car.
Yep, just see whether he's going to pull out and go down the inside here. No, he's quite happy just to sit right there at the moment. He's only like half a car length off the bumper bar of Zane Rhodes, who runs wide and just about went the wrong side, as somebody does go the wrong side, and that would have been Noah Byrne in car number 11.
Yep.
And look at Dean Hill, he's got 2 cars in front of him. Is he going to do both of them? No, he's just going to settle there. He'll take 1 on the entry and probably line up this car in front for the next time through.
Yeah, that's where a lot of interest in the races at the moment is this battle here, and it's a battle right back there for 5th and 6th and 7th and 8th. But yeah, it's they're all over each other all over the track, actually. You don't know where to look.
There we go. Cars number 9 and 36 for causing a collision. That is under investigation.
Yep, so that was on the exit of turn 1, and car 36 being the car of Lachlan Cove. So that was on that last lap where we saw him take to the dirt.
9 was Panizza. So those 2 under investigation at the moment.
Yep, so William Panizza, and side by side the leaders once more over the top of the hill, and the inside at the moment has got Ambrosio. Is he going to be able to swing across and cover that? No, he's not going to. It's going to be Ambrosio down the inside, and it's going to be to the outside once more to Zane Rhodes, but who can be the brave one under brakes down to turn 1? That's what we're going to be asking this time. If they're side by side still, in the inside is Ambrosio. I think he's going to take that position back, and he does indeed take the lead back again.
Getting a little bit of a side draft down the main straight here as he lets the car run right out to driver's left.
But look at Rhodes back down the other side. Yeah, open the door and back down the other side for Rhodes. And if you remember, Rhodes was really quick around turn 4 in the last event, And once again, it looks like he's going to be really quick through turn 4 and gets around the outside.
Right around the outside on a dirty, sandy track over there in turn number 4. And Zane Rhodes just goes on the go-kart line and drives right around the current state champion in Carlos Ambrosio.
Yep.
Bad sportsmanship flag now for car number 36.
Yep, and that is again
Lachlan
Cove, who's in the wars big time during in this second of the XL races.
Our leaders, it's still Ambrosio now with Rhodes all over the back bumper again as they come up and over the top of the hill. What a race this is. These two are the cream of the crop in 2025, and rightfully so, fighting out for the championship, the WA Sporting Car Club Championship for 2025. It's Ambrosio holding off Zane Rhodes.
Yeah, have a look at Zane. He's going to fly down the inside here again, I reckon. And there he goes.
There he goes.
And down into the inside, a little bit of a lock-up from Ambrosio, but into the lead once more is Zane Rhodes.
Now, whether Ambrosio can do the same move that Rhodes put on him on the previous lap, and this is like an instant replay.
It is.
Ambrosio to the outside, doesn't want to go on with it around the outside, slows down a tad and just ducks in behind Zane Rhodes.
He knows that he got Zane Rhodes on the last lap down in turn 6, so he knows that he can make a move down there. So let's keep an eye on the screen and have a look at what happens. And he does in fact get his nose down the inside, and he's going to make exactly the same move again this lap as he made the last lap, down the inside of car 73, and back into the lead goes car 1.
Very rarely will you run around the outside in turn number 6 and pull off a passing move. It's just fraught with danger and a lot of sand down there.
Yeah, there is. It's offline down there. There's not very much grip at all. So, and also it's a very wide radius corner as well. So you're going a lot further around the outside than you are through the middle. So down into turn 7 once more. This time a little bit more of a gap between them because you can see some sunlight between them, which you haven't been able to at all for the last few laps. Both of them run quite wide and clip that curve, as does Fisher in third place. We haven't mentioned him, but he's only a couple of car lengths behind the battle for the lead as well. So he'll be watching those guys and hoping that they maybe come together and open the door for him to get into the lead.
There's a few going very wide there on the exit of turn number 7. I think it was car number 31, car number 3. Bad sportsmanship flag for track limits. So that was car number 3. And trying to pick up who that is. And that was Burns in car number 3.
Yep, started out of around about, I think, 6th position did Burns.
And I think it was Panizza was the other car there. It briefly flashed up and has moved on to another warning for car number 3.
Yep, and he's car number 3 is in 4th position at the moment, so that's a significant thing for him.
Yeah, if he gets blown again, that will be a 5-second penalty. So at the moment it's all good, but he wants to watch where the track limits are as our leaders coming down into turn number 7. And again, it's closing up again. Zane Rhodes up the inside.
And Carlos has lost it and caught it back up again. What a brilliant drive. Yeah, absolutely magnificent. Lost it and then caught it. So he's still trying to get it back up to speed. He's under fire now from Fisher, who's closing on him hand and fist as they go into turn 1. He goes to the feints to the inside, but Fisher's down the inside and tries to get that move made, but he's not going to. So, gee, what an absolutely brilliant save.
I don't know what that was, whether it was like a compression lockup or a brake lockup. It looked like the rear end let go. But Carlos just kept his foot into it, turned the steering wheel and drove out of it. And look at Dean Hill in 53. He's moved up into P5 now. Zane Rhodes, he's in the next postcode. He's gone. It's Rhodes from Ambrosio, Fisher, Burns and Hill.
Yep, and fastest lap of the race is in fact 4 Rhodes, and that's a 72.07. So he set that a few laps ago. So yeah.
Oh, another one. Car number 13 now has been pinged for track limits, and that is Clamp.
Yeah, Tristan Clamp.
As we go on board, Ruiz back in position 22 at the moment, a new name to Hyundai XL Racing in WA. So let's see how the new guy does. He's run very wide there up through turn number 4. He needs to be right over on that curb on the way up the hill, and then you flip the car across to the right-hand side at the apex on the blind right-hander at the top of the hill, where we are right now with our live stream. You can see there's the apex there with that little curb on the right-hand side. You don't want to hit that because it unsettles the car and will push you straight off the other side of the circuit.
Good battle back there between Noah Byrne and Michael Clark as well, and that's back there for 5th and 6th position. And In fact, it's not 7th and 8th position, my mistake. But yeah, they're having a good battle a little further back in the field.
21 and 111. Oh, that's right down in the back. That's Seaton and Ashley Cove and Leach. So these guys having a good battle. They're running for last place at the moment, but as we keep saying with our Hyundai XL drivers, it doesn't matter where you are in the field, always somebody to have a race with. And these guys and girls doing a great job down towards the back of the field. Zane Rhodes now out to 100 metres over Ambrosio, over Fisher.
Yeah, Ambrosio's driving away from Fisher again, and he's starting to try to close down on Rhodes, but let's have a look at what sort of lap times these guys are doing as they cross the line once more.
2 laps to go, mate.
Yeah, 2 laps to go. They'll get the last lap board on the next one past. We're not getting any lap times at the moment, but at the moment it looks like it's about a 1.3 second lead to Zane Rhodes.
Yep, then we go back 2.5 seconds to Fisher, and 5.9 now to Dean Hill, who's moved up into 4th place now.
He certainly has, and he's left Harrison Burns well and truly behind as well.
We started out a P10, did car number 53, and previous to that he started off the rear of the field, so that's a great effort. He's passed something like 20-odd cars in the last 2 races.
Yeah, absolutely. So he'll have well and truly a lot of experience of passing cars around the Carco.com circuit. So just waiting for our race leader now to come back over the top of the hill. We're watching the battle there a little bit further back in the field as they head down into turn 6.
I think that may have been Wagner de Souza in car number 25. There's Dean Hill on screen at the moment, car number 53 for Cryojet. Up and over the top of the hill and down towards the braking zone, right outside our members area there. Hope everybody's enjoying themselves down there in McCracken House in the shade, and watching some fantastic racing right out in front of you.
Talking about fantastic racing, that gap has come down by about 0.6 of a second. It's just 0.9 of a second between Rhodes and Ambrosio, and they're out on their last lap heading up through turn 3 and 4. So Ambrosio's closing that gap down. I think he'll most likely run out of time, but if this race had been another lap or so, he would have been right back onto the tail of car 73 of Zane Rhodes.
Well, his favourite spot's coming up down into turn number 6, where he's put 2 or 3 moves on Zane Rhodes earlier in the race. But last lap, and he's some 25 metres behind. He's in no position to send it from back there. And unless Zane Rhodes makes a mistake down here in turn number 6, which he doesn't, drives out perfectly, comes out over the concrete apron on the exit of turn number 6 and drives the car up and over the top of the hill for the last time. Carlos is actually gaining, but he hasn't going to have enough in the tank. We need another 3 or 4 laps.
I don't even think we needed that much. I think we probably only needed 1 more lap because he's just about right on his tail. But nonetheless, it's going to be a magnificent win and a hard-fought win, you have to say, also to Zane Rhodes as he crosses the line, takes the checkered flag. From Carlos Ambrosio, the cream of the field, those 2 guys. Then back to Fisher in 3rd, Dean Hill in 4th, waiting for Harrison Burns to cross the line, and he goes across the line now, just in front of Beres. And then back to Michael Clark, Steve McGregor, William Panizza, and that's your top 10 as they finished.
As they finished now, all the penalties will be applied afterwards, so we'll have to wait and see when they line up for race number 3 coming up later on this afternoon. But what an exciting category of racing is the Retrovision Hyundai XLs. They've got a bit of a drag race down here, and that is car number 40 and 84.
They've been battling the whole race, Hewitt and Ferreira, so, so that's been a great interest in the event as well.
So, and there's Ruiz going past in car number 133 with our camera on board for turn 7 media. And they're still trickling down the hill. Here comes our last 3 now. That'll be Charlotte Cove. No, Ashley Cove, Darren Seaton and Leach, rounding out 25 cars. What a big field of Hyundai XLs.
Absolutely brilliant field of XLs, and really good racing, and congratulations. Put your hands together for both of these guys as they come past you, because they turned on some great racing. Car 73 and car 1 of Zane Rhodes and Carlos Ambrosio.
And as far as the Masters, it's Steve McGregor over Stuart McGregor, and that one is in the bag now as well. So Stephen McGregor takes out the Masters class in the Hyundai XL for 2025. Not game to make a call on Rhodes and Ambrosio just yet. We'll wait for race number 3, but congratulations to Stephen McGregor, Masters champion for 2025. We're going to go and play some messages from our sponsors. We'll be back very shortly here with the resumption of play for round 6 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships here at Carco Raceway.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets. This broadcast supported by Turn 7 Media, Streamer, Real Human Photos, Unlabeled Photography, Top Step Designs, and New Start Finance.
Production cars making their way out of the dummy grid and out of the pit, and a very small field of production cars left at the moment.
No Chris Willis.
No, the Camaro looks like that's been packed away now. So that's going to open the door for Fisher. Had a chat with Brett from car number 32, the black one, and he has no tyres left. He put the best of the worst on for that last race, so probably not expecting to see much improvement. That car was all over the place. He did loosen off the rear bars, so he was going to go and tighten them back up again and try and get some drive out of the car, but it's just no rubber for car number 32. So Fisher's going to be pretty hard to beat here in car number 44.
Yeah, well, the season doesn't start again until around about February or March next year, and you don't want new tyres sitting around that have already done one or a few heat cycles at this race meeting and then sitting around for 3 or 4 months until the next race meeting. So he's obviously decided just to come up here with the best of his dirty shirts, as they say.
Yep, and car number 76, Damon Croxon, driving the Renault Megane. Happy birthday, Damon. It is your birthday today, so let's see whether you can have a good present in this one and get on to, well, if you can get past Brent Peters, you will be definitely on the podium this afternoon. So Lillis in car number 64, unfortunately not out on the circuit. I'd like to know what's happened with that one because it looked like it was running beautifully. But Fisher will now be on pole position. Peters, Croxon, Laurie Whitome in that beautifully prepared Mustang. I went down and had a look at that at lunchtime. And then Edwards, and of course we lost Matthew Holt first thing this morning after race 1.
Yeah, so a diminished field, unfortunately, but let's see if we can't get a bit of a battle happening. And I think Fisher will disappear into the distance, but it might be good between Peters and Croxton, especially with Peters with those average tyres on the car.
Well,
So-
this is looking very good for Laurie Whitome on 216 coming into today, with Brent Peters on 185 and then James Gallen right back on 128.
Now, of course, Jim's not here this weekend
No.
either. So, and it's about, in fact, he's going very slow off the line as Laurie Whittam, but it's about consistency, isn't it? And he's been going around and around in circles in that RX8 for most of the year and has finished every event. So that's what it's about, whereas some of these guys at the front who are really quick tend to also be, unfortunately, fairly bad with the reliability. So let's just have a look at how that championship pans out. But we've got a race lead at the moment to Fisher from Peters in car number 44, and then back, car number 32, and then back to Croxton, in 76.
And Croxton is all over one of his mates in Brett Peters, car number 32, looking for a move on down into turn 6, and he can't do it.
No, it's not on.
But let's just watch what happens with the black 32, and it looks like it kicks sideways on him right in the apex of turn number 6. So he's suffering already. Is Brett Peters in car number 32. And there's maybe a move on down here. No, there's not. Damon Croxton pulls out of that one.
You're having a bit of a day out with the names today, aren't you?
Oh, certainly
Very
are.
interesting, but nonetheless, it is Brett Peters who's in second position. And as you said, it will be interesting to see what happens as the race progresses, because as the race progresses, the tyres get hotter, they go off. And if there are horrible things like what he says he's got on his car, that's going to be even worse. So I reckon that Croxton will probably end up on his tail, if not past. In fact, we're going to have a change for the lead, I think, because whether he just missed a gear or whether something happened in car number 44 there. But Ryan Fisher certainly slow over the top of the hill and still slow. So I reckon he's got a problem.
He's got a problem. And that's a first time out for that car. And look at Peters up the inside. He's taken Damien Croxton with him in the Renault Megane. So 44, Fisher in trouble and probably will retire on the conclusion of this lap. So your new race leader is Peters, and he's sideways, and that's going to allow Croxton in the Renault Megane right up the inside here. So Peters still suffering with those bad tyres.
Yeah, but plenty of grunt in a straight line, which is what Croxton hasn't got. So this is going to be really interesting, and it's really important for these guys now because it's for the lead of the race. So it's going to be a really good battle as time goes on. The black car's quick in a straight line, the white car's quick around corners, and over a lap they're probably doing very similar lap times. So I think this is going to be really good.
Well, very important that Laurie Whitome keeps going, because at the moment he's looking at 19 points at the moment, and he needs those points. As I said, coming into this morning, 216 to Laurie Whitome, 185 to Brent Peters. They're the only two that have got a realistic shot of winning this production car championship for 2025.
Well, that was 31 points at the start of the day, and he's not going to catch up 31 points on you if he just keeps going around and around in circles, because there's not enough cars left in the event. Now there's only 5 to really catch, as long as he keeps going, to really catch those points is going to be impossible.
No, he's got to keep circulating this brand new Mustang, beautifully prepared on the inside, a bolt-in cage, and it still has the original dashboard all the way from one side of the car to the other, with no big holes bored through it to put the bars through. So very nice.
That's the main reason I don't like putting welded-in cages in cars, is because you've got to put big holes through the dashboard and everything, and it becomes a problem if you ever want to turn the car back into a road car too.
So Laurie Whitome in third place at the moment. As I said, that's worth 19 points for the Mustang. There's 25 points at the moment for Brent Peters out in front in car number 32, and sets fastest time with a 65.3. Damon Croxton with a 65.9. And then Whitome with a 68.2. So he's 3 seconds off the pace in the Mustang.
So you're only looking at around about 6 points between first place and back to Laurie in third place. So it wouldn't have been that much different in the point gap in the first event either. So you're looking at only about 12 to 15 points caught up so far over 2 events. So it's still going to be around about 15 or 16 points behind going into the last event.
Yeah.
And with this many cars in it, I can't see unless Laurie doesn't finish the event, that's not going to be able to be gathered in.
Yeah, too close to call. This one will have to wait till race number 3 later on this afternoon. But Peters is starting to pull away from Damon Croxton in the Renault. Let's get a lap time as he comes across. It was a 1 minute 5.3, and now it's a 1 minute 5.2 with Croxton a 105.6.
But we're only halfway through the event, Vaughan, and as we already said, the tyres on this car in front in the lead are ruined. They're a horrible set of tyres that have been worn out, and they're the best that he's got to do for this weekend. So I think later on in the event, that car's going to start doing slower lap times.
Yep, and that will be when the Renault Megane should move forward and hopefully be able to challenge for the lead.
Yep, and that's exactly what Laurie Whitton will be hoping for, because of obviously the least amount of points that Brett can carry over from each event, then the better it is for his championship.
Well, Damon Croxton is in 4th place on 115 coming into today.
Yeah,
so
that's 101 points behind.
That's
so,
right,
yeah.
and Jim Gallen's not here either, so they've decided they're too far out of that equation. It is a drag, well, it is a shootout between Laurie Whitome and Brent Peters.
Yep, and still the same sort of gap as they come down into turn 7 now and come across the line. We'll have a look this time at what the lap times are once more. It was a 65.2 on the last lap. This time it's a 65.6. And this 1/100th of a second quicker to Croxton. So maybe this is the point in the race where the table starts to turn and Croxton starts to slowly gather that gap back in again.
We've got 6.5 minutes remaining plus 1 lap, so we're probably looking at a good 7, possibly 8 laps to go in this one. And Brent Peters just managing those tyres. Another newcomer into production car racing is Edwards in car number 13.
Yep, lucky for some, unlucky for others.
Yeah, only 4 cars circulating out on the circuit now. This has been a real race of attrition since we started in qualifying this morning.
Yeah, we've lost Fisher, and we've lost Lillis, and we've lost Holt.
Yep, the 2 fastest cars. Actually, the 3 fastest cars this morning in qualifying. We have lost all 3.
Yeah, and that basically comes back to what I was saying earlier about why Laurie Whitton is leading this championship at the moment. It's reliability.
Yep.
He's just, as I said, gone round and round in circles all year and collected all the points that he can, whereas the guys at the front, they've collected maximum points here and there, but they've not finished a lot of races.
It certainly hits you at the tail end of the season. And there comes Laurie now out onto the main straight as we're still looking at the RX-8 of Edwards in car number 13.
They weren't a bad-looking car, those RX-8s, actually. I really used to like the ones that used to race in America in the IMSA championships and things like that, that used to run at Daytona and that, and they used to sound great, but they used to look really good too. Going back, obviously, about 15 years or so, they used to run those. But
just had a look. There's a registration plate on that car, so it's not a full-blown race car. It's actually a road car.
Yeah, yep.
Running around in the production cars. I think that's the only road-going vehicle out there.
One of the things that we are celebrating in 2025 is 50 years of streetcar racing here in Western Australia. And when the streetcar championship first started in 1975, the cars had to be driven to the circuit. That was one of the things that was an absolute must. You must drive the car to the circuit. So of course everyone used to trailer them until to the end of Old Yanchep Road and then drive them the last half a kilometre or so into the facility. Yeah. But a few of them got pinged for that. But then after a while, just so many people doing it, they let that lapse to a certain degree. But yeah, generally speaking, all of those cars were road registered when they started racing them originally.
And so were the historic touring cars back in the day as well. They used to drive those to and from. And Laurie Lapsley in the Mark II Jag, he still does to this day, drives to a circuit and then drives home again, including Albany and Northam.
Unless he hits the fence at Albany, which he did a couple of years in a row. Poor old Laurie, he's a great driver, and he's another guy who's won, and I think already won the championship for his category of historic racing this year. So Laurie certainly knows how to pedal that Jaguar around the circuit.
Oh, Croxton starting to make some moves here on the back end of Brent Peters. There's still probably 100 metres.
Oh, he slowed down.
Slowed down. There's another one slowing down. Oh, no, that's Fisher.
Not. That's Fisher still circulating, exactly.
So he's just moved over and allowed these 2 faster guys through, but it really balked Damon Croxton last time up and over the top of the hill. Nothing worse, mate, than coming over the hill and seeing somebody slow right on the circuit.
Yeah, one of the biggest accidents we ever had here at the circuit was caused as a result of exactly that, and that was a guy called Ron Lindo in 1981.
Over there.
Came over the top of the hill having a race with the Lotus Elan that we're going to see tomorrow with Trevor Hine at the wheel, and was looking at the back of the Lotus Elan instead of looking where he was going, and he pulled out to pass the Elan and looked up, and there was a car right in front of him going slowly, and he swerved, lost the back end and slid sideways into the fence halfway down the hill. And in those days the fence was at virtually a right angle to the circuit, and the car flew probably a good 10 to 15 metres in the air before it landed. And Ron was very, very lucky to get away with his life after that incident. It was a horrific incident. So, yeah, you definitely want to be wanting to have a look at where you're going, coming over the top of the hill there, and making sure that, you know, you've seen a car that might be going slower than you going over the crest of the hill before you arrive at it.
Picking up with Damon Croxon in the Renault Megane, the birthday boy, on Saturday here at carco.com.au Raceway. And now we go back to our leader, car number 32, ex-New Zealander in Brett Peters. And doing the best with the bad rubber that he's got. He's still managing that lead. Doesn't look like his lap times are dropping off that much. His fast lap was a 105.2, and he's still circulating in 105.5s. So only 0.3 of a second difference. So really, whatever he's done to the car has given it some more consistency, rather than dropping off towards the back of the race like what happened in race number 1.
Yeah, they've both gone out to quite slow lap times now, comparative to what they were doing earlier in the race. So Croxton, for instance, is almost into the mid-66s now. So I think this is, provided they keep these cars going for the next 1 minute and 30 seconds, and this is probably the way they're going to finish the event. I'd suggest that at this stage we've got probably 2 more laps to go.
Yes.
Maybe they might squeak a third.
Coming out onto the main straight now, and we are still 117.
They'll squeak a third lap in, so 3 more laps to go.
Very strung out now with Edwards in the RX-8 over there entering turn 4. Our leader's exiting turn number 2, so he should be overtaken in the next lap or so. And then down here on the other end of the racetrack with the lights fully ablaze now is Laurie Whitome in the new Mustang. And behind him, Fisher, still circulating, so Fisher knows the importance of points, even though he's not really in this. He came into today on 0, so whatever he's picked up this morning will certainly help his tally. At least he won't finish on 0. Same can be said for Chris Lillis. He came into this race meeting on 0 as well.
Yeah, well, he can't go backwards.
Nope.
Good effort from Brodie Edwards today in car 13, coming down into the turn 7 at the moment, just in front of the leader, probably going to be lapped on the last lap of the race, but good effort from Brodie today on his debut in this car. He's circulated well, he's gotten out of everyone's way when necessary, and driven very, very straight and very well. So congratulations to Brodie. I'm quite impressed with his debut today.
Always a good debut when you can take the car home in one piece.
Absolutely, and I'm sure that he's learned a lot while he's been out there today as well, and he'll come back in 26, I hope, and put the car on the track and have a bit of success, because that's something that's always going to keep people interested in the sport if they can have a bit of success.
And the other good thing is that there's no scribbles in his logbook.
Exactly, and he'll get a signature for his P-plate.
Yep.
And he'll only need 4 more, and he can throw the P-plates away.
Yep.
So race leaders now out on their second last lap. They did get across the line before the last lap board came out, so that'll come out for them on the end of this lap. And that'll be the end, I think, of this particular category for 2025. I don't think they've got another event this afternoon.
No, that is it for 2025.
Yep. So a little bit of a shame that we've had a depleted field, because generally the production cars do put on a pretty good show for us. But we have seen some good racing, and we've certainly seen some interesting cars that have been out there as we watch our race leader now come across to get the last lap board, and he'll just pass Brodie Edwards there as they cross the line. Sounds great, that BMW, doesn't it?
It
really
roars.
sounds good. Yep. A lot of BMWs racing up here now, and for many years we didn't have any BMWs up here, but lots of them seem to be racing up here these days.
Yeah, they've got these new late model ones, but then we also go back to the BMW 2002s, which we'll see tomorrow in our historic touring cars.
Yep.
When they race tomorrow.
A couple of E30s, which you can't really call late model ones either anymore, because they're as old as what the original historic touring cars were when they started the category.
Yeah.
And yet they're still seen in some people's eyes as being a fairly modern car, but they're certainly not. They go right the way back to the 80s and 90s.
Wonder whether Fisher's cars actually run out of brakes. He's still circulating around at a fair rate, but not race pace. If it was overheating, it would have cooked itself by now, surely.
It'd be in limp mode, and it wouldn't be going as fast as it is, because it's still doing at least the speed limit.
Yeah.
At least the maximum speed limit, I should say.
So, checkered flag on display.
And where's our leader? Here he is now.
Brent Peters takes out a win, and second place will go to the Renault of Damon Croxon as he just rounds up Brodie Edwards in the RX-8 And third place will be the orange and black Mustang, just cresting the top of the hill now. And we can call it now that Laurie Whittam is the 2025 Production Car Group 3E winner for 2025. So congratulations to car number 34, Laurie Whittam, a ex-Mazda driver, and now gone to the V8 muscle and takes home the championship.
Yeah, good on him. Good on him. Well done, Laurie.
Yeah, it's well done.
Yeah.
He's a great guy, and he's been persistent in the sport over many years. So big congratulations to Laurie Whittam. We're going to cross down to Jamie McCanty down there in the pits.
You loan a car and go for a run?
Loaning a car's a bit risky.
I'm alive. Sorry about that. I didn't get the cue. I'm with Zane Rose, who is obviously competing in the XL category, doing really well today, Zane. Tell me about the first race where you got a penalty, but came in first, but relegated to fifth. Tell me about that part of the race.
Race one was really good. Battling with Carlos all race. And then on the last lap, I got a 5-second penalty, but we learn. And then that one got the win after a mistake from Carlos. So, yeah, super stoked.
So you got one more race to go, mate. So what sort of strategy are you going to take into the last race, especially when you're getting so close to Carlos, who's been like literally the championship leader since the start of the season?
Pretty much learned from that race. Tyres got a bit hot, so we'll make a change about that. And hopefully the track gets a bit cooler, so might be a bit better. And then, yeah, I'm sure to be on with Carlos again, and Jake's just there as well.
It's a really competitive category, XLs. I've always loved watching the racing because it's all about the driving skills. Eh? So you've got to be pretty impressed by the fact that 17 years of age, you're taking on the championship leader and giving him a real good run for his money.
Yeah, the toe is pretty... what's the word? I forgot. The toe's pretty useful today. Headwind. If you get it... If you get in a toe today, it's just massive. You gain like half a second. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it goes in the last race.
Good luck with the last race, mate. I'm sure you do extremely well. It's been a great competitive category today. Really, really good. I'm looking forward to the result at the end of the day. That's all from me. We're going to take a break and or hand it back to Vaughan, one or the other.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. Get your drift on with Drift West. Regular practice events plus drift battle events. Visit wascc.com.au/driftwest for more details.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display, and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track, and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games, and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
Saloon Cars Racing, proudly presented by Right Way Industrial, Bailey Brewing Company, Fox Roofing WA, Adrenaline Performance and Fabrication, Word of Mouth Signs, and Auto One Morley.
For the last time in 2025 for Right Way Industrial, our saloon cars out on track. And this is going to be an absolute ripper with Chris Neefsey and Jackson Callow on the front row. Jackson carrying our onboard camera for Turn 7 Media. Rob Marcon and Brett Sheriff on the second row. Brock Ralph and Daniel Karukin on the third row. Tyson Sadler and Reg Ralph. Then we have Gary Hills fighting back from that big off in race number 2, which was actually race number 1 for the day. Adam Koberstein, Justin Chaffee, Terry De Silva, Jack Parham, Peter Dybel and Ken Power in car number 24 round out a bit of a depleted field after a huge incident in race number 1 this morning that was declared a non-event.
Yeah, absolutely. And a big shout out to Right Way Industrial as well, the main sponsor of this category for 2025. And they're a group that have been behind saloon cars here in Western Australia for many, many, many years. And great to see once again that they've been supporting this category in 2025. So thank you very much on behalf of all the saloon car guys and all of us here who enjoy watching the saloon car racing to Right Way Industrial.
Look at Chris Nisi already sitting on pole position. You reckon he's pretty proud he's there about 25 minutes early. Everybody else is still coming down, not even into turn 7, and Chris is sitting there waiting.
He would have had a smile on his face from ear to ear after that last event, and finally having gotten some success with this car. And I reckon he'll be out there wanting to do exactly the same thing in this race. And he's going to be next to Callow, as you mentioned, with the camera in the car, so that's going to be great to watch. Rob Marcon has gone from pole position earlier in the day, right the way back there to 3rd position. And of course, Brett Sheriff, I think it's debut for him, isn't it, in saloon cars today?
No, he has been here before in the previous race meeting.
Okay.
But just realising out of the first 3 rows, 5 out of the 6 are Falcons.
Yeah, and I don't know why that is, because Falcons used to always be behind the ball here at Carco. Always used to be a circuit that the Commodores did well at, but it seems to have really changed in the last couple of seasons. Red light is on.
And away we go, and it's a good start to Nifsey as well. Look at the 2nd row start from Brett Sheriff. He's got in front of Marcon, so he grabs 3rd position. Marcon will have to settle for 4th. Jackson Callow trying to run around the outside of Nisi. You're not going to do it in turn number 1 on lap number 1. What can he do with Nisi as they head up and over the hill for the first time?
He gives a little bit of a tap on the back of Nifsy's bumper 3/4 of the way through the corner there, just to let Nifsy know that he's there. But yeah, that was a wicked start then from Brett Sheriff off the 4th grid position and to get in front of Rob Marcon. So they're disappearing over the top of the hill for the first time. We'll catch them up on the screen and watch them as they all head line astern down into turn 6 for the first time.
Unfortunately, Rick Gill not here this weekend.
No, unfortunate that we don't see Rick out there. And yeah,
well, here we go.
have a few of them that are missing. So here's our car camera, car number 222 with Jackson 225, sorry, with Jackson Callow at the wheel, right on the tail of our race leader Nifsey as they come down to turn 7. Will he try an inside move? He's just ducked into the inside, but he's not close enough. And he's not going to be able to get down the inside of Nifsey then, who slows it right down in the middle of the corner, so he can't do the over and under as well. And back onto the straight they come. So it's Nifsey from Callow, then back to Marcon, Sheriff, Brock Ralph, Reg Ralph, and then a good battle back further between Sadler and Karukin. Karukin on the inside is going to take that position too.
Great onboard shots from Jackson Callow as he tries to do something about Chris Nisi just in front of him as Karukin slides underneath Tyson Sadler in the Kmart car, and car number 36. Back up towards the front of the field again. Nisi still by 1 car length over 225 of Callow. Then we have Marcon and Sheriff. Brock Ralph being harassed now by his father in car number 41.
Yeah, it's good to see the Ralphs on the track together. They'll have a good chat tonight over dinner, so that'll be something that you'd be good to be a fly on the wall for. But just waiting for the leaders to once again come out of turn 6, and that gap is probably a little bit more than it was last lap, only by about a car length. But over the top of the hill they come, and Nifsey looks like he's got this one pretty much under control again. Not much that Callow's been able to do over the last lap or so. Pulls right up onto his tail under brakes. But again, that elastic, cars look closer together when it's a second gap between them when they're going slower than it does when they're faster.
Still 1 car length between first and second, but this battle between Sadler and Karukin is on again, and Gary Hill's now right behind Daniel Karukin.
Lock up for Nifsey going into turn 1 that time, and Jackson Callow managed to get his nose down the inside, but he got it chopped off halfway around the corner by Nifsey. That's also allowed Marcon to get back onto the back of these guys, and it's really now close going up through turn 4.
So we'll probably go back on board with our onboard camera very shortly and see from Jackson Callow's perspective of how hard it is to get around somebody here at carco.com.au Raceway as they're heading up and over the top of the hill and down in towards turn 6.
Yeah, absolutely, and some little battles happening a little bit further back. We've still got that battle happening between Karukin and Sadler, and Hills also starting to get involved in that. And of course, Hills was one of the guys who started off the front of the grid earlier in the race, but had an off in the last race there at turn 6. So he's still recovering from that as we watch Sadler just get a couple of wheels in the dirt on the exit of turn 6, and he's right on the tail of Karukin, but he's also got Hills right on his tail as well. Hills looks like he wants to try to get past, pulls to the inside, but then just thinks better of it, and tucks back in behind car 36 the Kmart Racing lookalike car.
Yeah, Tyson Saddler ducks in behind Daniel Karukin again. Now we go back on board for our live stream viewers, and this is going to be a sensational lap of carco.com.au Raceway as we're on board with Jackson Callow as he tries to do something about car number 5 of Chris Neefsey. We're in the left-hander, heading up the hill now towards the blind right-hander at the top of the hill. Is there going to be a move on down here into turn number 6? As he just adjusts the mirror, so he's obviously getting some grief now from Robbie Marcon. Leaves the entry to the last possible moment, now trying to run up the inside of Chris Neefsey. They're going to come over the hill pretty much side by side.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to be really gentle on the throttle coming out of that corner. You light the tyres up and you lose the back end of the car and you lose the ultimate speed down the straight. And he hasn't done that. He's done a great job down there. Look at Neefsey under brace. He's only got the one tail light by the looks of it. That's all he needs. Doesn't clip the curb there. Gets very light and gets out onto the outside of the curb on the exit of turn 7. But he's right on the tail now as they head down into turn 1. He looks to the inside but then pulls back in behind Neefsey again. No move happening down there. And as you mentioned, had to adjust his mirror because he's got Rob Marcon right on his tail as well.
And we've had a few comings together between Callow and Marcon in season 2025. So let's hoping for a clean race here as our top 3 starting to skip away from Brett Sheriff and then the 13 of Brock Ralph.
Yep, and then it's back to this battle that's been going on for the entire event, which is Reg Ralph, who's leading Karuka just in front of Sadler, who's got Hills right on his tail, almost wanting to climb into his boot lid at the moment and doing everything that he can to try to get past. And I've got to be honest and say that's a brilliant job from Tyson Sadler to keep Gary Hills behind because Gary's a pretty hard charger.
There we go, down into turn number 6, and a good look from Jackson Callow up the inside as Robbie Marcon runs very wide and just about ran off the racetrack. That's going to cost him any chance of second place at the moment at Jackson Callow in car number 225 as he tries to hunt down Chris Neefsey. It's gone back out to a car length. We're down to 3 minutes and 25 seconds remaining.
Jackson Callow trying the old turn the headlights on trick to try to put Chris Neefsey off. Chris Neefsey's been around this place for a long time. I don't think that's going to work with him, but nonetheless, different lines coming out of turn 1. Jackson Callow letting the car drift quite wide, whereas Neefsey kept the car tucked in, so just different ways of getting around. And once again, Callow tucked right in on the inside of turn 4, tries to get his nose in, but that's been covered again by car 5, our leader in Chris Neefsey. Fast man on the track at the moment is Jackson Callow. He's done a 66.59, still about a second and a half outside the lap record.
I'm wondering whether Neefsey's tyres are nearly shot because he's changing his lines, trying to keep the car straight as possible, and that's going to allow Jackson Callow as he runs wide on the exit of turn number 6. This is going to be Jackson Callow's best opportunity to have a crack at Chris Neefsey as they come up and over the top of the hill and down towards turn number 7, and it's still status quo, but Jackson Callow looking very ominous now as I believe Neefsey's car's starting to struggle.
Yeah, and yet it was Callow who went outside the line that time, and he'll get one strike against his name for being off the circuit there at the exit of turn 7. But I wonder whether or not Neefsey's got a new engine in that car because it's got plenty of mumbo in a straight line, and he seems to be able to drag away from the car behind him in a straight line. So Callow seems to be a little bit better at the moment under brakes because I think quite rightly, I think that you'll find that Neefsey's car's starting to get a little bit loose in the back end.
Yeah.
And so he's got the advantage in the corners, but Neefsey seems to have plenty of ground in a straight line and he pulls that gap back out again.
It's good when you've got a problem and you can kind of drive around it because you've got the horsepower up the front.
Yeah,
it's a bit of a luxury, isn't it?
Absolutely, as we watch the battle over the top of the hill there between Reggie Ralph, Daniel Karukin, Tyson Sadler and Gary Hills, and that's still well and truly alive too, so keep your eyes on that as well as they head down into turn 6 at the moment, and that could turn out to be anybody's event as well. But race leaders back into sight once more, and that gap's still around about a car and a half's gap as they come down to turn 7, and Rob Marcon also not being able to make any impact on the lead at the moment either.
No, he had that bit of Nillian off down there in turn number 6, and that really cost him about 50 metres as they cross over the line and reel off another lap. We're down to 1 minute and 7, so we should probably get another 2 laps out of this one. What's going to happen this time out of turn number 1?
Sadler's managed to get past Reg Ralph, but Reg fighting back again down to turn number 1, and he gets his nose down the inside, but he's going to get it chopped off. He's not going to get down there, and still Gary Hills is not being able to make any progress. Daniel Karukin starting to drive away from this battle now, and they're going to start to fall into the clutches of Adam Koverstein, who's back there in the high hydrogen car, and he's starting to catch up onto the back of this battle as well.
Yeah, Gary Hills was in second place coming into today for our last round, round 6 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships. So this is looking very good for Jackson Callow at the moment. He's just got to keep circulating and not do anything stupid here. A 106.59 for Jackson Callow, but 106.62, 3/100ths of a second between first and second. And now Robbie Marcon's joined the party.
He has, and look at the way that Neefsy's car just got very, very twitchy through the mid part of the corner. They've just managed to get along across the line with 3 seconds remaining to be able to get another lap in. So it'll be 2 more laps in this event. So really closed up at the front. Once again, Callow almost into the back bumper bar of car 5 of Neefsy there out of turn 1. But this is anyone's race now, Vaughan.
It certainly is. 3 Falcons doing the business out in front. They have driven away from Brett Sheriff. And then we go back to Brock Ralph in the first of the Commodores. There's a bit of a look up there on the top of the hill for Jackson Callow, looking to go underneath Chris Neesey across the top of the hill, maybe lining him up for an inside run down here into 6. Neesey moves across and blocks that, and all this time, Rob Marcon still right there in the mix.
Yep, absolutely. If you block that going in, you're going to be slower coming out. And look at the way that Callow's right on his tail. I tell you what, if Neefsy manages to survive this last lap as we watch Marcon go past Jackson Callow in a straight line into second position down at the bottom of the hill. I was about to say, if Neefsy manages to survive this last lap and takes this, he goes to the top of my pick for today's Competition Drivers Club Driver of the Day, because he's driven magnificently under a hell of a lot of pressure out there at the moment as we watch Marcon take a line that's a little bit narrower into turn 1 to stop Callow getting back down the inside, and that's going to mean that he'll be slower on the exit, but he seems to make that position his own, and he's doing very well in second position.
Well, for the last time in 2025, through turn number 4 and up and over the top of the hill, and these guys have pretty much been the class of 2025, and you can throw Gary Hills in there when he was on song. But look at them across the top of the hill, and it looks like Jackson Callow's trying to line up Rob Marcon again. Marcon and Neefsy both go defensive. That's going to give Jackson Callow a good run out of turn number 6 for the last time. Neefsy has Marcon all over the back of him, and there's only like 3 feet between them.
Yeah, they'll be side by side almost over the top of the hill. Marcon on the outside, so he's got a lot of work to do out there. Neefsy on the inside, he's got the easier trick. He's going to slow it right down so they can't get back down the inside and do the over and under.
Jackson
Callow's trying to come down the inside. It's going to be 3 wide almost as they come across the line.
Whoa.
Just going to be Neefsy across the line in front of Marcon back to Callow.
Wow, what a finish. And fastest lap time for that last lap was a 106.3 by Rob Marcon. Wow.
Yeah. Brilliant, brilliant race. Put your hands together for these guys. And a little bit further back, a great finish also to Brett Sheriff and Brock Ralph, but also hands together for Daniel Karukin, who's had a difficult day with that incident in the first event and managed to come back to finish 6th. So that's a great effort from him. Then back to Tyson Sadler, Reg Ralph, just managing to finish in front of Gary Hills, Adam Koberstein, then back to Parnham, Chafee, De Silva, Power, and Dybel at the back of the field in what has been a magnificent race for the Saloon cars.
And pretty much we can call this one now that the Saloon Car Pro Champion for 2025 goes to Jackson Callow in the Ford Falcon.
Yep, car 225.
Coming home in 3rd place. He had a significant lead over Gary Hills, who finished back in 9th position after a 10th in the previous race. And of course, there was no race 1 this morning. So when he comes back up and over the top of the hill, he's moved down now, just getting the congratulations of his fellow competitors. I would suggest everybody's had their eye on the point score throughout the day, and pretty easy to say that Adam Koberstein wins the Pro-Am category. So 2 champions coming down the hill at the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, down there in McCracken House, put your hands together for Jackson Callow, driver of car number 225. He's got the hand out the window. He's fully aware of that win, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a bit of tyre smoking burnouts happening here
Yeah, well,
I would say Adam Koberstein's probably going to do the same thing.
Yeah, being a good competitor, I've already read the supplementary regulations for this weekend, and they are allowed to do burnouts if they've won the state championship. So that's what we're going to be looking forward to doing, and they've been very sensible in letting all the rest of the competitors get past and get back into the paddock area before they decide to let loose.
So well done to Adam Koberstein, who I also believe is Australia 1 for this year. He won that a couple of months ago over East.
Yep, he did indeed.
So, yeah, 2 champions out there on the track at the moment. Everybody else now in the pit area. Time to get a little bit silly here at carco.com.au Raceway. Jackson Callow and Adam Koberstein.
Tell you what, they've been pretty good mathematicians in their cars, working all that out as well.
I'd say they were looking at the point score and yeah, some big skids. Unfortunately, Jackson's car doesn't look like it's set up to do skids.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. Like it's a Falcon. It should be able to do good skids.
He's got the hand out the window. He's a happy boy. Adam's finished.
But I tell you what, it doesn't matter which side of the fence you're on. You're pretty happy this weekend because you've got a win for a Falcon and a win for a Commodore. So you've got the Holden and the Ford both taking out the championships.
Yeah, well done. So Adam Koberstein driving for Hydrolink. He moves back up into the paddock area. There'll be some big celebrations happening here tonight. And don't forget to join us down in McCracken House about half an hour after the completion of the final race. Come down and enjoy the celebrations with us as we do our trophy presentations. And well done to Adam Koberstein and Jackson Callow.
And of course, you need to also remember the cool down lap, which is on the 8th of November, and that's when these guys will be getting their trophies and their awards, and you can come along to that as well. So keep an eye on that, and all that information is on the WA Sporting Car Club website.
It certainly is. It's wascc.com.au/cool down lap. We're going to go and play some messages here. We'll be back very shortly with FSR.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship, featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the categories racing, results and upcoming rounds plus more, visit wascc.com.au/championship.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display and a hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
FSR Racing, proudly presented by Radical Australia West, Arise Racing and Perth Motorsport Tyres.
Just going to have a look at the celebration burnouts once more on replay for Jackson Callow and Adam Koberstein, who have won this year's championships in their respective saloon car categories. And watching car 225 well and truly lighting up the bags there. And we've got Adam Koberstein, believe it or not, behind all of that smoke that's been created by the Falcon. And he's been well and truly blocked out of this image. But nonetheless, 2 very, very happy gentlemen out there. Look at this, we've got the in-car view as well. That was a very good choice from our producers to put the in-car camera into the Jackson Callow car, who's won the state championship. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. That was absolutely brilliant. Let's see if we can see a little bit more of that later this afternoon from some other categories as well.
And don't forget, we do it all again on your Super Sunday to round out 2025 with Formula V, Formula Ford. We've got Formula Classics, HQs. Going to be another ripper day here at carco.com.au Raceway, kicking off 8 o'clock tomorrow morning with Chris Reindler now taking over pole position from Bryce Moore. Second row will be Andrew Eldridge and Jay Wong. Then we have Baxter and Jackson, Troy Mercer and Andrew Connor round out our field. And been some, the battles at the front have been good, bit spasmodic, but definitely down towards the back of the field. The last 4 to 5 cars, they've been fighting all day.
Yeah, it was good to see Wong managing to get a little bit free of Baxter and to put some pressure on Eldridge in that last event. Wasn't quite able to get close enough to really put a serious move on him. But, if he gets a really good start off that outside second row this time, he may be able to put a challenge up to Eldridge a little more than he did. But, of course, I'm not going to at all take Baxter out of that equation either. He's been driving really well all day today. And, of course, as you mentioned, Jackson and Mercer and Connor at the back of the field have been having good battles as well. So three little groups of cars that can probably turn it on for us as the race goes. Now, let's hope that whatever it was that Bryce Moore got slowed down from in that second event, that has been remedied, and you'd expect it would be because the guys at Arise are pretty cluey and they'd be straight onto that if there was a problem.
Yeah.
But we might see Bryce Moore putting a lot of pressure on Chris Reindler fairly early on in the event, because he does seem to have the advantage in the first part of the event compared to the second part. And I don't know if that's tyre pressures or the way the cars are set up or what it is, but it seems that Bryce has managed to get a bit of a lead, but then in the second part of it, in both of the events, Reindler's managed to catch back up onto him towards the end.
Yeah, a bit of a mystery there in race number 2 as to what was going on with Bryce Moore's car. But certainly he'll be going hard in this one. He, coming into today, was the leader over Chris Reindler. And I believe a win in this one will definitely seal it. And I'd say even a second would be enough to seal it for Bryce Moore.
Yeah, and look, if the car's reliable, he will finish in at least second, I'd imagine, because Eldridge and Wong haven't had the power or haven't had the car under them to be able to do anything about the front two guys so far this weekend. So,
and as far as the Masters category for the Radical SR3s, I believe that will go to Andrew Eldridge over Brad Russell, the two elder statesmen of the FSR category.
Yeah, it's a bit sad that Brad's not with us this weekend.
Yeah.
So,
car number 18 normally.
Yep, normally have a good day out with Brad, and he puts on some good performances. So hopefully we'll see him back in season 26 as the safety car starts to draw away from the field. The field then comes under the control of Chris Reindler, who's on pole position. And as you mentioned earlier in the day, these guys always do line up very, very sensibly and close together in a nice little pack for the start of these events. They've got their act together as far as their starts are concerned.
And don't forget, it is the FIA Month of Appreciation for all of the officials worldwide in motorsport. Another big thank you to all of our officials here at Carco. Couldn't do it without you. Glad to have a couple of sherbets with you afterwards in McCracken House. Red light on. We are about to go racing for the last time in 2025, and a very even start. Look at Jay Wong trying to go 3 wide. You're not going to stick your car in there. There is no room.
There absolutely isn't, but look at that. He's managing to get in front of Eldridge, which is what he needed to do. And can he actually put a bit more pressure on these front runners in this event? Have I discounted him in my prep talk before the start of the event and given him a bad rap, because he's right there with the leaders at the moment?
He certainly is. I don't know that he's going to be able to run with them, because Reindler and Moore, they have been the class of 2025. Nobody has really come near Moore and Reindler all year. So let's see if Jay Wong can take it up to these two for the last race of 2025.
Over the top of the hill, gee, they're quick over there, aren't they? And they come over the top of the hill really quickly, and they're starting to leave Wong behind, as you mentioned. But at the moment, it's going to be Reindler from Bryce Moore, then back to Jay Wong, Eldridge, and then the black car of Baxter is the next that's going to come across the line. And after him will be car number 35. And that's Jackson from Mercer and Connor at the back of the field.
Well, if Bryce Moore stays where he is, he's going to be the 2025 champion. He's only given away 5 points to Chris Reindler during today, and there was 30-something points difference between them. So as long as Bryce Moore keeps circulating and sees the checkered flag, of course this one over 12 minutes and 1 lap. We're back to the sprint format.
Yeah, absolutely. So cars on the other side of the circuit at the moment. If we look on screen, we can just see the car of Connor going down into turn 6, and we swap over now to car 8, which is our second position at the moment, which is Bryce Moore, as they come back down the long straight and into turn 7 for the second time.
Now, Jay Wong doing a great job. It's down to lap number 2 at the moment, and he's still only 25-30 metres off the tail of Bryce Moore as they cross the line and reel off another lap here. We're down to 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this one. Chris Reindler, a 56.6. We are 2 seconds away from a lap record.
Yeah, definitely the track didn't end up being lap record quality today, unfortunately, and the weather has been very, very sunny since probably around 10 o'clock this morning, so lots of UV on the circuit as well, and as you mentioned, that's going to slow them down.
But certainly we did pick it that I thought that there was going to be a track record go this morning, and congratulations to Chris Lillis in the production cars in his Camaro. First time out for the Camaro here at Carco Raceway, and lowered the production car race record. And I must also say that Fisher also did go under the race record, but the most was Chris Lillis, so he gets credited with
62-second lap times for production cars. It's amazing, isn't it?
That's quick.
It is indeed. Race leader back across the stripe to complete the third lap, and a 56.5 that time for the race leader, 56.6 for second place, and a 57.3 for third place. So Wong's starting to get lost out of this battle, but Aldridge done that last lap also pretty quick, 57.5, so he's certainly going to stay on the tail of Jay Wong.
Certainly is. They're starting to spread out. I think Chris Reindler is going to take this one out. He's definitely got a very good lead as they head up and over the top and down into turn number 6. 1.3 seconds was the lead for Chris Reindler last time across the stripe.
Yeah, and when the differences between lap times at the moment are in tenths of a second, it's going to be a fair bit of work for Moore to be able to close that down.
It's a long way to make up unless Chris's car is going to go off towards the back end of this race. We've got 5 minutes remaining in this one, plus 1 lap, and the difference was 1.3. It's now 1.1. Moore sets fastest time with a 56.3.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant for Moore to get that lap time done. That's the quickest lap of the race, so well done. Let's see if we can get a couple more in and make it a bit of a race out the front.
Starting to fight back there and trying to keep these cars off the curbs, because you really unsettled them. They're very highly strung on the suspension. They're very tight, and once they're very rigid. Yeah, so once you hit a curb, it upsets the car. Not only do you wipe out all that momentum, but you bounce the car around while it tries to settle itself.
Yeah, you can't get the power of the ground when the back wheels are in the air, and that's what happens when you clip a curb in a stiffly sprung car, as you end up with the wheels off the ground. So yeah, it makes it a bit slow on the exit. So race leaders once more in the sight, down to turn 6. That gap is slowly coming down. I think that he's actually drawn a little bit more out of it this lap. Let's have a look at what the lap times say.
So it was 1.1 last time. Now it's down to 0.9. So he's grabbed another 0.2 of a second out of Reindler.
Yep, and he's still got time. He's still got 4 minutes, which is going to be another probably 5 laps or so. They've got to be able to do something about that.
Yes, and you can see visibly now the distance is closing between himself and Chris Reindler. So is Chris's car going off, or is it just Bryce getting quicker?
I'm not going to try to guess that one, but whatever the case is, Bryce Moore is a real tiger. He's a very, very talented driver. So not to say that Chris Reindler isn't, ex-supercar driver with some success as well.
I think Bryce took out Targa West this year too, in a production car driving the street or the tarmac rally championship.
Yep.
The car number 35 on screen, that's Jackson, and behind him is Mercer and Connor. But having a bit of a lonely race is car number 35. Nobody to play with out there at the moment.
So the gap now down to 0.7 of a second. So every lap it's 0.2 or thereabouts he's pulling out. And as I said, they've still got at least 4 laps that they can do. So four lots of 0.2 of a second is 0.8 of a second, which is more than what he needs to be enough on top of him. Yep. So,
but then you got to get past him.
That's the difficult part. And when you're very, very evenly matched like that, it's a difficult ask.
And as we've been saying all day, once you do get close to the car in front, you get all of the turbulence of that disturbed air that the car is making in front. That big rear wing hanging off the back there, it's the disturbed air has to go somewhere, and normally it's on the front of your car, so you don't get the grip, the front end grip, and they start to understeer, which means turning the steering wheel and the car wants to go straight. And here we come out onto the start finish line again. It was 0.76 last time.
About the same, I'd say.
0.79. Yep. So status quo on that lap. as Mercer down there and Connor rounding out the field, just coming up and over the top of the hill now.
I tell you what is happening. Eldridge has closed down on the back of Wong, and that's another little battle that we need to keep an eye on at the moment. So at the moment, the last lap was pretty similar, but he certainly closed that gap. And look at that under brakes. He pulls right up onto the back almost of Wong. So that's going to be something to watch in the last couple of laps.
Down to half a second now between Wong and Eldridge. 57.2 and a 57.3, and then across the top it's a 24.8 and a 24.9. So they're running within 1/10 of a second of each other.
I think what you said earlier is starting to happen now. He's in the dirty air behind the car of Reindler, and I think that he's starting to get that effect that's happening now, because that gap's actually gone out again to probably 9/10 of a second or thereabouts.
Yeah.
In fact, it's just on a minute, just on a second, not a minute.
He's starting
just
to slip out again now.
Yeah.
So here's this battle that we were just discussing, Wong and Eldridge, and that one is 8.7 seconds away from the leader, and there are 4/10 of a second separating these two as they head up through turn number 3 and 4. And we'll crest the hill very, very shortly as Reindler and Bryce Moore come across the top of the hill and down towards turn number 6.
Baxter's been having a pretty lonely run in this race in car 11. The black car just going up through there, and so has Jackson. But Mercer and Connor having a little bit of a battle back right at the back of the field as well. So they're doing a lot of learning out there, not having had a lot of runs out here so far in the SFRs.
Well, Mercer qualified quite well. I think he was in 4th or 5th. And he's gone backwards a couple of positions as the day has progressed.
So across the line, and there's 10 seconds left. So 2 more laps left in this event, and the gap is still 1 second between first and second. But the gap there between Jay Wong and Eldridge.
Oh,
is
here's
now
Andrew Eldridge up the inside.
Oh, slips in the inside there. Look at the way the back end of that car went into a drift as he went into that corner. But yeah, I was just about to say it's down to around about 2/10, but it's not 2/10 anymore.
No, it's 2 cigarette papers down there in turn number 1. And Andrew Eldridge all over the back of Jay Wong. But look how he's fallen off the back, and now he'll be in that disturbed air. So he has to try and get past that disturbed air and have another attack at Jay Wong. And we're running out of time. This should be last lap board.
Yeah, he needs to get out of the disturbed air and get close enough to be in the slipstream behind the car, which will drag him along a little bit quicker as well then.
Well, he's actually made some ground on the back of Jay Wong as they come up and over the top of the hill. It's down to 2 car lengths now as they come down into turn number 7. Wong really late on the brakes, and that's going to hold that advantage to him. Car number 33 of Jay Wong currently in 3rd. Last lap for 2025 for FSR.
Absolutely, and our leaders heading into turn 4, and that gap now is out to 1.5 seconds. So it looks like Moore may have thrown in the towel and considering some points that he'd rather keep for the championship. And he's going to be your champion by the looks. It's going to be Bryce Moore. But all the interest is still back there for the position of 3rd place. But I don't think Eldridge is going to be quite close enough. But we'll wait and see what happens at the bottom of the hill for the final time for the 3rd position as our race leader comes out of turn 6 and up over the top of the hill for the very final time in 2025.
Well, look at the gap now.
Yeah, the gap's really gone out.
Yeah, Bryce has really thrown in the towel. He's done enough in the previous race meetings to take out the championship. But the winner of this one goes to Chris Reindler in car number 28 from the new 2025 champion in Bryce Moore driving car number 8. Eldridge and Wong. Wong to the inside, Eldridge to the outside. He won't be able to do it. So Wong will take over 3rd place from Andrew Eldridge in 4th. Next across the line will be Baxter in 11, Jackson in 35. And then we had this little bit of a battle between Troy Mercer, and it's still going on with Andrew Connor as well down there in car number 54. Connor closes up under brakes but won't be able to do anything about the 78 of Troy Mercer. So although they're at the back, they've continued that battle from the previous race, and I'm sure that they have learnt lots on that journey here at carco.com.au Raceway. Another great race in the books and another champion crowned.
Yeah, absolutely. We won't be seeing them doing the burnouts like we did with the Saloon cars, however. But nonetheless, put your hands together as they come down. They've turned it on for you today and has some great racing all through the field. So well done to Reindler, 2 from 3, and Moore won the first one and has taken out the championship.
Where is Bryce?
He's not there. Where is he?
Not there. Where is Bryce Moore?
Is that him there now?
I just think he's at the back of this field.
He's behind Baxter there, coming down now, isn't it?
So, I'm not sure. Can't see from here.
That could be, I think that's 35, isn't it?
Yep. So this is Bryce Moore at the back. Right at the back. Last car coming in at the moment.
He's going to do a burnout. Look at that.
So, ladies and gentlemen, there is your new 2025 West Australian Sporting Car Club champion in Bryce Moore. Well deserved. He's been the king of the kids all year, and close battles all day today with his best mate in Chris Reindler. So congratulations to Bryce Moore, Chris Reindler and the rest of the team up there at Arise Racing. Well done for a great year of FSR racing. Looking forward to seeing them return in 2026. Bryce Moore just lighting the back end of that FSR up, disappearing, and here he comes out through the smoke. Yeah, well done. Awesome burnout. First time I've seen a burnout in an FSR. And who better to do it than the new champion for 2025. So it all goes quiet here at carco.com.au Raceway. We're going to have a very short break, and then we're going to throw down to Jamie McCanty. We'll take a short break. We'll be back very shortly here at Carco Raceway.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. The 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training, and Sets.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group Training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
Street Cars Racing, proudly presented by Pool Edge Systems Australia. WA GT Sports Sedans, Sports Cars and WA Muscle Cars are brought to you by ADH Golf and Utility Vehicles, Istor, Okie Dokie, Swan Towing and TA2 Racing. Adam Koberstein's joined me right now. He's the winner for the 2025 Pro-Am Championship when it comes to Saloons. Congratulations, Adam. You must be absolutely stoked with the result. 2 years running, number one.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Put in hard work all year. The VP went good all year, faultless, not a single issue. Paid off.
Mate, tell me about your team. Who's supporting you? Who's keeping you on the track? And how much thanks do you want to bestow upon them for your win this year?
It's a bit of everyone. It's all the family, wife. Hydrolink Wangara, he does all the sponsoring for me, so massive shout out to him. My old man at West Coast Cylinder Heads, he does the motor, so yeah, a bit of a hot rod, so yeah, it's good.
So what's the plan for next year, Adam? You got a third championship belt under in your sights?
Unfortunately not. I'm actually stepping up to the pro class, so I'll run with the big boys and see what we can do.
Mate, I look forward to seeing you next year. Thanks very much for your time and congratulations again. Well done.
Thank you.
Back to you, Vaughan.
Thanks very much, Jamie McCanty down there in the pits as we have our sports sedans, sports cars and street cars out on the circuit for the last time. And we're having a quick look at the point score. It's Ron Moller and Grant Hill both locked on 45 points apiece. Walter Eppel on 50, but that's for the sports car category. And if we have a look at our grid, it is Moller and Hill side by side. Walter Eppel, Chris Pavey, the first of the streetcars in car 247. Then Mullet, Callow, Kraus, and I don't know whether we're going to see Gary Utterson as he returned to the pits in race number 2. So as far as our championship goes, and we are going to go on board with our live camera onto Walter Eppel in the Porsche, which we believe is a 997 GT3 from memory.
Yeah, I think you might be right there, Vaughan. So they're just lined up as they come down towards turn 7, doing a good job of keeping themselves nicely bunched up. And it'll be interesting to be on board with Walter Eppel in car number 3, the Porsche.
And this is the last race for the Torque Trophy as well. Not sure whether that is a point score situation or whoever wins this last race, but Chris Pavey looking good to take that one out. As we are away and racing here at Carco Raceway with Grant Hill trying to run around the outside of the Trans Am of Ron Moller. And Moller going to hold him off, I reckon, but they're still side by side. Now Moller accelerates and drives away in the Camaro. And as we saw in race number 2, these guys will get away from the Porsche and they'll have their own battle over 15 minutes this one and 1 lap.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember in the last event we had Pavey more or less leading the streetcar section for the entire event, but Mullet ended up being right on his tail towards the end of the event as well. So if he can stay close in this part of the first stages of the event, he might have a chance of actually getting in front of Pavey during the race.
Oh, Ron Moller's run wide, and that's allowed the BF Falcon of Grant Hill to come up and actually go in front. So who's got the horsepower up and over the top of the hill? We know that Ron Moller's got the better brakes on that Trans Am Camaro as they tilted in and come out off turn number 7. Moller with a beautiful slide out of turn number 7. And look at Walter Eppel. He's running with these guys.
He certainly is. He's doing a great job, and would have loved to have seen the camera out the front of the car just down there in turn 7 as we watch car 7 of Walter Eppel, as Ron Moller get that nice sideways drift coming out of the corner. That would have made some good television. But maybe we'll see that on a replay at a later time. But yeah, talking about that gap in the street cars, Pavey's well and truly driven away from Mullet at the moment.
There we go. We're on board now for our live stream customers with Walter Eppel in the 997 GT3 as we come up and over the top of the hill, heading down in towards the bowl, the basin, Conch Corner, whatever you'd like to call it. We're in third gear at the moment, chasing down the Trans Am Camaro of Ron Moller, and you can see Ron getting very twitchy on the way out as he tries to apply 600 horsepower to the surface here at Carco Raceway. Up and over the top of the hill, we're in 5th gear at the moment, and then hard on the anchors and back to 3rd gear at around about 110 kilometres an hour through turn number 7, and then back up through the gearbox again up to 5th into turn number 1.
Yep, fast man on the track, 58.0 on the last lap, and that was Grant Hill. 58.4 for Moller, so he's lost another 4 tenths in that last lap, and he's now 9 tenths behind the lead. But I reckon Moller's car will probably come on a little bit more.
Yeah.
And if being the longer race as well, I think that BA Falcon's going to suffer from tyres later in the event.
I don't think it's panic stations right now for Ron Moller. It's as the point score stands on the road at the moment, it's now Grant Hill on 70 points and Ron Moller on 65. Walter Eppel, of course, is going to take out the sports cars for the round, and he'll probably end up taking it out for the championship as well, as our leader's already out of turn number 6 and heading up and over the top of the hill. And we'll see whether this gap is starting to diminish now. I think it was about lap 6 or 7, and we started to see Grant Hill's tyres say, I've had enough for 2025.
Yeah, absolutely. It was around about the 8-minute mark. I think you were pretty much dead right. Around about the 8-minute mark that we saw. Now, we're at the 6-minute mark at the moment, so he's probably still got another lap or so that he's going to have those tyres under him, and then it's going to start getting a little bit more difficult for Grant Hill. And that gap did get closed down that last lap by 2 tenths of a second, and the new fast lap off the race so far is 57.7 by Ron Moller. And of course, they're going to get absolutely nowhere near the lap record, which is Tony Ricciardello set at our 50th anniversary of Carco.com Raceway on the 3rd of March 2019, and that was a 53.1.
Yeah.
So I don't think they'll be getting close to that today.
No, a 53.1, the fastest tin top ever around Wanneroo Raceway or Carco Raceway, Wanneroo Park, whatever you'd like to know. It's had a couple of names over its existence here into our, what would that be, 56th year now?
Yeah, just completing our 56th year today, tomorrow.
Sensational.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
So 57.7 to and a 7.4, 2/100ths of a second. So Grant Hill still hanging on and going blow for blow with Ron Moller at the moment.
We're at that 7-minute mark.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether it's a little bit cooler out there. Mind you, there are less clouds in the sky this time.
There's more UV on the track than what there was. And, yeah, that wind is very, very light as well. So it's a cool wind.
All will be revealed shortly, my friend.
Absolutely.
Grasshopper?
Grasshopper, yes.
As they're down over the other section of the circuit at the moment. Goes a little bit quiet here on the main straight as the little Volkswagen comes past. Very quiet little race car, that one. And here comes our leader, the thunderous V8. Grant Hill in the BF Falcon versus a Trans Am out of America.
Yeah, a car that's been here in Western Australia now for quite a few years since he moved out of his historic touring car, Camaro that he used to run. And he's now another 1/10 of a second he's pulled in on that lap. So they're swapping fastest laps at the moment.
Yeah, and Grant Hill's still fairly straight coming off turn number 1. That's where I noticed that he was really struggling, was coming off turn number 1. But he's not getting it sideways through turn number 7.
He started to get a little bit whoopsie around turn 6 as well towards the end of the last event.
Yes.
But yeah, as you say, at the moment he looks like he's still got a fair bit of grip under him.
Now, just having a look at our WA muscle cars, unfortunately none here today, so the win will go to Clint Rayner in car number 69, the orange Camaro. And I believe that Peter Callow is looking good to take out his particular category as well for the championship, because Jared Carey, unfortunately not here. There was only 8 points separating them coming into today, so Peter Callow will complete 3 races, so he will be the new champion in street car Class A for 2025.
So status quo on that last lap, only around about 2/10 of 2/100ths of a second
traffic
between them. But I was about to say exactly that. They're coming up to lap traffic now, so this is going to pollute the lap times, and it may actually, you know, when you're the leader and you're the first on the scene with the lap traffic, you get it a little bit harder than what you do as if you're following through.
So, as you said, that has polluted their lap times, a 26.51 versus a 26.53 to Ron Moller across the top of the hill. Still fastest lap time of 57.6 to Ron Moller. Currently in second position, chasing down Grant Hill, multiple WA champion.
And they've got 4 minutes and 45 seconds left in this event.
Plus 1 lap.
Plus 1 lap, exactly. So probably a good 5 or 6 laps left yet.
And let's see what happens coming off turn number 1 now. All eyes on the V8 supercar. Is it going to start going sideways and struggle getting the power down? There's a little bit of a wiggle there, not much to write home about, but it's certainly starting to occur now, as it did in race number 2.
There's only 100ths of a second between them at the moment, so they're both having very similar performances out there over the last 2 or 3 laps. 100ths of seconds between them. So here's Kraus now just in front of our camera car in turn 4, and we just, as I say that, take the camera on our live feed as Walter Apple gets on the inside through turn 5 of the Kraus Volkswagen and goes on his merry way down towards turn 6. One of the best parts of the circuit down here, and turn into this really, really well-cambered corner, and then you can get the boot into it as you're coming out of it. You've got to be a little bit gentle on it until you get the car straight, otherwise you'll lose the back end and start wheel spinning and lose ultimately your speed down the straight.
Okay, a 58.0 and a 57.7 for Ron Moller. So 0.3 of a second difference. And now you can see that Grant Hill is starting to struggle in the V8. Those tyres are shot. They had enough. And look at the size difference of the tyres too on the rear of the V8 supercar versus the big monster wide tyres on the Trans Am Camaro of Ron Moller.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be the difficulty for him is going to be getting the power down out of the corners, and that, as I've already mentioned, is going to affect the ultimate speed down the straights as well, and that's where you'll start seeing the big Chevy coming down, getting right on his tail as they come through turn 6. Fairly shallow line coming out of there.
He's trying to keep it straight.
Yeah, keeping it straight as Grant Hill, and over the top of the hill once more. That gap only just coming down by a little bit.
Look, under brakes, that Trans Am is dynamite under brakes, really makes up a lot of room. Now we're down into the 0.1 of a second difference, and it's a 58.01 versus a 58.09.
Yep, so once again into the 1,000ths of a second between them. So So yeah, they both have pretty high heart rates at the moment as they're both trying to, one's trying to maintain his position, the other's trying to grab the position off him.
So we've got 2.5 minutes remaining plus 1 lap. So probably another 3 to 4 laps in this one to determine the champion for 2025. Up and over the top of the hill again. Grant Hill gets it really wide out on the ripple strip on the exit of turn number 5. So that will allow Mollett to close up a little bit further. And he's sideways again.
Oh yeah, sideways right at the apex.
Right at the apex. So yeah, the Grant Hill's car starting to get a very slippery out there on the surface, and that'll allow Moller right down there in turn number 7 to close up. Again, still too far away to do anything at the moment, and Ron took a big chunk of the exit curb out of 7 as well.
Yeah, he had a bit of a twitch coming out of there as well, and in the end he ended up being a slower lap time than what Hill did with that slide through turn 6. So yeah, I don't know if Moller's out there with a particularly good set of treads on that either.
Being the last run of the year, they put the best of the worst on and save their tyres, because you don't want them sitting around over the summer months.
No.
Go hard, and then when you do go to use them, they're like a used tyre.
And hats off to Grant as well. He's driving brilliantly. It's always a lot harder to be leading than it is to be following. And he's done an outstanding job all weekend, and particularly in this event. And it's really hats off to him as he keeps the car again nice and straight coming out of turn 6. And if anything, that gap's opened up, I think, in this lap.
I think it has, but under brakes, this is where this elastic band effect, look at the Trans Am just keeps on gaining ground under brakes. But as you said, it is moving out. Let's have a look at the lap times this time through. A 57.9 versus a 58 flat.
Yeah.
So 1/10 of a second. They are both in the same boat.
Well, yeah, exactly. Absolutely. And that's not going to be any different, because they're out on what will be their second last lap now. So it's just a matter of Grant being able to keep that car nice and straight. And I think he's got this one sewn up.
Yep, looks like it. It's nice and tidy across turn number 5 this time. Now, it uses all of the ripple strip on the exit of turn number 5. But smart driving down here in turn number 6 to come in and keep it nice and narrow. And that way you minimise the amount of wheel spin and sideways friction being caused to the engine. There's a big lock up there from Peter Callow.
And have a look down here. We've just had a change of we've just had a change of lead between Pavey and Mollett as well.
Stopped.
So Pavey's slowing down, and that's going to destroy his. Well, it's probably not going to destroy his Torque Trophy, because it'll still be 2 wins of the street cars and a second at this stage.
Big smoke coming out of Peter Callow's car, and he has retired the vehicle. And the R32 Nissan just crawling down in front of our commentary point.
I'll tell you what, we put the mockers on him. We said how reliable that car was in the last event, and we put the commentator's curse on him.
Yeah, there was a big puff of smoke out of the right-hand side, and she's got a little bit of engine smoke occurring from the left front. So it's definitely engine-related, unfortunately.
So here's our race leaders now coming over the top of the hill any moment. But yeah, have a look at this this car of Mullet's. It's taken the lead of the street cars. He'll be delighted about that.
Certainly will. Cross the line from Pavey, and then we go back to Phil Krause. But ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Grant Hill, the 2025 West Australian Sporting Car Club champion, and also will take out the day as well. 2 out of 3 wins that don't take anything away from Ron Moller. He put up a great fight all day, and to be in the same basket at the end of the race, where they were both struggling for traction, that was a ripper race from both of them.
It was indeed, and there goes car number 3, our camera car of Walter Eppel, across the line in 3rd position. So that's 3 wins for him for the sports cars. It would have been difficult not to, given he's the only one that's been out there this weekend.
Maximum 75 points.
Yep, so he's well and truly grabbed that trophy with both hands today, and he's won that state championship for the sports cars for 2025.
He was already 120 points in front of Chris McKenzie and Chris's brother Peter McKenzie, and Campbell Nunn was down there on 95. So a comprehensive win to Walter Heppel.
And of course both the McKenzies unfortunately had incidents at the last race meeting and bent their cars, so they weren't out there this weekend. So across the line goes Mollett in 4th position, and he will win the street cars for that particular event, and then it will be Pavey behind him. Then Phil Krause in car 81 will be the last of our finishers.
Certainly will. So I'm pretty sure that Chris Pavey will win the Torque Trophy based on points or where they finished in that race. He's finished in second, but we will clarify that one. But a great run today for Chris Pavey in car number 247. Looks like we've got some recovery teams heading up and over the top of the hill. I'm not sure that anybody has actually come to a stop. But
they may just be swapping their positions over.
Yeah, it looks like it. There's Walter Eppel coming down into the paddock area. No burnouts from these guys. They go straight up into the paddock area. So Grant Hill from Ron Moller and Walter Eppel with Mullet taking out the streetcar position and 4th overall. And it's been confirmed Chris Pavey has won the Torque Trophy for 2025, and I believe he has also taken out the day. We're going to go to a quick ad break here at carco.com.au Raceway. Coming up, the Tanda Trophy, the big one for WA Hino Improved Productions. They're next out on the circuit here at Carco.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. Interested in competitive motorsport but not quite wanting to go door-to-door racing? The Tarmac Sports Series features events such as Hill Climb, Time Attack, Point to Point and Time Challenge. Find out more at wascc.com.au/Tarmac Sports.
Ever wondered what it's like to drive on a real racetrack? With the Electrical Group Training supported introductory events at the WA Sporting Car Club, it's easier than you think. Bring your own car, we'll supply the coach. Right from the passenger seat, they'll guide you through the essentials of safe, confident car control. You'll start on our Motocana style layout, learning how your car reacts under different conditions. Then, when you're ready, it's onto the main circuit, where you'll put your new skills into practice and experience the thrill of lapping our track with expert guidance. Your driving journey starts here. wascc.com.au/get started.
Improved Production Car Racing, proudly presented by WA Hino, Knight Group and BM Graphics and Promotion.
For WA Hino and Knight Financial, Improved Productions. This is the Tanda Cup, race number 3, and also the season decider for our Improved Productions. Mate, Cameron Burns up here again. What's been happening in between race 2 and 3?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, after the Subaru went on the grass again, he's done a master cylinder, so Jack Colsey won't be out, unfortunately. Second time the brake pedal went to the floor, so they've called it quits, which is fair enough. That's a very quick, very expensive Subaru to have no brakes on.
Yes, not the way, particularly when you rely on them so heavily at the bottom of turn number 7 at over 200 kilometres an hour. So we have, coming into today, it was Steve Turpin on 176 and Joel Corello. We can take Jack Cloessy out. We can take Nick Middick out. We can take Joseph Karukin out. So Trent Hookemow will now be in a podium position if he can continue his form.
Yeah, okay, I didn't have the points in front of me.
Yeah, that's how. Now, that was coming into today. We've seen Steve Turpin running at around 4th or 5th. Joel Corello hasn't been up there, and also Trent, he's been running around mid-pack as well. So
yeah, well, we've actually got 4 separate championships. So you've got the WA Sporting Car Club, you've got the IP one, which is brought into 4 different categories. And then you've got the Motorsport Australia, which is everything.
Yeah.
So then you've got under 2 litre, under 1600, under 3 litre, and then under 6 litre, which is the big boy. So
well, the one we're concentrating on today is the West Australian Sporting Car Club, and it looks like it's going to go to Steve Turpin, but worse things have happened.
Just get them out there and go racing. Well, how they go, because we've got another top 50% reverse grid again.
Yes, just seen that. So let's go to our grid and have a look. And the Tirana, for the first time, starting on pole position, is Craig Poole from Gary Edwards, although we've got Trent Hockemow on ours. And, yeah, this is back to front. So let's have a look It's Craig Poole from Hookamau in the RX-7. Second row will be Jolly and Edwards. Then we go back to Turpin. No Cloacy. Matt Cherry. Is Matt Cherry down there?
Yeah,
yes,
Matt's
he
down
is. Then we have Rob Lansmere, Matty Galton, Barry Beltinas, John Caligari. Did they find those electrical issues?
I don't think so, but Barry's not out there. He's got overheating problems again, so that BMW, unfortunately, is not going to be out there. But
And no John Caligari either.
No, he's under the bridge.
He's under the bridge, is he?
Yeah, they're waving.
Right, yep. G'day, boys. And then we have Joel Corello.
Yeah, Joel's down there. I saw him get in his car.
Lachlan Cove, 36.
No, that's not there. The
They're
Beatles hasn't done. Scorio's out. He
And
did an engine.
you're out as well.
Yeah, didn't even make it here, to be honest. But, yeah, it's going to be good having a bit of a race. Everyone gets a start up the front type of thing, so makes it a little bit harder to win.
So this will be the first time for Craig Poole on pole position.
Yep.
And also first time on the front row for Trent Hookamau in the RX-7.
So they should just block the track up and see how we go. Just see if they can fight it out between them. But, no, it'd be a good experience for other people to have a chance to up the front and have faster cars come through. It makes it a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, there's the Caligari and the Corello cars. Like you said, they were hiding under the bridge. But, you'll see Craig Poole and Trent Hookamau when Matt Cherry comes past. He'll probably give them pneumonia as they come down the side straight here, because that's where the moves are going to all happen for the big Holden Monaro, is when he unleashes that. What is it, 600 horsepower at least?
Estimated.
Yeah.
We'll see what the actual numbers are, but it'll be good because Craig Poole's his first year racing with us, same as Trent. So them both being on the front of the grid will make it good experience for them too. It's always good to have a front row start, to be honest.
Yeah.
And then Rob Lansmere will be the under 2 litre champion for the year, which is great.
Yep.
He won everything, and I believe he even won outright out of IP as well, because he finished every race. He's very consistent, and good on him.
Yeah, he's made the move up from Hyundai XLs into improved production. Yeah, we don't see Rob that much, but when he does come, he certainly has an impact on the scoreboard at the end of the day. So Craig Poole and Hookamau. We've got a Tirana versus an RX-7. Then we go back to Mark Jolly Falcon versus Commodore of Edwards. Then another Commodore in Steve Turpin starting out of P5. And then a Holden Monaro, a Toyota 86, Matty Galton out there in the Honda Civic. And then we start some failures with Barry Beltinas, unfortunately not there. John Caligari in the VN Commodore, Joel Corello in the BMW. And that will be how they start. And hopefully that's going to be everybody finishing the last race for 2025 for improved production, race number 3 of the Tanda Trophy.
Well, that BMW Joel Corello's at the back is actually an under 3 litre turbo car. So he should get past Matty in that pretty quickly, but if he can stay on the back of Turpin and Matt Cherry and follow them through, it'll be very interesting to see how he goes if he can keep the tyres on the back of it.
Now, look at Hookamau. He's got a quarter of a car advantage already on the start line, because Craig Poole could actually come up another metre at least.
Yeah, well, I don't think they want to after the last 2-3 jump starts on the last race, so I think some people are giving themselves a bit of space just in case.
So it was Mark Jolly that I thought we saw move, but as you said, he did come to a stop before the white line. So let's see what happens. Gary Edwards on the second row, car number 10, as we wait for the red light to come on for the last time. This is the Tanda Trophy, and there was movement again on the front row.
Yep.
And I think
one of them jumped a little
Craig
bit.
Poole, I believe.
Well, there's a lot of smoke coming off Craig's Tirana on the start, and Trent got the whole shot, which is good. He was shooting flames even on the start line.
And Matt Cherry trying to get underneath Steve Turpin, and he's going to do that. Now he gets
Just
blocked.
be patient. Just be patient.
No, Matt Cherry's on a tear here already. Mark Jolly doesn't know which way to go because he's got Turpin around there as well. So Matt looking for an outside pass, but he's blocked there by Gary Edwards. Yep. So pretty pointless in doing that, because it's
slow, still a big V8 as well, but yeah, Matt's is a little bit finely tuned.
Matt's already done Edwards, and he's also done Craig Poole as well.
Fair enough. And then he comes past Trent.
Yeah, he's done the RX-7 as well.
I think we might have to start him a lap behind and see how he goes.
So this car is, we've got yellow flag here, so somebody's had an off somewhere. Maybe down in turn 6.
You're missing.
Who is missing and where? Trying to pick up on our CCTV exactly what has happened. I can't see anybody visible.
Can't see anyone stopped, actually. Mark Jolly's at the back here. Joe Corelli's coming back down, so they're still running. But they're a long way back, so...
Maybe there's some contact or something back there. Corello coming in.
He's coming in, yeah. The front doesn't...
Yeah, there's
looks a bit
damage.
of bashed in, doesn't it?
Yep, there's damage to the front left of Corello's car as they're going to come through the pit area. Mark Jolly heads up, and definitely contact there. There's a headlight missing and a few other bits and pieces on Joel Corello's car.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It's a very nice prepared car. It's well looked after. There is a bit of a ding in it. Wonder what happened over the back. We'll watch some replays or watch their onboards a bit later and find out what happened, but it's very unlucky for them.
Safety car and Joel Corello heading back up into the paddock area. So that is his 2025 done. So now we have a look, and Corello was down here. That's Jack.
Buffett.
Yeah, he was in second place coming into today, so he's lost 25 points. And that's going to make Hookamau up there. Yeah, there's a possibility that Hookamau may go into second place now. So yes, all to be revealed. And of course, Matt Cherry was right down the bottom because we haven't seen much of Matt. He was in 9th position, only on 75 points.
Yeah, Matt's car, he had a, what did he do? No, he injured himself. He hurt his knee. So he was out for half the year because he did his knee in at work. So he was been out of it for a while too.
Okay, red lights out. No, we are racing again. A very quick delay. And it's Matt Cherry from Trent Hookamau. Look at Steve Turpin up the inside now.
Straight up the inside of Craig Poole, yep. And the same as the Caligari going up inside Edwards.
Yep, and you should see Caligari go past Craig Poole very, very shortly. Hopefully that car can continue for this last race of 2025, or a worst type of problem that you can have in a race car.
Yeah, it's you can never replicate what happens or have it at the right angle or right throttle position, or it could be a range of things. They're not very nice problems to have.
As I down into turn number 6, and there's a move on here with Steve Turpin on the inside of Trent Hookamau in the RX-7.
Oh, Trent gets a bit wild. Steve Turpin coming out of turn 6.
Here we go, car number 25 of Craig Poole, a false start, so he did jump the start. He'll get a 5-second penalty. He's currently in 3rd place. Actually, no, he's down into 5th place now. So he's gone backwards, and he's still got a 5-second penalty to serve after that. So he will be second last the way it stands at the moment.
But also on the start of the grid at the front row, you're going to get away. You don't want to bog it down or stall it. So you always want to spin the wheels and get away just in case.
Alrighty, so it's just been confirmed that this is a non-championship round for our improved production drivers. So that means Steve Turpin is the 2025 West Australian Sporting Car Club champion. So congratulations to Steve Turpin, the driver of car number 3, the Holden Commodore. And coming down into turn number 7 at the moment, in second place at the moment on the circuit. John Caligari in 3rd. Then we go back to Trent Hookamau, Craig Poole, Gary Edwards, and behind Gary is the Toyota 86 of Rob Lansmere.
Yeah, it just proves this year that you've just got to be consistent, make sure it's reliable, and finish every round. You do have bad races and bits and pieces. So, but yeah, consistency wins it most of the time, same as the IP Championship, an under 2 litre car won it. So it's just consistency and finishing,
yep,
which makes it interesting for the rest of the boys.
Yeah, definitely. So it looks like, although he didn't finish, I believe that Peter Kello will take out the streetcar Class A from Chris Pavey.
Yeah, so they've been out most of the year and been running around. So a lot of boys like Trent H and the RX-7's been putting a lot of effort into it and upgrades, and same as Craig Poole. And you've got to be out there to win it. So be out there to race and then see what happens at the end of the year.
See what happens. Hopefully you've got a reliable race car underneath you, as Gary Edwards is now starting to get a bit bigger in the rear vision mirror of Craig Poole, and there could be a move on here as we move up and over the top of the hill. And
Tirana's got some legs on the Commodore coming down the hill. I think the Commodore's a little bit better under brakes than the Tirana, but
You'd think the Tirana would be a bit lighter than the Commodore, so that should be better on brakes, really.
Yeah, but it's Craig's first year running this car, so he's still learning it. And obviously Gary's been around a while and runs 3 other different cars as well, so no slash there. It'd be a good driver training program to get some lessons in. But you've got to start somewhere.
As we said, car number 25 of Poole getting a 5-second penalty for a false start. Matt Cherry running around in a 60.26 fastest lap set on the last lap, so he's still hooking into it. Out there at the moment is Matt Cherry as he comes up and over the top of the hill. And it's a great little battle here between Gary Edwards and Craig Poole. Poole's able to hold him off.
That Tirana does have a lot of straight line in that. Even Ducky's driven that car at the last tune-up day, so he's getting some drive development, and that's what it's all about. Other people drive your cars and give you help to progress.
Some
Everyone wants to go faster. The faster you go, the more competitive you are, the more fun you have, really, without damage.
Yeah, true. There's that big flash of flame out of the back of the RX-7. That'll be good. Can't wait for the Night Masters in 2026. And we see Trent Hookermow light up carco.com.au raceway.
Well, he's had to put a guard on the back of the bumper because it burnt the guard last time it was out. So the thing runs a little bit hot with the flame out the back. So yeah, it's going to be quite specky at the Night Masters.
Must be pumping some fuel into it because we're running unleaded 98.
You can run pretty much what you like. Your E85, 102, just depends what you got your car tuned for and what you like to run. Some things people like running more expensive fuels, but you've got to be tuned to do it. A lot more ECU programming and all the rest of it. But there are obviously benefits to running it, so depends what your budgets are. You can go out there with all type of cars.
Across the finish line, in car number 44 of Matt Cherry. Just trying to get a timing break in between these guys. He's definitely the fastest guy out on the track by some 2.5 seconds a lap quicker than Steve Turpin.
Yeah, we did a 1 minute flat point too, so he's getting still quicker this time of day.
Yeah, a 101.5 last time through compared to a 103.0 for Turpin and a 103.2 for John Caligari. So it looks like John, touch wood, has been able to find that problem in between race 2 and 3.
Yep, and then it's
still
just
circulating.
Bit of a problem just getting through the traffic, makes it a little bit harder. So when you got your gaps like that, it's a little bit hard to overhaul. But as I say, a couple of these cars are still going to the Nationals in a couple of weeks. So test session, trying new things. The main games in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, certainly is at one of the most terrifying racetracks in the world, Phillip Island. That turn number 1. They hooked through that long right-hander at flat out.
Yeah, we'll see. Never been. I've got to start doing some sim racing to find out where the track goes.
Yeah, it's you'll see. I'll just say you'll see. I was there last year and watched Paul Stubber come through turn number 1 in the 69 Camaro in historic touring cars, and he had smoke coming off those rear tyres. Just what we see here at Carco when he comes here, but he's doing it at over 200 kilometres an hour. It's frightening.
Yeah, that's the way it is. And then we got the IP Nationals here next year, so hope a lot of the Eastern Staters will come over here and we'll have a lot more IP cars are coming out of the woodwork that hasn't been around the last couple of years. And then we've got quite a few under 2 litres and new cars being built at the moment. So
and some returning drivers as well. The Wilson's back.
Yep, they're coming back. JP Pals, Jason and all that are coming back. So yeah, there's more numbers. Makes better racing for everyone and makes it more fun to drive around with other competitors. So
yep, Gary Edwards is now getting very, very close to the back of Craig Poole. We have 2 minutes and 10 seconds under investigation on turn 6, lap 1. I don't know who that was. It just said it was under investigation, so no cars mentioned, but you would have to believe it was
maybe the incident between Joel Corallo and Mark Jolly, maybe.
Definitely.
Until you see the footage, I'm not going to say anything until we see the footage.
And they will investigate that probably post-race, so they're not going to figure into this one. Both cars are off the circuit and back up into the pit area as this beautiful little RX-7 comes through turn number 7 and out onto the main straight.
That's been repainted and redone and re-stickered and getting all ready. So just put a lot of effort into that.
It's not an overly loud RX-7 either. It's I've heard screamers that are a lot louder than that car, but it's still pretty quick.
Yeah, there's a lot of development going into it. He's put oil coolers in it. He's put a sequential in it now that he had sitting there. So yeah, it's like anything. Once you go racing, you always want to go faster and faster and faster.
Definitely. I like how it puts out a big puff of smoke first, and then the puff of smoke turns into flame. And it burns for sometimes 2 seconds going into a corner.
Yeah, that was a bit of an overfueling, but they got it sorted. But yeah, it makes it specky. You're mesmerised behind it. It's also great to watch until it burns the front of your car. But yeah, we got to make it angled down so it warms the track up or dries it out in the rain. That's the goal, I think. So we don't need the blowers out there anymore.
Change of position now for Gary Edwards in the Holden Commodore, car number 10 for Jazmat. He has actually got in front of Craig Poole after being held up there for a couple of laps, and he's put a good gap on him already.
Yeah, maybe he's just cooked the tyres on the back of it, so he's running out of tyres at the end of the year. We're changing tyres next year to Bridgestone, so everyone's last real run on them, so they might just using the best of what they've got, really.
Are they the Potenzas that you're going to next year?
Yeah, there's a whole new tyre contract for next year and tyre testing and all that's happened, so yeah, it's the way it's gone, but that's all nationally, so yeah.
There we go. Is this going to be last lap? No, there's going to be 2 more laps to go here at carco.com.au Raceway. There's the now we've gone time positive, and Matt Cherry able to sneak through, so we will go 2 more times around Carco. 4.4 kilometres to go. 4.8 kilometres, sorry. As Matt Cherry gets it up on 2 wheels up through the bus stop and then settles it nicely for turn number 4. And around, up and over the top of the hill. Just hits the marks time and time again. He's a great driver, is Matt Cherry.
Very consistent. You watch all the lap times over the years and over the weekends, and they're just very consistent, which is what you want, to be honest.
Yeah,
nice, consistent and smooth.
Last time I spoke
That's not smooth, but...
No, that's starting to fry up those rear tyres, and that was a problem that they were trying to get their head around with this car. It's just got that much horsepower. It used to blow the Yokohamas off it.
Yeah, they had a few issues with them, but that was, I think, part of the tyre program that got tyre pressures and all the rest of it that got sorted over time. Or it's not like it lost any horsepower, so
No.
they've got it sorted or changed the back of the car to make it a bit more friendly.
I still remember the great tussle he had with the guy from Tasmania who is now in Super 3. I forget his name. He had a really fast Falcon, and it was Falcon versus Monaro until the final race where the Falcon turned the wick up and just blew them all to the weeds in lap 1.
Okay, that's a bit before me then.
Oh, you weren't here for that one.
Nah. But yeah, he's coming out for the last, I think it's last lap, yep, last lap now.
Oh, Caligari stopped again. That's unfortunate for John. So they've still got this niggling injury on board the VN Commodore. So now it's fired up again and drives away.
Yep, and here comes the Racing Dynamics. Alden Monaro, they've got the checkered flag. Matt Cherry, well done.
Matt Cherry takes the win there with a really fast lap too, a 1:01.7. So drifted out by 1.5 seconds towards the end of that race. But Turpin will come across the line, just coming out of turn number 7 now and down the main chute.
Yep, he's got his own business with Diesel's Mobile that they do the 24 hours beers, and they got some of the other workers that got little race cars, so he puts a lot back into it.
Now John Caligari, here he is. He's still going to finish in 3rd place after slowing significantly on the previous lap. And it's good to see that the VN will cross the line and finish 2025 here at Carco Raceway. Hookamau should be next in the RX-7, just coming down into turn number 7. And they will put...
almost a lap on Matty,
yeah,
but...
just about. I think Matty will be safe.
Yeah, it was Matty's first year running with us too. She's running IP, time challenge, all types of things. She's got like 3 or 4 other cars she runs, so... And then here comes Craig Poole for the first time for the year, done and dusted.
Who was our pole sitter and is also now looking at a 5-second penalty as well. So luckily, nobody behind him. Landsmere has already gone across the line, so his 5-second penalty really not going to hurt that much. But Matt Cherry takes that out. Now we believe that the Tander Trophy, will that go to point score? And if it does, it will go to Matt Cherry.
Yeah, so he's won it this year. He's been consistent. He raced well, got through the traffic very well. So, yeah, congrats to him, and see if he's going to maybe... No,
it was under the supplementary regs. You had to win the West Australian Sporting Car Club to be able to do a burnout. So that was a Torque Trophy win for Matt Cherry. Cameron, thanks very much for your help today. We'll look forward to seeing you in 2026. Good luck to you and everybody else heading over to Phillip Island and try and bring back the silverware for Western Australia.
Thank
Thanks
you
very
for
much.
us. Thanks for our sponsors, and we'll be here. Not up here, but down in the grid. Just.
All right, we're going to throw down to Jamie McCanty down there in the pits. Who have you got with us, Jamie?
Thanks a lot, Vaughn. Yes, I am in pit lane. I'm with Philip Kraus, who competed in the combined category in a street car and was 6th overall today. Congratulations, Phil. Great effort. I know it sounds like you're sort of like mid-pack, but really you've been consistent with this car for a long time, haven't you?
Yeah, no, definitely. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a good day. A little bit boring. Some of the slower cars didn't turn up today, so I was behind all the V8s, but yeah, it was a good.
You were telling me off camera that basically a lot of the street cars weren't here competing, which obviously robs you of the opportunity of sort of testing your car out against them. And in a combined category, you're against some pretty big vehicles, aren't you?
Yeah, some of the Nissans and the V8s are pretty fast, but with this little Volkswagen, it's hard to keep up. But no, it was a good effort. At least I kept it on the track.
So how long have you been running this actual Golf? Was it a Volkswagen Polo?
Yeah, this car has been running here for about 8 years now, 7, 8 years.
You're a big fan of Volkswagens, aren't you?
Definitely, I work on them. I fix them. I've got a workshop. So yeah.
So you know them intimately well, then?
Yeah, I know them well. Yes.
So Phil, when you get back every year for another championship round, what's the plan? Just to try to prove your skills as a driver, see how far the car will go?
At the moment, this car is pretty much, I've done what I can with it, so it's time for a new one. So this car's actually been for sale for a while, so I'll let it go and then start with something different.
Look forward to seeing what you get up to next year, Phil. I really hope it goes well for you next year as well. And you're the only person, only 2 people have got Volkswagen Polos here, is that right?
The other one is a Golf, this one is a Polo, but yeah, we're flying the Volkswagen flag.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Have a great season. Appreciate it for next year, that is. All the best from everybody here. And it's back to you, Vaughn.
Round 6 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly presented by Electrical Group Training. WA Sporting Car Club's introductory events, supported by Electrical Group Training, are the perfect way to get on track at Carco Raceway. Start off with a come and try day and progress from there. Get started today by visiting wascc.com.au/start line for more details.
It's the party to wrap up the racing year, the cool down lap. Saturday, November 8th, Carco Raceway, 5:30 till 9. End of year presentations, winners car display and our hilarious joke awards. Kids will love the bounce house, bike track and simulators, while the grown-ups kick back with live music, garden games and a spit roast buffet. Tickets just $30 for adults, $15 for kids. Officials and winners get in free. Don't miss the cool down lap. One night only at Carco Raceway. For details, visit wascc.com.au/cooldownlap.
Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship, featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the categories racing, results and upcoming rounds plus more, visit wascc.com.au/championship. WA XL Cup Racing, proudly presented by Retrovision, Voltec Mechanical, Racetech, Nexter and Revolution Race Gear.
For the last time in 2025, Retrovision, proud supporters of the Hyundai Cup here at carco.com.au Raceway. And you can always tell when the XLs are out. Have a look at the crowd out there, up and about, ready to have a look at some very exciting motorsport.
And you can't blame them. Absolutely can't blame them. This has been magnificent motor racing all year again for the XLs, and it's come down to a really close fight between Ambrosio and Zane Rhodes, and Rhodes now on the outside of row 1, so back right next to Ambrosio for the start of this one. So so just about to have a look at the grid for those on the live stream. Carlos Ambrosio on pole from Zane Rhodes, back to to Jacob Fisher. Then we've got Byrne and Harrison Beresford behind that. Then we've got Berers, Clark, Steve McGregor, who's got our camera for this event, Dean Hill, Shane Burns. Then we've got William Panizza, Ward, Lachlan Cove, D'Souza, Hasty, Clamp, Stuart McGregor, Ferreira, and then Hewitt, Ruse, Lair, Charlotte Cove, Leach, Seaton and Ashley Cove at the back of the field.
And we are on board car number 8 of Stuart McGregor for this one. Stephen McGregor already taken out the Masters class in Hyundai racing as we get underway, and a good start this time from Carlos Ambrosio, really getting away from Zane Rhodes. But look at Fisher and Byrne. They slot in for 3rd and 4th as they go too wide down into turn number 1.
Yeah, you could see then that Rhodes knew that he hadn't made a particularly good start because he dove to the inside to stop Fisher from being up the inside of him because he could see him coming in his mirrors. So not the best start that time from Rhodes. Great start from Ambrosio, and all line of stern pretty much as they go through turn 4. A couple of little battles further back there. One of the coves there on the inside there. I think that might be Stuart McGregor that he's got back there in the field. But a nice clean start for the XLs for their final event, over 12 minutes.
But Dean Hill was up into 4th place in that previous race, but started right down in about...
I think this is based on the points
overall
from the first 2 events.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so, because otherwise Zane would have been on pole because he won the last one.
And these guys are at it again with Zane Rhodes right in the bumper bar of Carlos Ambrosio as they crest the top of the hill and come down towards turn number 7. This is where the race is going to be, and it can... Zane Rhodes do anything about the current state champion in Carlos Ambrosio. And here he goes. Look at that. That's bump drafting at its best.
Yeah, absolutely. You could probably just about get your lunchbox between the back bumper and the front bumper of those 2 cars as they made their way down into turn 1 for the second time. We got a spin in the middle of the pits here. That's Panizza, and he's going to just tap the wall with the back left of his car. He's going to miss it with everything else. Very, very well done and well controlled there. So that was a big, big spin, and he's on his way again. So thank goodness that didn't turn into something much bigger.
Well, hopefully we'll get a replay from turn 7 media on that one very, very shortly, as our leaders already up and over the top of the hill. It's still Ambrosio from Zane Rhodes.
Yeah, absolutely. So at the moment, there was about 1/10 of a second between those two when they crossed the line on the end of that last lap, and they're down in turn 6 at the moment. We're just about to have a replay on the screen for the online viewers to have a look at what happened with Panizza there in the pit straight. But bump drafting happening again at the lead. Here we go with the replay.
So we'll probably get this from the rear view. Yes, we do. So Panizza right out there near the grass on the driver's right, and he's come straight across. Is that one of the Cove cars, the pink on the rear?
It could be. But I tell you what, he was very, very lucky to get away with that, with only just a bit of a bruise on the rear bumper bar. So look at the lead at the moment, though. Carlos Ambrosio down into turn 1 once again. Only a little bit of a gap between himself and Zane, and they're starting to leave behind Fisher and Byrne, who are back there in 3rd and 4th position. Fastest man that last lap was a 12.1 or a 72.1 by Carlos Ambrosio, just around about 100th of a second slower. Faster, than car 73.
That looked like that was Charlotte Cove in car number 17 that was involved with Panizza on the main straight here.
Giving no quarter.
No, and like taking the fight right down to the last race. She's running down in 20th position at the moment. Stuart McGregor with our onboard camera, he's slipped down to position 21.
Just echoes what we've been saying all season, isn't it, Vaughan? It doesn't matter where you are in the field, the racing's serious. And
if
you've got a chance of being in front of someone, that's where you want to be. Race leaders back into sight once more, and once again, you know, these two, they've just been glued together for the whole season.
It certainly has, and it looks like Zane Rhodes is just prepared to sit there in the draft at the moment. We're down to 5 minutes and 1 lap remaining.
You say that, but he's drawn onto the inside, Vaughan, and he's looking like he's going to take an inside move and get an outbreak him into turn 1. That's exactly what he does do. Lucky these two actually get along together and have got a bit of time for each other, because if they were enemies off the track, they wouldn't be very happy with each other with some of the things that have happened throughout the season. It's been pretty clean,
yes.
But yeah, you want to try to stay on the right side of the competition.
So under investigation cars number 17 and 9 for causing a collision. So 17 Charlotte and 9 was Panizza. So that one under investigation won't affect the outcome of this particular race. They're not at the pointy end. They're fighting down there for what was position 20 and 21 at the time. So all of our big field of XLs down over the other side of the circuit at the moment. Our leaders will be popping up and over the top of the hill. And there we go. It's back to status quo again with this time Ambrosio right into the bumper bar of Zane Rhodes. And Zane very late on the brakes and pulls out 1 car length. He's going to run wide, and that's going to allow Ambrosio a run up the inside. They come across the stripe here at carco.com.au Raceway, and it looks like Ambrosio is going to move up the inside and repay the favour from the previous lap.
Yeah, that was a carbon copy, exact carbon copy of what happened last lap, except with the opposite teams. So into the lead once more goes Carlos Ambrosio. Then it's back to Fisher, Byrne and Hill in 4th and 5th, Beres in 6th, Harrison. Goodness me, keep getting his name out of my head, but it's car number 3 of Harrison Beresford, isn't it? That's back there, and then we've got Clark and Stephen McGregor and D'Souza rounding out the top 10.
So down into turn number 6, and it's still Ambrosio by half a car length in front. We'll take that out to a full car length, and now Zane Rhodes starts to climb all over the back of Ambrosio. He's really in the slipstream now, and again bump drafting on the way out of turn number 6. There's still half a car length in it, but now he's in the tow, and they will be pushing on each other as they come down the hill for a run up the inside from Zane Rhodes, and he does it again. Now he's got to hold the car onto the circuit. He cannot afford to run to driver's left of the ripple strip on the exit of 7.
Yep, so Ambrosio back down the inside once again.
We've had an off here with our camera car right on the top of the hill. That's a very unusual place. It's Steve McGregor.
Gee, that's an interesting place to go off, isn't it?
Yeah.
And a very scary place to have gone off as well.
Might have been some contact there. We'll maybe, hopefully, get a replay and see exactly what happened to Steve McGregor.
Yeah, absolutely. As the leaders are side by side through turn 4.
Oh, that's a different move.
it is a different move, and once again we've got Zane Rhodes in the lead as they disappear over the top of the hill.
Oh, they're still side by side as they come out of turn number 5. And Ambrosio down the inside. He should maintain this, but Rhodes will get the better run out of turn 6 here for sure.
Yeah, well, he's right there on the outside where all the marbles are, so whether he can get that power to the ground as he runs really, really wide. And so it's going to be Ambrosio on the inside and Zane Rhodes on the outside as they crest the top of the hill once more.
And side by side, rubbing mirrors as they crest at the top of the hill this time. It's Ambrosio going to protect his line here now. Is he going to do an over and under, or is he just going to run right around the outside? And that's exactly what he tries to do, but Ambrosio still got enough room to keep him out from moving across to driver's right.
So we're about to have a replay of what happened to Steve McGregor over the top of the hill. So this is going to be very interesting indeed to see.
There would have to have been contact with another car, surely. So here we go with Steve McGregor on board as he crests the hill.
He's got someone on the inside, yeah.
And there we go. There was contact there. You don't turn around like that for no reason.
You don't. But there's the second major incident in this event that ended up being much better than what it could have been.
Oh,
so
yeah.
That was another lucky save there.
I'd say Steve would be having a nice quiet.
Oh, we've got one around here. It's not
the white one.
Yeah, yep. I thought that he was going to overcorrect then and go into the side of. I think that might have been Steve McGregor again.
Geez, it's all happening out there for the last time for 2025.
Yeah, they don't want to keep their little cars on the trailer out the back for the holidays. They want to actually destroy them by the looks.
Just dig a hole and drive it in.
Yeah, exactly.
Here comes our leaders, and it's Ambrosio by 1 car length over Zane Rhodes. We're down to 22 seconds. Let's see whether they can reel off another lap here at carco.com.au Raceway. They're down to 14 seconds. They will. They'll go another 2 laps here to round out the Retrovision Hyundai Cup for 2025.
Yeah, and look at Zane. He's right on his tail once again, and Carlos doing everything that he can to try to break that toe. But these two have been glued together for the entire weekend this weekend, and you have to say for the entire season this season. These guys have been the cream of the crop, and they've been right up each other's backsides for the whole race season.
And Dean Hill up into 4th position, mate.
Yep.
From about 10th on the grid.
Yep, he's taken that position away from car 11, which is Noah Byrne.
And our leaders, they're still at it. And Zane Rhodes is looking all over the place. He's darting left, darting right. He's trying to get a run down the inside here into turn number 6, but it won't work.
No, it's not going to work, but it's going to give him a good slingshot on the tail of car 1 as they exit the corner, and he's just about pushing him out of the corner there. And he's probably got a car length between himself and Ambrosio. Ambrosio is actually starting to break that toe just a little bit now. He's starting to get a few car lengths. Look at the battle for third, though, as Hill looks like he's going to go down the inside, and does. So there's Hill down the inside of car 12 of Fisher. So Jacob Fisher back to 4th place, but he runs wide. That's a strike against his name.
You got to remember, this guy started race number 1 at the back of the field, about position 25, and something's happened. Oh,
he's redressing. Yep.
I don't think that's going to help his cause, actually. Now look at Ambrosio now. He's out to 3 car lengths now.
Yeah, he's broken that toe, and that's great. They're on their last lap now, so across the line they all go. Good battle down there, a little bit further down the field as well. I think that might be Burns, Lachlan Cove, and Clark. No, it's Burns and Cove and D'Souza, I think, that are having that big battle going into turn 4. So D'Souza just in front there of Burns, and then back to Cove.
So that white 36 of Cove, that was the car that went bush over there in turn number 4 a while ago.
Yeah, it was, and car 333 of Shane Burns is the one that's involved. There's not car 3, which is the other Burns car, which is Harrison Burns.
Oh, there's another white one returning to the pits here now. So that could have been...
that's 123, I think that might be, or 133. That might be
Ruiz.
Ruiz, that was our camera car. But here they are onto the straight for the final time to receive the checkered flag. And it's going to be Carlos Ambrosio takes the win from hard-charging Zane Rhodes in second. Dean Hill has managed to get back in front once again of Fisher. So whether that position's going to remain or not, we'll wait and see. Then it's back to Noah Byrne in car number 11. And then we've got Harrison Burns in car 3, back to Berres, and De Silva crosses the line just in front of Shane Burns and Lachlan Cove. And then we're back to car 28, that's Michael Clark in front of Ward and Hasty in car 135, and that's Adam Hasty. Yes. And then Steve McGregor, the car had the big spin and had a camera on board, goes across the line in 14th, and then back to Fierreira. And Hewitt. Panizza, who had the spin on the pit straight, finishes in 17th, just in front of Stuart McGregor. Then we're going to have Charlotte Cove in 17, Lair in 27, Ashley Cove in 111, Leach, Clamp, Seaton, and Ruiz doesn't look like he's going to finish the event.
He just retired up into the pit area. So what a fantastic year of Retrovision Hyundai XL Cup racing here at Carco Raceway. It looks like our champion for the West Australian Sporting Car Club will go to Zane Road. Car number 73 came in with a 40-odd point advantage this morning and has lost minimal points through the day. So he will have enough and hang on for the championship from Carlos Ambrosio and Noah Byrne for 3rd place. So congratulations to our winners. Be very interesting to see whether the XL is going to light those front wheels up.
Yeah, didn't think of that, but yeah, very interesting. I think he's probably just going to go into the pits. He doesn't seem to be slowing down for the rest of the cars to pass him, so it looks like he's just going into the paddock area. But yeah, great win in the championship to Zane, and I think Carlos has actually taken out the
That'll be the Motorsport Australia
the Motorsport
one.
Australia one.
Because that one incorporates our rounds at Collie as well.
Yep.
So
we're going to see some highlights coming up fairly shortly for those people who are watching the YouTube. So we've got that about to come onto our screen fairly shortly, as we are still watching on screen all of the XLs going into the pit lane to put their cars away for the season. And what a magnificent day of racing we've had here at carco.com.
What a magnificent year of racing, mate. It's been fantastic up here. And, of course, we can't do it with all of the assistance and support from our supporting partners and sponsors, and especially our officials out there. They stand out there in the hot sun. They stand out there in the rain, the hail, the wind. And, look, guys, thank you very much for all of your time in 2025. Mate, to you, Rob, thank you very much for coming back to the commentary box. You know the door was always open, and I had my fingers crossed that it would only be a matter of time before you came back, because you miss us and you miss your motorsport. So thank you very much for coming back and getting on board with our live stream.
Oh, look, it's my absolute pleasure. I do enjoy your company, and I do enjoy my motorsport, and it's always great to come up here and help out the crew to have a few words here and there. And you all probably get sick of my voice, but nonetheless, I enjoy it, and that's the main thing. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Don't worry about that. I've got the car all ready to go, and we'll come up and do some time challenge. And yeah, thanks very much, Vaughan.
Yeah, we will see you in the morning, and we're going to go to some highlights for our live stream customers. I'm going to quickly disappear and go and catch up with Jamie McCanty, and we'll do a wrap of day number 1 of round 6, the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships here at Carco Raceway. Stick around, plenty more to come.
Here we are at McCracken House. I'm joined by Vaughan, who's had a big day in the commentary box. And Vaughan, we're celebrating, and I mean celebrating, because really that's what we get at the end of the year when it comes to the end of the championship run. The 6th round, day one, massive day of competition and a lot of spectacular racing, but also a big bang up in the very first or second race, I think it was.
Yeah, for our Saloon cars, first out on the circuit this morning after a qualifying sessions had finished, and unfortunately a 6-car pile up there on the entry into turn number 4, and it took out 4 cars, but glad to say that all of the drivers walked away from it after being checked out by our medical staff and our doctors. So yeah, it was touch ball play on for the rest of the field, and wow, what's some of the racing that we have seen today has been
let's go through the categories. Let's go through the categories. Production cars. What did you think about today?
Chris Lillis in debuting the Camaro only came out twice out of 3 runs, but set a lap record on the first race this morning, lowered it down to a 62-second lap for a production car. That was outstanding. Unfortunately for our New South Wales visitor, Matt Holt, did a rear main bearing on the engine, so he was out for the day. It's a long way to come
for one race, isn't it?
Yeah, but he showed some great speed early as well. The production cars is a rising category here. We saw Brent Peters struggling with an old set of tyres and managed to keep it on the track. A debut from a white BMW, I think it was an M2 model, and that was Ryan Fisher. He did extremely well out there as well.
Well, that's a good scope on what happened with production cars. Talk about Saloons, apart from the big bingle.
Well, apart from the big bingle, great to see Chris Nisi back out there and taking a couple of wins this afternoon.
Really good driver.
Yeah, really good drive. He had Jackson Callow and Rob Marcon all over him, and he was able to hold off that pressure and drive his own race and take the win.
And he hasn't actually competed here for all the championship rounds this year. He's done a fair bit of travel, but the thing is that when he gets here, his effectiveness on the track is unbelievable.
Yeah, he's a guy that's very methodical and goes about his motor racing very methodically, and from an engineering point of view, he's got that car Mickey Mouse today, and the results show.
Okay, let's move on to FSRs. I mean, that is a spectacular category.
Yep.
I mean, the quality of the vehicles is just incredible. And there was the Bryce and was it Chris?
Yep.
Bryce and Chris. I mean, the tussle those guys have for the front position is incredible.
Yeah, it was great racing between Bryce Moore and Chris Reindler, of course, brother of Carl Reindler.
Yeah.
And those guys put on a hammer and tong effort in all 3 races. At the end of the day, it was Bryce Moore that takes away the WA
Bryce takes his corners a lot better than probably what Chris is doing currently. I mean, both cars have got the great acceleration in the straights.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the bends, that's when the issues start to appear.
None of these cars are set up exactly the same. The drivers prefer, maybe Bryce prefers to actually get the power to the ground through the corner, where some guys would rather rely on the straight line speed and suffer a little bit in the corner. So they're not all set up the same, so that's why you see these strengths and weaknesses in all cars, not just the FSRs.
Yeah, but the FSRs are spectacular to see on the track. There's no doubt about it. Great engineering, incredible design vehicles, and they're really well maintained by Rise.
Yep, there's certainly not a beginner's car. There's a lot of aero, there's mechanical grip, there's little tiny incremental adjustments that need to be done to get those cars running on tap.
Let's talk about the combined category of street cars, sport cars, sports sedans and WA muscle cars. Obviously, certain vehicles are going to be compromised on the track compared to the other ones because of the size of motors and so on. But of course, it gets back to driving ability and getting the most out of your vehicle. I'm presuming that's what people look for with combined categories events.
Well, unfortunately, we only had one sports car here today. That was Walter Apple. He's taken 3 from 3 because he was the only competitor here.
2 or 3 street cars on today as well.
Yeah, there were 4. And it looks like Chris Pavey has taken out their big trophy race for today. Up the front of the field, it was a battle between Grant Hill in the BF Supercar and Ron Moller in the Trans Am Camaro. Those guys went hammer and tong all day as well. We saw Ron take 1 win and Grant Hill take 2 wins, so Grant gets the round win and also comes home with the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championship for 2025.
Was it really competitive in the combined category between the muscle cars and so forth? They're really pouring it on?
Yeah, through the year it's been a great category. Unfortunately, no muscle cars here this weekend, but that was made up by the sports sedans. Unfortunately, Ryan Humphrey not here today in the XE Falcon that we see dominate sports car racing, Motorsport Sedan racing here in WA, but a great win to Grant Hill and equally great drive from Ron Moller in Car 7.
The improved production category, is it one of your favourites, Vaughan?
Yeah, because they're basically a street car, but as long as you don't touch the bodywork, you can do whatever you want to it. So stick a bigger engine in it, stick bigger brakes in it, lightweight wheels. You can lightweight the car. You take out all of the deadening and really look to pull kilos out of a stock standard road car, and you see the results that we see. Matt Cherry, over 600 horsepower in that Holden Monaro, and of course he dominated today.
How does a car that size with that much power deal with all the bends on a track like Carco?
A lot of development. When that car was being developed, it used to blow the tyres off. It could not handle, the Yokohamas couldn't handle the output of torque and traction, trying to grab traction, and it would just literally fry up sets of tyres after sets of tyres.
So we got to the end of the day. Let's talk about the champions in each progressive category. Who's come out on top in 2005 when it comes to production cars?
Production cars. Now you got me on the spot now. I know everybody else except production cars. Yeah, I didn't bring the list. Who would it be? I'm sorry, I can't answer.
We'll move on to the other category. Let's talk about saloons.
Saloon cars goes to young Jackson Kello, car number 225. A fantastic run all year.
I saw him drive into his garage, and he was cock-a-hoop about the win. Seriously. And so was his team. They were extremely happy with it.
Certainly was. Now, that was the pro category. We also have the Pro-Am category, and that went to Adam Koberstein driving for Hydrolink.
And this is the second year he's won the championship, and next year he's thinking about going up to pro level. Is that right?
Yep, and he's also the current Australian champion in the Pro-Am category as well, which he won earlier this year.
He's got a big future in racing,
he certainly has. The Koberstein, there's brothers, there's Michael as well, and Michael is just as competitive as Adam.
But as we know, at Carco Raceway, with all the different clubs, the amount of family lineage between all the members and so forth of each category is incredible, and that's probably the reason why they sort of galvanise so well together. It's a family affair almost.
Yep, second and third generation racers coming through the club now. We were just worked it out. 56 years we've been here at carco.com.au Raceway, so there's two generations in itself.
So we've got to give a big plug to the people that are working diligently behind us at the moment, that are preparing this wonderful barbecue.
That's our production car category.
It's their Guernsey today.
Yes, it is, and all of the gold coin donations will go towards the production cars fund for their end of year functions.
Well, it's a good social atmosphere, and it will be even more so when everybody starts packing up and getting over here. But talking about great social events, let's talk about the Cool Down Lap that's occurring on Saturday the 8th of November from 5:30 to 9 p.m. here at McCracken House at carcoraceway.com.au. For adults, it's only $30. For children, it's only $15. And if you're an official or first place winner, it's free of charge. That's a good incentive for them to be here.
And the free bus from Clarkson train station out here to the circuit.
That's a great idea, isn't it?
Back to Clarkson train station at the end of the night. Before we go any further, Laurie Whitome took home the production car West Australian State Championship.
You're good. I knew your brain would kick back into gear again, Vaughan. But listen, at this Cool Down Lap, you can enjoy end-of-year presentations, which will be fantastic. Winners of the car displays. Bus ride, as Vaughan mentioned, is coming from Clarkson Station, which is going to make it easier for those people out there that want to have a drink. There's going to be Joke Awards, the official of the year presentation, but the food's going to be great. The drink factor's going to be great. There's got live entertainment, plenty of kids entertainment as well, which is going to be really handy.
Yep. And there's going to be some race cars here of the winners of the different categories as well, so you'll be able to have a look, check out all of the winners' cars as well. Yep, like you said, stuff here for the kids to do, so they're not going to be a problem through the night, and lots of awards. Can't wait to give out some awards.
So this is the end of day one. On behalf of Vaughan, myself, Demelza, and the entire Turn 7 media team, we thank you for viewing our streaming service today, this wonderful championship here at Carco Raceway, and we look forward to your company tomorrow for day 2 of round 6 here for the WA Sporting Car Club Championship for 2025.